things. How's life? Good to see you. Hope you guys are all doing well. Let me get the game booted up. Hold on. Let me boot up that there Dead by Daylight. How you guys doing? What's going on? It's currently Scrim night. It's pretty exciting. Let me take a look at the schedule because I'm actually not exactly sure what is. I know we're starting off with Overcome versus Rats of RBD, but I'm not exactly sure what's going on today for the whole schedule. I mean, I don't remember, at least I should say, so I should probably go take a look. Yo, Falx the Moogod, thanks for the reset for 17 months, man. And also Caillou Kills You, thanks for the 9 months, dude. Thank you, man. I said sometimes you gotta yabba dabba do what you yabba dabba don't. Oh, sometimes you gotta yabba dabba do what you yabba dabba don't. Yeah, no, that is true. Those are wide words. Wide words? Am I okay? It's gonna be a horrible day today. I can already tell it's gonna be a horrible day. Yeah, very wide words there, not thin words at all. Very wide, super wide, those words. Yo, thank you, appreciate the 10 months. Thank you for the support. Thank you. This is the current schedule. We got Rats of RBD versus Overcome. This is gonna be Oni, Dredge, and then possibly Hillbilly if we need it. And again, Overcome is EU, so it's probably gonna be high ping games each round, but it should still be cool anyway. And we got Lorem Ipsum, who we've only seen once, but the one time we saw them was them having that really close set with VC on first down. So for that being their first appearance, I think they played really well. And they're going to be going up against Academy of Overheated, which is basically Overheated's like secondary like academy team. So that should be a good set. And then we got Schism versus the Waifus down the night. So it should be a good set of. I think it should be a good set of games for the whole night. The right side's not updated. We're currently kind of like understaffed today, as in there's like no staff today. I think Rabid Panda is the only scrim staff that's here, which is interesting. So I think we might be a little scuffed. Oh, I think Swish is gonna show up to do scores. I think. Okay. We might have Swish updating the scores at the top. The scores at the top are gonna be probably not updated right now, and they might not get updated unless we have somebody to keep track of them. But right now we have Panda like organizing games, and I'm gonna be doing invites, and it's gonna be a little bit scuffed until more people show up. So just keep that in mind, you know? Yeah. Just they can come around 8. Okay. I thought about having the scrim schedule your pre-stream screen. You mean like this? I would be down, but I would want to have some kind of. I would want to have like some kind of like thing that says starting soon. Like if it's just this without like anything like that like says like starting soon, then I probably wouldn't want it. So yeah. Does team use numpad numbers as a way of locate themselves on a big map? Well, numpad numbers, I mean they use like a clock. Like they basically use like a clock system. Like if you see that map over there, that's Coal Tower, which is the map that we're gonna be playing this first game on. It's basically set up like a clock. I mean it's not really like numpad, it's more a clock. So like 12 o'clock is obviously the top of the clock, 6 o'clock is the bottom of the clock, right? It's just like a circular clock, and then basically you like have that over the map, and then you kind of can just know where things are. Like if you say it's at 5 o'clock, and if you can imagine the clock over the map, then you know exactly which corner of the map you're talking about, basically, you know? Sounds like you'll be handling the Gamba then. Oh yeah, true, I forgot about the Gamba. Oh yeah, true. Fuck, dude. You're right. All right, so do. I'm actually, yeah. See, this is kind of a mess because I'm actually not sure like who's even playing killer first. I don't even know who I'm inviting. I know it's one of the people from either Rats of RPD or Overcome, but I don't know who. Devi, I learned something interesting today. All the butchers in Soulsborne games are women. Not only that, but a player who was a woman with a butcher knife invaded the devs while they were debugging. The devs liked it so much, they've had an NPC invader that uses a butcher knife in all their Souls games. Oh, so like Maneater Mildred and all those like types of like invaders are from that? That's actually kind of neat. I always wondered like what their origin story was. Mad Mini Monkey on Oni from Rats is first. Okay, actually they have to make the lobby, right? They have to make the lobby and invite me. I forgot. That's how it works. So I'm not actually the one that's in charge of things. I mean, I'm in charge of things, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not the one that has to make the move. They got to make the move and then invite me. Yeah. Another day, another lesson on Mughal history. Akbar, son of Humayun, is considered one of, if not the greatest of the Mughal empires. He sent the empire from around Punjab and Delhi to the majority of the Indian subcontinent. Yo, let's go, dude. My boy fucking Akbar. Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I'd have to learn more about it because I still don't even, you know, I'm gonna be real. I'm so like bad at the history of that area. Yo, Ryomu, what up? How's it going? Hello, hello. Yo, Livia, thanks for the resub for 9 months. Appreciate it, buddy. Yo, Jack, thanks for hooking up X Gothic with a sub. That's a 1 year resub for X Gothic. Appreciate you guys, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll 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 thank you. Gamba, please. Yeah, you're right. Let me give you guys a Gamba. Yeah, you right. You right. Let me give it a pretty long timer since I don't know how long this is gonna take. I'll give it like a 5-minute timer. Okay. Rats of RPD, overcome, die. Bam. Bam. Bam spiggity. There you go. You guys can Gamba. Gamba it up. Gamba it up. Yeah. Sweet. Started with Manny and Mildred, and they've had them as an Easter egg ever since. That's fucking sweet, dude. That's super cool. Dude. Oh, we already got gamers joining. It's fine. They'll be joining. It's fine. Chilla Trickster, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, buddy. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right. So the first Oni set. I wonder. Okay, I might actually sign into the overlay quickly just to reset the scores to 0. Because I don't want there to be like points there when the points are wrong. I think I would rather the points stay at 0 than the points be like a number and the number be wrong. So let me just do that real quick. Do. Stop it. Oh god, stop it. No, stop it. No, go back to 0. Return to 0, man. Back to 0, man. Okay. Actually, I should probably, oh man. All the names are wrong too. Shit. I guess I could probably just like, here, I'm just gonna replace it all. Fuck it. I'm just gonna replace it all with like just the names and that's it, I suppose, since like no one's really around to do it yet. I'll just do like overcome on one side and the other side will just be Rats of RPD, and I'll just leave that until we have someone to actually keep track of scores for me. That seems like a good way to do it, right? That seems like a good way to do it. Probably not, but who knows, maybe. There we go. We at least know who's playing against each other. All right. So poggers, I can do it. Yeah, can you? I just need a few minutes. Okay, cool. I'm gonna put it up there like that for now then, but feel free to hop in and take over whenever you want. Yo, Daytona, thanks for the resub. 22 months, gamer. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Thank you. Also, Stubaka, thanks for 11 months. Appreciate it, buddy. Are you a one-band man tonight? No, I have Panda. I'm assuming you can hear me talk, right? Rabbit Panda is around helping. Like, she's doing all the... I think so. I mean, I'm pretty sure she should talk to you guys. So, yeah, she's helping. But, yeah, we seem to be mysteriously understaffed today. I'm not sure where everybody is. There seems to be no staff around. So, it's me, Panda, and Shay just showed up, which is sweet. I know Switch is going to help later. But yeah, we seem to be a little bit short-staffed. I'm not really sure why. Hi, Future. I did. You were the person that DM'd me about the warning about the thing, right? I honestly don't see it being an issue, and like even if it does become an issue, I'm really bad at responding to DMs. I mean, I feel like I've already said that a million times, but I did see it, and I appreciate you like looking out. I think it's gonna be okay though, is what I'll say. I think it'll be okay, and if it doesn't end up being okay, then you know. I'll figure it out on the fly, you know? It's cool. I'll make it work. That's kind of how I go through life, is I'm just like, whatever. Why worry about things? I'll just figure it out on the fly, you know? Fuck it. And I'm pretty sure it'll be fine, I think. I'm working. I'm big sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not saying like I'm not saying like fuck all the staff that aren't here. I just didn't know. I just didn't realize that everybody had plans today. Maybe we should like maybe that was on me to like maybe figure out like ahead of time who was going to be around and who wasn't. I don't know. Because like obviously like I don't expect you guys all to be open every, you know, Friday and Sunday all day, you know what I mean? Like obviously you might have work or even just like a family thing or like a friend thing or something, you know, it's fine. I'm never gonna be like upset if you guys have something going on. I just didn't really realize. If it isn't okay, can I say I told you so? Yeah. If it ends up not being okay, you can totally like point your finger at me and go, I told you so, ha. And I'll be like, no, I was wrong. But then I'll probably just make a new account and then it'll be fine. So I think either way, it'll be cool. But yeah, totally make fun of me. Like if you end up being right and things go wrong, like totally make fun of me. Like give me all the shit in the world. Like give me shit for it for like the next like 3 years straight. I would totally deserve it. I prefer to worry about things while at the same time pretending none of it exists. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to do it too. That's also a pretty good way of handling things. Yeah. Yeah. I can try and get with Dino about helping with scrims in the future. Yeah, if you want to. If any of the mods ever want to help with scrims, I mean, by any means. I'm pretty sure in the scrim Discord, if you have the mod role, I think you can literally just give yourself the staff role. Like I think the mod role is higher than the staff role, so I think you can literally just give yourself the staff role, and you could just be on staff and you can help. Like any mod is welcome to be staff for scrims at any point if you want to. It's just, again, it's just like volunteer, so like it's only if you want to. But yeah, I mean, any of you guys can hop in and help if you'd like. So feel free, man. Feel free. Again, no pressure. You don't have to, because again, it's all volunteer work, and don't want to force anyone to do it. But like, if you want to help, I mean, feel free. Someone add me to balance team. I have lots of very solid takes. I feel like when people say they have lots of very solid takes, I feel like that usually means that they don't have a lot of very solid takes. But I don't know. I feel like I don't think I've seen anything particularly bad from you, Damn Boba. But I feel like I just don't trust that, you know? Like, I have solid takes, and it's like, do you? Do you have solid takes? I don't know. You might be lying to me. Anyway, did you guys get your Gambit? I hope so. Yeah, it's already over, so I hope so. Anyway, here we go. The Oni set. First set of the night. Mad Money Monkey versus Overcome. Again, keep in mind, this is pretty high ping. Overcome is all EU, and I think Mad Money Monkey is not EU. I'm pretty sure Rise of RPD is all NA. So this should be pretty high ping. Unbreakable Deliverance on Milton with Sprint Burst off the record. Pretty standard build. Decisive Strike without Dead Hard on Burzard. Disaster got for the people. Buckle up. Let's go for the people. Buckle up. You'll love to see it. And then TJ's rocking Reassurance Kinship. Mad Money Monkey has Lion's Fang and Akito's Crutch, so that's faster dash while you're in your power, and then also longer power, but avoiding Splintered Hall, which is interesting. Splintered Hall, I think typically I think typically the best combo for scrims is most likely like Akito's Crutch, Splintered Hall, but that's a personal preference. I think any combination of those three add-ons is going to be good. We'll see how fast he can get his first hit here. This Paladin is not exactly the most safe. And especially with high ping, yeah, Disaster is going to get hit here. So pretty fast first hit, actually. Mad Money Monkey managed to get that first hit pretty quickly. And you know, I think in general, because of these games being so high ping, I feel like there's a decent chance that that's going to be kind of the story of the whole set. You know what I mean? It's going to be pretty hard, especially on palettes like that one that like Disaster found himself at. Like those palettes are like, they're like safe, like barely, but they're kind of so risky at the same time because there's like because there's a lot of LOS blockers. And Mad Money Monkey is gonna get this down. It seems like he's like maybe buying time, letting him bleed out a little bit more, making sure he has enough. But he should have enough for his power now. There should be enough orbs around. So while he's hooking him, looks like Milton's gonna pop a gen. Burzard's currently working one as well, and TJ was a part of that gen that popped too. Also keep in mind that Burzard's ping is gonna be even higher than the rest because Burzard is playing out of India. So we have 3 people from Europe, and then Burzard's in India. So his ping's going to be like 200. Probably more. Probably like 250 or some shit. So, again, this is going to be some pretty high ping gaming. We'll see how it goes. Mad Money Monkey does get his power, though. So he has this hook on Disaster. It was a pain res hook. So he gets the pain res proc, which regressed the gen that TJ was working on. And he also has his power now. I think it was TJ, or was it Burzard? No, it was Burzard, I think. Either way, he has his power, and he also has a hook in the corner now. So them getting this unhook is going to be impossible, probably. Risky, impossible. some form of risky and or impossible. Milton does have sprint burst and the unhook build, so he might just run up and try to get his unhook quickly before he dies. Yep, there he goes. He's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go for it. So he's gonna grab his unhook. That's gonna charge his. That's gonna probably charge his deliverance. I guess I can't say for sure. That many monkey playing this a little bit interestingly. His fire from his rage is like blocking our vision. Can I fix that? He downs Milton. Disaster gets away. Is he gonna hook Milton? Oh, he's gonna hook Milton. Interesting. Okay. Well, this actually ends up being pretty good for Overcome. That is another stack of pain res, so that does cause a bit of regression, but Milton can just unhook himself with deliverance. And Disaster, at least temporarily, has gotten away. So that's pretty good. Probably like best case scenario for the survivors here, as opposed to him staying on Disaster. Although it seems like he did manage to keep on Disaster's trail, because he did find him immediately afterwards. So you know what? Maybe not best case scenario. Kind of seems like it was, but actually, Mad Moody Monkey ends up being in a pretty good spot here. He like if anything, he kind of just got deliverance out of the way now, and then is still continuing to tunnel, which is nice. They do pop another gen at like 1 o'clock, so that one is now out of the way as well. And oh, you know that hit probably looked so bad on Disaster's screen. Even on our screen, it didn't look great, but especially with Disaster being high ping, that probably looked so bad, that hit. And then down goes Disaster. It's going to be a second hook. I mean, it can't be a Scourge hook, but it's going to be a hook. That's going to be his second stage. Milton is off the hook and probably back on working on gens. Yeah. He's currently doing the gen beside Shaq at 6. Oh. Burzard going to be getting chased off this gen. Oh, man. Mad Moody Monkey has his power, finds Burzard. Ooh, should be able to get this down. Yeah, there's the down of the Burzard. Now he could also make his way back to the hook if he wants as well, which he probably will. So this is a ton of pressure for Monkey. This is a ton of pressure, because now they got to stress about how they're going to unhook Disaster, if they even can unhook Disaster. And while they're worrying about that, they someone also has to go help Burzard. Like, this is basically one less survivor doing gens this whole time, and also they have to worry about picking him up. This is just so much pressure. It's so much time off gens for the survivors. Milton said, you know what? Fuck Burzard. He can stay on the ground. He's currently just chilling and doing a gen. TJ, he's gonna bounce landing over. He does have reassurance, but he's gotta be careful. Yeah, that's not great. I guess that was just a desperation play. I think he was hoping. Well, he did get the reassurance off, but Milton's injured, so like I don't think it's gonna matter. Milton's gonna pick up Burzard. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna matter, because everyone's injured. If someone was like full health and they can run up and like just kill themselves for the unhook, it would maybe be okay. I think that was like a desperation play, just hoping that Oni was going to run out of power soon. I mean, he does have Lion's Fang. Lion's Fang ended up being really clutch there. If he didn't have Lion's Fang, and if his power would have ran out, then that play would have actually been decent and it would have made sense. But it did not run out. TJ goes down right on top of the hook. And yeah, now Mad Moody Monkey's gonna have a free Scourge hook on him, which is gonna regress that gen that Burzard was working on. Well, actually, it's probably gonna hit that other gen, right? It had a good bit of progress. It's gonna hit one of the gens either way. Well, he's getting a lot of progress on this for the hook. Nope, it hit. Yeah, it hit that other gen. But regardless, Mad Moody Monkey in a pretty good spot right now. I mean, there's only one gen left, but he has a ton of pressure. These guys had to pick each other up. There's gonna be orbs everywhere because of how many people were injured. And he's gonna be able to pop. He's basically just gonna be able to live in his power at this point. It's going to be really hard to unhook. It's going to be really hard to do much of anything as long as Monkey's able to get these hits in his power, which he's been doing a pretty good job of this so far. Somebody's here. He just doesn't know where. They turned the corner. They just walked it. Oh, the whiff. The whiff. Seems like he got a little bit panicky there and didn't quite keep track of him well. But there he goes. He finds him again. Downs him. And Burzard might just be working the gen. Yeah, Burzard just seems to want to get a gen done. But even that, I don't think Mad Moody Monkey's going to let him, because he probably realizes, right? Oh, now he's definitely going to realize. Now he definitely realizes. So yeah, Mad Moody Monkey's going to go after Burzard. There it is. Milton still has Unbreakable though. So like, it's not officially over yet. He can Unbreakable and then unhook TJ. But it's still looking like, it's still looking very unlikely that they're going to be able to get the final gen done. Because, yeah, the killer also recognizing that, being able to recognize the Unbreakable, slugs Burzard, comes back. My camera switch wasn't working for some reason. He's going to stay on Milton? And yeah, TJ is probably gonna go try to pick up Burzard, but again, like we're just kind of playing musical slugs at this point. Actually, he's not. He's gonna go work. He's actually just gonna go work at Gen. Now he's gonna go get Burzard. I mean, at this point for Team Overcome, they're just desperately trying to get the 5th gen done, because that could absolutely be a big difference maker. I mean, Oni on Cool Tower is like, this is definitely a good map for Oni, and especially considering that these games are like high ping games, it seems pretty likely that the results for Oni are going to be strong. Like a 4K at 1 gen is pretty reasonable, right? Like that's a pretty reasonable result to get. So I feel like if you can just get all 5 gens done, that honestly doesn't put you in a bad spot going into your killer round. So the survivors are really wanting to get that 5th gen done. I don't know if they'll be able to. It's seeming a bit unlikely, but you never know. I mean, Burzard does have deja vu, which helps a little. TJ tries to rush that unhook and get it, but he couldn't quite get it, and that's probably gonna be the end of it. Yeah, Mad Mini Monkey here is gonna slug. He's gonna patrol the gens to make sure that none of them get done, and when he does, he's gonna find Burzard. And yep, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be the 4K. I mean, good try from Overcome. I do think that, like, to be honest with you, I feel like they maybe still had a chance if they would have just kind of let Disaster die on hook. Like, I think, like, I mean, obviously in hindsight, like, hindsight's 2020, so, like, obviously it's easy to say this, like looking back. But that attempt at, ooh, that was a good little flick. That attempt at a reassurance play from TJ, like, basically right on top of the hook where he went down, was very not ideal. I mean, even before that, they were still in a rough spot because of, you know, Mad Mini Monkey making the good play of going and finding Burzard and killing him too. Like, overall, they were just, I think Mad Mini Monkey was just in a really good spot. The down at the hook didn't really help, and yeah, I mean, overall, just really great result from Monkey. I think he did a really good job. I will say, to be honest with you, I think the survivors did a decent job of at least getting gens done. Because, like, with how good of a start Mad Mini Monkey got, I mean, he got a hit pretty quickly, right? Like, it wasn't, like, super fast, but it was, like, decently fast. And he, like, with how well Mad Mini Monkey played this, the fact that they were at least able to get 4 gens done is honestly solid. Because he was kind of snowballing and going hard, right? Like, he was going pretty ham. So, I definitely think they could have gotten a worse result. TJ's going to get found. He's going to get hooked. And that's going to hit. That's going to be it. That's going to secure it. Strange question. Would it be illegal to use a timer to time how long Oni's in power? No. There's really no way for us to really, like, keep track of that. I mean... No, I mean, yeah, I mean, like you could do that for anything, right? You can do that for like plague power, Oni power, anything, right? And there's really no way for us to like keep track of that at all. Like there's no, like, even if we wanted to ban that, like, how could we possibly ban it, you know? Like, I don't know if it's really possible. So yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, if you want to be like, Alexa, set a timer for fucking whatever amount of seconds, you know, like, I guess feel free. We can't really do much about it. Well, GG's. That was a solid performance, man. That was a very solid performance from Mad Mini Monkey. Survivors getting 4K at 1 gen. Again, given how well Mad Mini Monkey did, I think the Survivors getting all 4 gens done was also solid. So I do think solid performance from both sides. This feels like the Survivors of Rats of RBD now should be in a pretty good spot to maybe get this win, because all they got to do is finish all 5 gens, right? They don't even have to like get anybody out. They just got to finish all 5 gens and that's it. But at the same time, Oni, Cool Tower, still a bit more, it's still a bit difficult, right? Like, it's definitely not free. And again, especially considering that they're going to be playing on EU ping, it's definitely not going to be free by any means. So I think Mad Mini Monkey definitely put their team in a good spot to get this win, but we'll see, man. We'll see what Milton has to say about it, because I feel like Oni, again, he can pop the fuck off, man. I don't know. The schedule isn't updated, so give me a minute to get on that. Yeah. It's all good. No rush. No hurry. Sorcore, what up? How's it going? If hypothetically I were to use speed hacks and instantly do all gens and fly across the map, would that be illegal? Oh no, man, because I mean, we can't stop that either, you know? Like, hypothetically, you could just, yeah, you could actually just cheat. And, like, really, what can we do about it, you know? I mean, we're pretty loose here on the rolls. It's totally fine. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, it's totally cool. By all means, go nuts. Yo, what's up, bro? How's it going, dude? I'm doing good. How are you, buddy? Hello. What are the numbers on the minimap for? That's the callouts of Survivor. Like, I'm going to sometimes use those to identify, like, where they're at. Like, sometimes I'll be like, oh, they got the gen done at like 1 o'clock. And if I say that, then that means they got the gen done where the 1 is on that map, basically. But that's basically like the clock callouts for survivors and how they like kind of communicate where they are or where the killer is. And yeah, we have overlays for all the maps this weekend, courtesy of Nando's. Nando's hooked us up and made us like these little overlays for all the maps, which is fucking sick. And if he keeps doing that going forward, it's gonna be really, really cool. Can't ban it till you see it abused. Exactly. See, Tekel gets it. Tekel gets it. Until it gets abused, I can't ban it. Am I like, do I need to invite people? That's probably a thing, right? Get in here, you damn kids. Get on in here. Get on in here, you fuckers. Yeah, they're probably waiting on me, huh? So the south side is all 6, but every other side has multiple callouts. Or are these map specific callouts? Well, it's map specific because Cool Tower specifically has that little like divot at the bottom. Like you see how Cool Tower is shaped, where there's like those little like inlets, you know? Like really, there's only one thing that spawns. Like there's only 2 tiles at 6 o'clock on Cool Tower. Like there's Shack and then there's one other like tile to the side of it. And then at 5 o'clock there's a jungle gym, and then at 7 o'clock there's like a tile, and then at 6 o'clock there's like at 8 o'clock there's like a jungle gym. So like, yeah, it's still like on this map in particular, it's like 6 is the bottom, the full bottom. But on other maps that might be different, right? Like if the map was like a full rectangle and didn't have those little inlets, then like 7 and 5 would be like the full corners basically. It depends on like the shape of the map, really. Where would you put Andrio in a tier list now that it's been a bit? I'll take 1 for pubs and 1 for comp. For pubs, she's probably like A tier or S tier. It's hard to say. Yeah, honestly, like maybe like for pubs, I feel like the way that you should probably determine it is like how much effort does it take from the survivor or from the killer versus effort from survivors. And I feel like if that's really the protocol, then she's probably like high A tier, maybe low S tier. But if we're talking like good players, like if we're talking like you run into good players and they know what they're doing, then yeah, she's probably like B tier, maybe. If even, I don't know. She might even be less than B tier. She might honestly be like C tier. It's hard to say. I feel like against good survivors that just grab tapes and hold them, like I don't really know what the fuck you're gonna do, you know? I made a video on it, Token Prince. If you want to go to my YouTube, it's like one of my more recent videos. Like the whole beginning of the video is me just talking about her changes and what exactly they did. She seems really bad to me. Well, yeah, it's because you're good at the game, Swish. Yeah, it's because you're good. I mean, if you go against people that are good, yeah, she's really, really bad. But like the point is like if you're going against survivors that don't know what they're doing, like if you're going against survivors that don't know like how to loop and avoid getting M1'd by a stealth killer, then she just gets free like condemned for days. Like again, I think like the skill and effort it takes to be good against Sadako is not proportionate to the skill it takes to be a strong Sadako, if that makes sense. Like if you're just like even if you're like pretty bad at killer, if you just like know to spam teleports and to target the people with the tape and that's it, like if you just know those things, you're probably going to be winning most of your games. You know what I mean? Like that's really all it takes. Isn't every killer A tier against survivors who don't know how to loop? Not really, because like there's a lot of killers, even like really strong killers, like Pyramid Head or something. If they just hold W across the map, like if you're playing on like Mother's Dwelling and they just hold W to like the opposite corner of the map while all their teammates do gens, especially if you just like miss a shockwave or two, then yeah, you'll probably lose. Like it's the fact that you can basically insta kill and circumvent like, you know, the whole like losing gens while people hold W across the map type thing. Anyway, here we go. Rats of RPD burning their RPD offering. You love to see it. This is going to be game 2. They basically just have to finish 5 gens. And for the killer, Milton, he's basically got a 4K with 2 gens remaining to get the win. 4K with one gen remaining would be the tie. So I think there's actually a pretty decent chance for there being a tie here. But we'll see. Milton rocking Pop, Deadlock, Crypt Intervention, and Bamboozle. He's got the same add-ons as Mad Moody Monkey had, so that's pretty nice. Trepidation's got Unbreakable Deliverance. Looks like Mad Moody Monkey's going to be rocking the Reassurance Kinship. Ryomu's got Balance. Rimu's got the full objective build. Jetski Jimmy! No! no, Jimmy. No, another early hit. I saw that chase happening in the corner, but I didn't. I wanted to just cycle the builds real quick. Oh God, is Jet Ski Jimmy lagging? Oh, is he lagging? Oh no. Like you guys are seeing that, right? That did not look great. Jet Ski Jimmy does have DS for the people and head on. Interesting set of perks. But I mean, is the DS survivor? So I guess it's not the worst thing ever that he's getting chased. But definitely him getting hit this early is not great either. Am I lagging? Is Milton lagging? Is somebody lagging? This feels... Oh, God. I think maybe Milton's lagging. This feels really weird, you know? This definitely feels weird. We are all lagging. Every single human being alive is lagging. All right, Jet Ski Jimmy's going to go down on this corner. Looks like Trepidation is going to be doing this gen. Mad Bitty Monkey is currently duoed on the main gen with Ryomu. And he's gonna be getting hooked kind of nearby it, so he might be able to go up there and kick it with Pop. If they're oh, he's also got his power too. So yeah, they're gonna have to bail. And this is also kind of scary because only one of them has balanced landing. But he's gonna opt to kick the gen first. Make sure he gets that regression. Gonna pop back down with his power. There's 2 full health survivors here though. So like if they're not careful, this could snowball really quickly. Like if you can find even just one of them and then like down them and then go back to the hook, it could be massive. But the fact that they didn't go down here is actually kind of big. Finds the other gen progress that was being done by Mad Bitty Monkey, who's not there anymore. Gonna pop power and make his way back. I think Trepidation will have time to get this unhook. Yep, the unhook comes in. Gets a double hit though on the unhook. This actually might deny deliverance if Milton can get this down fast enough. Oh my God, this looks so laggy. Yeah, that had to deny it. That had to fucking deny it. So yeah, there's actually no deliverance from that. Unbreakable is still in play for Trepidation, so they will be on they will be on Unbreakable, but no deliverance in play yet. Mad Bitty Monkey does, or sorry, Jet Ski Jimmy does DS. He should be able to make this pallet. There he goes. Milton respecting it. We'll probably get the hit here though. Respecting being able to respect half pallets is actually really nice. Means you can loop around and get the hit. So there you go. Good play from Milton. Good recognition on that. He is going to get the second down on the Jet Ski Jimmy. And this will be the second hook coming in. Bam. There you go. Pop goes the Weasel up again. And still no gens done. Still no gens done. Pop goes the Weasel up again. Still no gens done. That gen in main I don't think has gotten worked again. Milton finds this gen that has a ton of progress and kicks it as well. Pop is doing work for him right now, man. I mean, it's interesting not seeing pain res, but Pop is doing work right now. So it's kind of hard to argue it. The gen in main got regressed a ton. That gen got regressed a ton. And he just keeps getting these downs and hooks near the gens that have a bunch of progress too. Ooh, okay. Pop's power finds Ryomu. Ooh, goes for a bit of a crazy flick, but doesn't quite get it. This gen pops. And Deadlock comes in. Finds a gazillion blood. Oh, what the fuck just happened? I don't even know. That kind of looks like it should have hit, but it didn't. Finds down to the Mad Bitty Monkey. Jet Ski Jimmy gets unhooked across the map. Milton's going to make his way back. He still has about half his power, so he still has plenty of room here to try to kill Jet Ski Jimmy, who is going to vault into the window, get hit with endurance. That'll give him some more distance. About a fourth of the power left. So if Jet Ski Jimmy can just stay alive for like 1 or 2 more dashes, he should be able to turn Oni back into an M1 killer. But I think he's going to die here. I think he dies here. Yep. Yep. Lion's Fang doing work. Having that extra little bit of power is doing a lot for him right now. So good play by Milton. That's gonna be a killing. That's gonna be a killing it onto Jet Ski Jimmy, and still 4 gens left. 4 gens left, man. So that's pretty brutal, dude. That is pretty brutal. He's gonna be able to kick this gen with Pop. That's gonna regress, dude. The amount of gen regression that he's gotten so far, he's probably regressed like an entire gen worth of progress so far, which is pretty rough. Trepidation is on a gen that has a ton of progress. Milton seems like he kind of wants to hold down this top side of the map. There's kind of like 4 gens here, and again, if he 4Ks with these 4 gens up, then he wins. So it seems like he might be wanting to hold these down, although it's going to be kind of hard. There's a lot of progress here. This has been progressed more. I think this might have been the one that Trepidation was working on. The other 2 are duoed up. Okay, they are hardcore working these middle gens. Oh no! Oh, the sprinter burst from Trepidation. Oh, the bamboozle on the window though. Trepidation's going to be in trouble. Will likely get hit. Does have this pallet, but I don't think they'll be able to make it. Actually, they do make it. It was hard to tell. I feel like they weren't going to make it, but then they did make it. So now I don't know what's happening anymore. But Trepidation able to make that pellet. That's kind of huge. It's going to deny the killer his power more. They're able to pop that gen in the middle map by Hill. I'm sorry. They're able to pop the 9 o'clock gen, the gen at 9 o'clock. So now they're trying to get the gen done at 2 o'clock. And now spit up all the middle gens. He does find the hit on the Mad Mini Monkey, though. That's going to give him power. And he also sees Ryomu as well. So it's kind of just like fish in a barrel here. There's just survivors everywhere for him to kill. Did Trepidation get the second unhook too? I'm not sure. Ryomu hopping in the locker. This basically just forces the Oni to pull you out of the locker and forces him to get out of his power, is what the point of that is. That like stops him from snowballing. Trepidation was able to get the deliverance up, so I think they did. Yeah, they must have got the unhook onto Jesky Jimmy for the second time. And Trepidation will also be able to get this gen done as well. So that gen that was at about 2 o'clock is going to get done, and that's going to be a good gen in terms of like splitting up the gen macro, because now there's 2 bottom side and 2 top side, which is nice. The killer finding Mad Mini Monkey tries to make a bamboozle play, but Mad Mini Monkey doesn't die to it. It does kind of give him a little less distance though. Oh my god, this looks so laggy. What the fuck is happening, dude? What is happening? Mad Mini Monkey jumping into the locker. Again, same situation as Ryomu, just forcing the pull out, forcing the killer to not be able to snowball as hard. Ryomu gonna hop on this top main gen, and oh man, that gen was at like 80% at one point. It was like at like 80 or 90, and it's back down to like 0 now, which is brutal. I'm really curious to hear what happened here. Was it just like, did we just get a faulty server? Was it the player that was high ping? Like, does Milton have high ping and it's just lagging the whole server? Or is it the server itself? Because it feels like everyone looks like they're lagging around. Like, it doesn't seem like it's like one person. It feels like the whole server is just shit. Like, DVD might be having like a bad server day. Ryomu vaults the window. Milton predicts it and gets the down. So there's another one. I think they're trying to figure out exactly what to do here. Ryomu gets hooked again. Oh, Trepidation gets found immediately and is gonna get hit. Unfortunate. It seems like they maybe... Oh no, I thought they might have had 99 sprint burst, but they didn't. That's gonna give Milton his power with 2 people injured and somebody on hook. He's in a really strong spot now. So again, if he can get this kill before they pop one more gen, or if he can get this 4K before they pop one more gen, that'll be game ending. Like, that'll be the win for the set for Overcome. But if they're able to pop even just one more gen, it'll at least secure the tie. He's gonna get the down on the Mad Mini Monkey though, and he's gonna pick up immediately. Looks like Trepidation and Ryomu are gonna hop on this gen at Shack with Prove Thyself. But they're not going to be able to get this done by the time the Oni shows up. And he's going to show up again with Pop Quiz the Weasel. Every hook he gets, he shows up to a gen with Pop. So Pop has been doing work for Milton this game. Like, I think it did a lot better than Pain Res would have done in this scenario, just in general. Because I feel like every single time he gets a hook, even from here until the end of the game, every single time he does, he just shows up at a gen, kicks it with Pop. It's so hard for them to be able to get any like gen progress going. Because all the progress they're getting right now is just most likely going to get hit, right? Like, it's like they're going to lose a big chunk of this. He gets his power again. So here, I think Rats of RPD, wisely, they had Ryomu kind of off to the side, and they had Trepidation standing near the gen. Trepidation is the Deliverance survivor. So if they want anybody to go down, it's Trepidation. So like Trepidation, I think staying in like kind of harm's way in terms of like aggro is a good idea, which is what they're doing. Milton double bamboozles the window. He's gonna pop power. The unhook does coming across the map now too. So again, this is probably best case scenario for the survivors to have Trepidation being chased. Ryomu, I believe, was the Prove Thyself survivor. Again, these hits probably look wild, man. I don't know. Milton's actually gonna slug and go after the others. He's gonna find Mad Mini Monkey and get that down too, and this is looking pretty game over. I think Trepidation had used their Unbreakable earlier as well, right? Because on that first unhook, I think Trepidation died for it and had to use Unbreakable for it. So this is looking pretty over, probably. Oh, there's the scratch marks. He's gonna run out of power though. They actually will probably be able to pick up Trepidation. Yeah, there's the pickup on Trepidation. Not fully over yet. But Mad Mini Monkey's gonna die here, and it's gonna turn the game into a 2v1, which makes it pretty impossible. So there's the hook. Pop Goes the Weasel's going to be up. They're going to be cranking this gen at 6. Cranking it as in like it's at like 25%. And Trepidation's probably going to go upstairs. But again, all the gens are so regressed. There's so many orbs around the map. Milton just has his power up constantly. Like, he's just like permanently in his power right now. There's orbs everywhere. These guys have been injured for this whole time. He's going to bamboozle that window. He'll probably pop power now, I would assume. I guess he maybe just wants to run her down without power. I don't know. Okay, down decides to pop once he realizes that she's transitioned to the jungle gym. Oh, big flick from Milton there. That was a sick flick. But she was actually jumping into the locker. It was the front locker. I don't think he really realized. She has this pallet. She jumps in the locker again. She's just trying to buy time. Oh shit. They're actually gonna get to tie, I think. I think that chase was good enough. I don't think Milton will be able to get this hook and make it to that gen in time. I think Trepidation's got this. They absolutely do. So that's gonna secure the tie. So bam, that gen comes in, and hypothetically, if Trepidation can get out somehow, which I don't think is gonna happen, because Milton's just gonna go to hatch. Milton's gonna go straight to hatch and close it, and also it's gonna have power. So I don't think there's any way that Trepidation's gonna get out of this. Well, hypothetically, if Trepidation can escape here, that would be the win, but I don't think it'll happen. I can't believe Milton isn't popping power and just demon dashing over here. I don't think it matters anyway. I think even just running, I think he's still gonna make it. It's a pretty small map, so yeah, I think regardless, Trepidation is gonna die, and that's gonna be a tie. That's gonna be a tie for the first game, which is I'm kind of happy with, because like I feel like this second game felt like it was so laggy that I feel like, I don't know. I'm kind of happy to see a tie because of how laggy it was, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like either side winning maybe would have felt bad, because like I'm sure the lag probably feels horrible for both of them. So I'm kind of happy with the fact that this ended up being a tie. Like I'm kind of with that. I'm kind of about it. I'm about it. So there you go. 4K won from both sides. That's going to be an exact even result from both sides. And yeah, we'll be tied going into the dredge set, right? I think it's dredge. And that also means that we're going to see all 3 killers no matter what. Yep, dredge and then hillbilly. So we're definitely going to see dredge and hillbilly out of these 2 teams. We're going all 3 sets no matter what, which is pretty exciting, man. Pretty exciting. Good, because I think this is a good matchup of teams. So I am pumped to see all 3 games. So GG's, well played by Milton. I think Milton did play that extremely well. I think Rats of RBD also did as well. Again, the hits came in really early on both sides, which is kind of understandable because of the ping, especially this server because of the extreme lag. But yeah, I would say both sides played really well. I think Milton did a really good job with this build. Like Pop Goes the Weasel did so much for him this game. He did such a good job of like finding the survivors when he needed to and pressuring where he needed to and when. And again, like the last survivors, I think it was actually very impressive of Rats of RPD to be able to get that 4th gen done. Like, it was looking kind of hopeless. It kind of seemed like they were going to get 4K to 2 gens left, but then being able to like get the progress they needed and like be able to like kind of position in the right places and basically do exactly what they needed to do to get that 4th gen done is massive. So they do secure the tie, and solid play from both sides. And hopefully the servers are fucking better, because that looked awful. That looked absolutely terrible. But hopefully the servers are not dog shit going forward. I don't know. Something I guess I'll say, like Dino's not here to like really make a call on this. So I'll just say myself that if you guys load into a server and it's like, if you can feel that it's that laggy within the first like 30 seconds or so, feel free to just DC. Like, feel free to just DC and like end the game if you want. If it's in the first like 30 seconds, like maybe minute or something, like as long as it's like before things happen, you know what I mean? If it's like before things start happening. I mean, Oni's kind of a tough one, because I feel like even Oni getting a single hit is a massive start. So like, even if somebody gets hit, it's like, oh shit, I don't know if I want to take it away after like a hit comes in. But if it's in like the first like 20-30 seconds or so or something, I mean, feel free to just like DC from the match and be like, no, that server was shit. Let's try again. Because yeah, servers have been kind of dog shit lately, and I don't want that to keep being a thing, you know? Yo, Autumn Day, thanks for the sub. Welcome in, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. B-Rose, 600 bits, said, hey, Tofu, thanks for being a part of my weekly routine. Jiggling. Hope you're going to be doing a bunches of matches today. I'm going to. A whole bunches of matches. Good to see you, gamer. Good to see you. Appreciate the 200 bits. Crimson Demon also reset for 8 months. Thank you, man. And Rogue reset for 26 months. Thank you, bud. Milton restarting their game just in case it was a thing. It seemed like everybody was lagging, so I don't think it was Milton, but yeah, I mean, we'll try just in case. Hit a hug text so strong it crashed the server. Not gonna lie, servers have been awful. Is it your fault, Scooty? Has it been your fault all along? Son bitch. Son bitch. How could you done it? Son bitch. In your best hillbilly accent, say, well, tarnation, commence the jiggling. Commence that there jiggling. Well, tarnation. What's next killer? Dredge. Dredge is next killer. Dredge is next killer. Dredge is being played on Family Residence, which I will update the map when I can. Let me give you guys a new prediction as well. Oh, wait. Nope, never mind. I think Panda beat me to it. Or somebody beat me to it. Zelric, you got it. Nice, 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 nice. Dredge set. There you go. You can bet on the Dredge set. Dredge is played on Family Residence. So it's a different map. It's not Cool Tower. Family Residence is a little bit of a harder map for Dredge. Although, even with it being a harder map, we've seen Dredges get really good results. Like thus far, like on Friday, pretty much every Dredge game. I think there was one Dredge game where survivors got out. I think it was like, I think we saw like 4 Dredge games if I'm not mistaken. And I think 3 out of the 4 were 4Ks, and one of them had survivors get out. So even with Family Residence being like a relatively like not great map for Dredge, he's still performing very, very well. So yeah, DC on first down got a 3 out. Yeah. But other than that match, I think every other one was a 4K. So Dredge has been doing pretty decently on that map overall. We'll see if that keeps up or not. I'm not sure, but that's been how it's been historically so far out of our 4 games, which isn't a huge sample size. I mean, obviously, like that doesn't. I mean, 4 games isn't necessarily the end all be all, but we will see. We never had that rubber banding before. It was insane. Let's hope it was just a bad server. Yeah, I think it was. Because again, if it was just one person lagging, then I think it would just be them lagging. Because it's dedicated servers, right? It's not like it's like P2P anymore. So if it was one person like having bad ping, I think it would only affect that one person, and that's it. So I think it has to be. I think it has to be like the servers. Like I don't see what else it could be. Hey there, anywhere we can see the allowed perks and items. Why, yes, you can. I have a rule set here. Check it out, dude. Check it out. Over on the bottom left side, I think is where we'll see most of like the restrictions. Basically, for survivors, you have to run individual items. You get to run unique items, and they have to be yellow rarity and under, including the add-ons. So there's no like green items or add-ons allowed. You have to bring a unique item unless it's a firecracker. You can hypothetically bring 4 firecrackers. That's the only item that you're allowed to repeat. The rest of them can't be repeated. You can't have like multiple medkits or multiple flashlights unless stated otherwise. Against certain killers, like against Nemesis, we allow multiple flashlights. Do you want me to scooch in the scores so you can move up the map in the corner? You can try it if you want. If you want to try it, feel free. Like if you can do it and make it look good, then yeah, by all means, go nuts. I think all these images and everything now and all the rules are in the Discord though. So like if you want to have if you want to see where everything is, like the Discord should have all the information that you could ever want. But like a quick summary is basically just every survivor needs to run unique perks, also a unique survivor character, also a unique item. The items have to be yellow rarity and under. There are certain perks that are banned on both sides globally. Like on Survivor, you can't run Made for This ever. Like Made for This is globally banned, and so is Dramaturgy. They're both globally banned. On the killer side, Haunted Ground is globally banned, Lethal Pursuer is globally banned, Darkness Revealed is globally banned, and the No Ad, No Way Out combo is globally banned. I think those are the only, if I'm not mistaken, I think those are the only global bans on killer. Well, those plus any add-ons that causes exposed for killers that normally don't have exposed. Those are also globally banned. And then each killer has like some set restrictions based on their own strengths and weaknesses. Like we like restrict certain killers add-ons. Like actually, for instance, Dredge can't run lavalier microphone. Oh shit, I can't go to Dredge because I don't have them unlocked. Fuck. But Dredge can't run lavalier microphone or field recorder. Those are 2 purple add-ons on him that are banned, and you can't run them because they are too strong. They are too strong. So we actually banned those as well. But like again, it depends on the killer, it depends on the character, it depends on the situation. Why Darkness Revealed? Because it's basically Lethal Pursuer from Walmart. It's like Walmart Lethal Pursuer. You can spawn in and open a locker and basically get free information on like at least one person most of the time. So it's kind of a way to get like a discount Lethal Pursuer, which is what we don't want. Yo, Disco, thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you. You even banned the OP Garden of Rot. What do you mean? We allowed it. We allowed you to play with it. What are you talking about? I told you, dude. We'll allow it. That fucking B tier offering or B tier add-on or whatever the fuck it is. I'll allow it, dude. I don't give a fuck. I'm down. Sign me up. What's up, Disco? Thanks for the raid, dude. Comp Omega Law, right? Imagine playing Comp DVD, dude. Imagine being a fucking loser that plays Comp DVD. Ugh, dude. That's worse than Comp Left 4 Dead 2, dude. Fucking losers, man. Total dweebs, man. Absolute Melvins. Could you reduce the map's opaqueness? You want it to be less opaque? Like more transparent? Well, is it like, do you feel that way from like the last game? Because I feel like if I make it more opaque, then you can't see the numbers. To be honest with you, I think maybe going forward, I think, Genendos, if you're in here, I don't know if you hear me, but I think if he makes future ones, I think we should maybe have the numbers be like full bold black. Like, I think them being white with a black outline makes it tough, because if I try to make it kind of opaque, then the numbers fade too much. Because yeah, like here, if I do this, like the numbers are kind of hard to see, right? Like it makes the numbers a bit more difficult to see. But I don't know, you guys can let me know. For like in the meantime, if this is better, I'll keep it like this. But if you guys want it more opaque again, then I'm down to do that as well. I watched Friday VOD, and as soon as you started talking about opaqueness, I almost had a PTSD episode. But it turns out everything is fine now. Excellent growth. Thank you. Yeah, I've grown. Okay, I now know what opaque means. Okay, don't worry. We're not gonna have a half an hour episode where we go through and have to talk about what the definition of opaque is and figure out how wrong and dumb I am, you know? It's cool. Yeah, you got, yeah, sure. That's good enough. I'm sure you'll invite the rest. We're fine. Hit me next to the resub. 5 months. Welcome back, gamer. Appreciate it. Thank you. Do you have any advice for people who want to put up, or sorry, who want to put on their own scrim/tournament? Don't do it. That's my advice. Don't do it. Simply don't do it. I don't want no competition, all right? I don't want no fucking competition. Hell no. These are my scrims. These are my, you trying to run scrims? Hell no. I'm gonna fucking break them kneecaps. I don't think so. I'm gonna send my boys over there trying to run scrims. I dominate the scrim market, okay? I own scrims. No, but really, I don't know. In terms of like tournaments, man, I don't know. Like the thing about like these scrims that are cool, like if you want to run something scrim related, I'd say it's pretty chill and you can just wing it and do it however the fuck you want. I don't really know. It's hard to really give advice. If you're running an actual tournament, I can't really give you advice, man. Tournaments are a lot harder because there's a lot more things you have to worry about, right? Like with scrims, I can be really lenient and kind of lax on things because there's no like prize pool. People aren't really playing for anything, right? Like you're kind of just playing just to play, you know? But like, if there was like a big prize pool, like say like I put up like $1,000 for a prize pool or something, or just like anything, right? If there was anything that you were playing for, then you kind of have to be more like strict on things, right? Like doing things like ping checking, doing things like making sure that the person on the account is actually the person on the account and stuff. Because like people will always try to do like sneaky shit. Like you gotta like do like screen watching and, you know, there's so much, dude. There's so much to it in terms of just like running things and making sure that it runs smoothly, especially when there's like money on the line. That honestly, I don't even know if I'm the person to ask for advice. It's a lot. It's a lot. So I don't know. My advice would be, if you want to do it, you could always just wing it. And even if it comes out like, even if like mistakes are made and it comes out like kind of poorly in some way, just say fuck it and use it as a learning experience, you know? If you really want to try to get it as right as you can first try, maybe like hit up the people from like DVD League or something. Maybe hit up some of the people that do tournaments on the daily and like ask them for advice, because they'd probably be able to give you better advice than I could, because I really don't know. Like there's a lot that goes into it that I'm just not even aware of, but I know that there's a lot. If Live Layer Microphone is banned, does that mean Lepros Lights is banned? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. There ain't no way in fuck we're allowing Lepros. That was fucking stupid as shit. What's your opinion on aura reading on killers? Are they OP? Yeah, I mean it's wall hacks, dude. It's wall hacks. It's clearly OP, right? Like hello, like hello. It's literally wall hacks. Hey everybody, how's stream treating you today? You're pretty good, Jungrim. How's it going, dude? What's up, gamer? Good to see you, man. You used to do Auric Cells? Me? No. I don't think I've ever. I think maybe one time ever I've had Auric Cell giveaways. Maybe. I don't know if I ever have, actually. No, we did 2 different tournaments before here, but like Swish random, and we did like a money prize pool. The first one was just like a set of, if I remember correctly, I think the first one was just like a set amount of money, and then the second one we did like a community fund raised prize pool where I basically let people donate, and then all the donations went to like the prize pool. And it ended up being like a pretty decent sized prize pool. It was like 5K or something. But no, I don't think I ever did orc sales. Oh yeah, we used to do subs. Yeah, I used to give subs to the winners of scrims, but we stopped that too. Yeah. Why did you schedule artist the week I can't play? Were you stalking me to find a perfect time to not let me play artist? Wait, really? You can't play during the artist week? Get fucked. No, man, we're trying to get you artists, dude. Just stop being unavailable, man. Like, what are you doing? You're fucking up. You should know Dredge is a minor bug. What's his minor bug? Chat was a great sponsor. I agree, dude. Chat was a great sponsor. I agree. To be honest, like if I wanted to run more tournaments going forward, we could actually look into getting like actual sponsors, like company sponsors, as opposed to like having chat throw in their like hard-earned money and having that be how we like fund the prize pool. It'd be kind of cool just to get like a company, you know? Fucking Plarium, dude. Raid Shadow Legends Tournament of Champions. There you go, dude. Easy peasy. Massive prize pool for that bad boy. That'd be sick. Yo, Pimmy, thanks for the resub, by the way, for 5 months. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, dude. Mate and G, what's up? Hello, hello. All right, here we go. We're going to the Dredge games. Dredge can break locks from the inside right now. From the inside? Like when you're in the locker, you can M1 and it'll break it? Is that what you're saying? Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right. Freddy Booty Smacker on Killer. Trepidation has the Unbreakable Deliverance. Mad Monkey has... I like Circular Healing. I like seeing that. I think against Reds is actually going to be really useful. Oh, Freddy Booty Smacker has that... What's this? Oh, God. You guys have to remind me what this Ultra Rare does. But the doll is basically 20 more seconds of whatchamacallit. Nightfall. 20 more seconds of Nightfall. And then this Ultra Rare, I actually can't remember what it does. You guys will have to remind me. But I'm kind of surprised to not see Mouththinker Skull. Mouththinker Skull is almost always ran on Dredge. It's usually like Mouththinker Skull, Slobby Butcher, but no Slobby Butcher, no Mouththinker Skull. Going for a little bit of a different approach. It blocks windows. Yeah, that's what I thought. Is it only a Nightfall, or is it even not a Nightfall? It's like if you teleport to a locker and come out of it, it like blocks all windows near where you jump out for like 10 seconds or something, right? It's something like that. But is it only during Nightfall or not? I'm not sure. Freddy teleporting around, finds Ryomu, gets a pretty decently fast opening hit. The build is Bamboozle, Deadlock, Noed, and Corrupt Intervention. Corrupt Intervention is going to go away. Ryomu actually goes down pretty quick here. Pretty fast first down and at Shack. That was not an ideal chase for Ryomu at all. That was very, very not ideal, actually. So kind of unfortunate. Ryomu is also the objective player, too. Has Prove Thyself, Deja Vu, and the Toolbox. That's like pretty much every like generator perk and item in the game on one survivor, and they're currently the one that's hooked in basement, which is really not ideal for Rats of RPD. Freddy Blue Smacker says, you know what? I'm just going to jump in this locker, and I'm just going to farm. So right now, Freddy is basically just farming Nightfall. Like, the person's down below him in the basement, and Freddy is literally just farming Nightfall. As he sits in this locker, Nightfall rapidly charges, and there he goes. Nightfall is now charged. He's like, sweet. Sweet, man. It's all dark now. Now I can go out and start adventuring. So here he goes. They're all 3 on separate gens. Jet Ski Jimmy's going to get chased away here. Well, Freddy going to hit that lock with his hooves and get rid of it and then go right back to basement. The survivors seem to kind of understand what's going on here, and they're not terribly interested in this save, it seems like. It seems like maybe Trepidation is setting up for it. Trepidation does have Unbreakable Deliverance, so it kind of makes sense that they would they might want to go for it. But even Trepidation says, you know what? Nah, I'm good. And goes back to the gen. Jet Ski Jimmy's gen gets deadlocked. But Freddy has a pretty good build for this. I mean, Deadlock makes this kind of a thing a lot more strong, right? Like, being able to just basically sit here and watch someone die in basement becomes a lot more valuable when you have things like Deadlock to do this, right? To, like, deny these gen pops. Although Deadlock lasting a long time here. Freddy wants to make his way back towards basement. Finds Mad Mini Monkey. Another gen does pop. Oh, Mammoty Monkey gets stunned while also throwing God Pallet, which is not ideal. Or sorry, gets hit while throwing God Pallet. Trepidation's gonna want to run in and get that save, I think, before Kate dies. Trepidation popped the gen they were on. That gen that was in the corner at like 11 is still 99. It's gonna be done probably soon enough. And yeah, Trepidation will have to die for this unhook for sure. But this is fine because Trepidation has Unbreakable Deliverance. So Trepidation should be okay, assuming Ryomu doesn't go down insanely fast. Like if Ryomu somehow gets two-pieced in like the craziest amount of time here, or I guess if the hit comes in, nope, okay, yeah, it should be fine. I think Trepidation will have Deliverance activated, and Unbreakable will help them get out of basement right now too. So Trepidation's totally fine. It's gonna be a matter of basically how long can Ryomu last here, right? So Ryomu's now on Death Hook, and they're just gonna be trying to throw pallets, play safe, not take too many chances. 2 gens left. Oh no! But she vaulted. Freddy Booty Smacker kind of fucked up right there because she vaulted into him, and he teleported back to where she vaulted, but then he like looked the wrong way. He like went left when she went right. Oh, okay, off the record though. I didn't realize off the record was on her. That was my mistake. A bit oblivious to the build, but good hit there. And Ryomu's gonna go into deep wounds. Has a pretty strong pallet here as well. That was strange zoning. I feel like that shouldn't have worked at all. I think maybe Ryomu got a little confused as to what was going on there, because that zoning was just like, quite frankly, not even in a good spot at all. Like that was actually pretty bad zoning, I would say. But it still somehow works. Ryomu just seems to get a little bit lost. And that's going to be the kill on Ryomu. And still 2 gens left. Still 2 gens left without a whole lot of progress either. Although, Freddy has like basically no regression. He's got, like, again, Bamboozle seems interesting. Like, it's an interesting perk. He's going to bamboozle this shack window. It's an interesting perk to see on Dredge, I think. I don't know how worth it is. But he bamboozles that window, but she just runs away anyway. And makes it over to this jungle gym. She has a short wall jungle gym here, which is a pretty decent area to be in. Nightfall coming to a survivor team near you. Bamboozles that window. Nothing is charging Nightfall though, so it's not actually going to start until either Freddy gets a hit or teleports. Well, okay, he teleported, so now it's going to start. So Nightfall is going to come into play now. But Trepidation was doing a good job there in chase. Jetski Jimmy has this gen at main at like 90%. And Mammoty Monkey's getting Shack Gen done as well. And again, the fact that there's no significant regression on this build is really interesting. Like, you would expect to see either like Pain Res or Pop or something, right? But there's really no regression. Like, he has Noah to fall back on in late game, but that's really it. There's really no way for him to stop gen progress at this point, other than just getting down really quickly, you know? Like, he just has to get down super, super fast and hope that that's the way he can do it. But with a killer like Dredge, I don't really know if that's very reliable, right? Like, Dredge is decently loopable. Jetski Jimmy doing a good job so far. Mammoty Monkey does get that gen done at Shack. Jetski Jimmy gets hit through that pallet. That might have been a ping thing. And remember, everyone here is playing on high ping. This is EU versus NA, so ping is probably 100 at least for everybody. But Freddy does get that hit. 1 gen left. The gen at main was at like 80 or 90%. So that will likely get worked on soon if it's not being worked on already. Well, actually, it's deadlocked. Once the deadlock's over, it might. Freddy Booty Smacker trying to zone, but Jetski Juicer Jimmy doing what he's got to do. Mammoty Monkey hops back on main, and Trepidation's working on a whole separate gen just in case it's needed. And Jetski Jimmy will go down here. But this is going to be hook number 4. And I think they're going to pop the final gen soon. And they just reset Nightfall as well. That's actually kind of significant. The fact that Nightfall just reset as this final gen pops is going to be big. Because I think the biggest potential that that Freddy has here is to like pop the fuck off with Noed and Nightfall, right? Like having them all be like in the darkness and not having very much vision, and also having like the fast mobility and teleports is kind of insane with Noed. So I feel like that's really the big threat, and that's kind of not here anymore. Does find Mammoty Monkey. That being said, with Noed, if you can secure a kill here on somebody, nice stun from Monkey there, even with the high ping, beautiful stun. If you can just secure a kill here on somebody that is worth 3 hook stages, that could be huge. That could be absolutely massive. I don't know if they know where Noed is. Mammoty Monkey is going to be going down for sure. He's going to die at that window. They're going to find out about Noed. Trepidation's going to go finish this gate. And yeah, I think they're just going to get out and secure the hook stages. So yeah, there you go. Yep, he's going to show up. And they're going to be like, yeah, you know what? No, thank you. No, thank you. So there you go. Honestly, though, good result, I would say. That's what, 7 hook stages? That's a 2K 7 hook stages. That's a pretty good result from the survivors, I would say. I'd say they did a really good job. Rats of RPD really showed up this match and did really, really good. Their gen progression was really solid. And like their chases were good when they needed to be, and I think they just did an overall solid job. So, but like weirdly enough, like, I don't know, like now I'm torn because earlier I was talking about how Dredge was having such good results on this map, but I feel like, how do I want to word this? I feel like I think the chases from Ryomu weren't like super solid. Like for instance, I think the tunnel out happened really fast, right? Like the first down happened super quick. And then the tunnel out, like maybe like the second chase that Ryomu had was actually pretty decent, but it wasn't like amazing. It was just like solid. But like in general, I would say that was like a very above average speed tunnel out on Ryomu, right? Like I think that kill happened pretty quickly, and they were still able to get a ton of gen progress. And even after the fact, I honestly think that this loss might have come, or well, I shouldn't say this loss because it's not a loss yet, but I think this result not being as good as it could have been, I think comes down a lot to Freddy's build. I feel like if he had some regression here, like I think if he even just replaced like Deadlock, or sorry, if he even replaced like Bamboozle with just like Pop Goes the Weasel, I think it could have been massive. Because I think the fact that he wasn't able to actually like put down any significant regression on the gens meant that even though he had like that really strong start and then tried to snowball from there, he just didn't really have any way to stop it, right? Like his chases weren't strong enough to get downs super quickly, and there wasn't any regression to help him out either. So yeah, just interesting, very interesting result. Because again, given how the match started, I feel like it should have been a better result for Killer. But Rats of RBD secure a pretty good result, man. I mean, I don't know, 7 hook stages, especially with that start, 7 hook stages is a really, really, really good final result. So Overcome is going to have a really, really good really good performance in Survivor to be able to beat that. It's only going to be 8 hook stages needed for the Rats of RPD's Killer, and then they'll be able to take it themselves. So we'll see. But yeah, I also thought that the build in general was interesting. Like the fact that he ran that Ultra add-on and Bamboozle, and again, you usually see things like Mouthinger Skull to like, you know, like Mouthinger Skull Sloppy and stuff like that to try to like farm more, whatchamacallit, Nightfall and everything, but we didn't see that, and it's very odd. I'm wondering if that is gonna matter, you know? Kapata, what's up? How's it going, dude? What up, what up, what up, what up? Sloppy Butcher fucks. Yeah, it does, dude. Sloppy Butcher does fuck. I agree. What time do streams start these days? 6 p.m. 6 p.m. EST-ish. Song name? This is called Neon Renegade. Neon Renegade. Dude. I don't think Bamboozle isn't a good idea on Dredge. Are you trying to say, okay, I don't think it is a good idea. Yeah, I agree with that too. I thought Bamboozle was a very interesting choice. Like I think Bamboozle on like killers like Billy and stuff make a lot of sense, because then you can like kind of force the chainsaw or whatever. And also the fact that like, you know, pallets have interactions with the chainsaw too. But I feel like, yeah, on Dredge, I don't think it really got much value, right? Like I feel like it didn't really do much. And same thing with the Ultra Air add-on. Like I think both of those window blocking things that he ran didn't really get much value. So yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, that being said, like maybe obviously we're being like results oriented, so like there is obviously the chance that maybe they could have gotten huge value, and then we could have been doing the opposite and being like, oh my god, he's a fucking creative genius and he's running this weird shit that we don't expect. And you know, so it's hard to say. Like obviously, like in hindsight we can comment on things, but I feel like if it worked in a good way, then we would maybe be doing the opposite and like praising it. So it's hard to say. I just feel like, to me, it feels risky. Like I feel like it's risky because I feel like it will sometimes maybe get good value, but I feel like a lot of the times it won't. Whereas I feel like if you would replace that with a perk like Pop Goes the Weasel or something, I feel like that gets value all the time. Like that's like very consistent add-on, very consistent add-on, very consistent value, and you just get value from it like every game, pretty much no matter what, right? Like it's very rare to not get value out of whatchamacallit. One needs to restart, can't join. He got gray buttons. I mean, we're good now, right? They're all in. They're all in, we're good. I forgot I have a hot take for you. Zanshin is good on some killers, namely Doctor. Yeah, that's a hot take. I don't agree. Why do you think it's good? Like what? Like do you? Are okay? Is the argument for it being good? Are you saying it's good for killers that aren't very good? Because maybe if you're like a killer that's still learning and you don't like know where things spawn and you can't like recognize a pallet or window spawn ahead of you, then maybe. But I feel like if you're like experienced in the game and you just know how things spawn and you can just like I feel like if you're good at the game and you have a lot of experience, then you can kind of just recognize where pallets and you know, windows will spawn and kind of just know in advance without really needing Zanshin to see it. Can you guys see D's? Wait, is that's not a D's nuts joke? I thought for sure that was TJ trying to set up a D's nuts joke. Can you guys see D's? D's nuts! Can you guys see D's nuts on your face? D's nuts! Got him! Got him! I genuinely thought that's what it was. I completely ignored him whenever he said it. Because I was like, oh, TJ, he's so funny, making a D's nuts joke. But then they were like actually saying that he's invisible. Not all spawns are completely static, and on Doctor specifically to allow you to reliably pre-shock to block windows and pallets. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and say that's a hot take. I'm gonna go ahead and say that's a hot take because I just don't think that's very important. I don't know. I still feel like even if you don't know if a window or pallet's gonna be there, I think you could just pre-shock anyway, and it doesn't really make that big of a difference. You know? I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and say yes, hot take. I think replacing one of your 4 perk slots, especially with how impactful perks are for killer, like changing out, like for instance, like say you were running a meta build. Say you were running, I don't know, Corrupt Intervention, Pop Goes the Weasel, Sloppy Butcher, No-Ed, Deadlock, Pain Res, I don't know, any one of those 6 perks, right? In a build. Are you gonna replace one of those 6 perks with Zanshin? Because there ain't no way in fuck that perk is getting anywhere near the value of those other perks. Like no way. Like there's literally no chance. Like those perks are a million times more valuable. Oh no, what happened? Did Mammy Monkey not set the map? Uh-oh, what was it? What happened? Ow. What happened? What happened? What happened? I'm guessing the map wasn't set or something? Zentan is good on clown. I don't know. Look, man, I know that one guy said it, who was like a clown main, who has like a gazillion hours on clown, and made that like a gazillion page essay on how to play clown. But I think Zanshin's really only good on killer if you don't know where things spawn. I think killer perks are way too strong and valuable that if you're running Zanshin over any other perk on, if you're running Zanshin over a meta perk on killer, you're literally you're actually trolling. Like you're trolling and you're memeing, which is fine, right? Like you don't have to run like meta super strong builds all the time, but if you're trying to argue that like Zanshin is good enough to replace a meta perk, I think you're out of your fucking mind. Like I think you're out of your mind entirely. There's no way. What happened? I don't know. Wrong map. What happened? DJ said, 1 sec. Crows, yeah. Ah, I see. Did I win the bet? Not yet. We gotta wait until this game to be over. Do I need a penalty here? No. Right now, for this week, it's very inconsistent, but we're gonna look into this for the future, FYI, because this is actually something we discussed on Friday. Right now, the way it works is that if they don't set the map, they just do a restart and then the killer can't change the build, but there's no penalty. But if they like bring the wrong offering, then it's a restart, but we give them a penalty. So like, it's kind of weird. Like our rules are a little bit inconsistent right now because they're kind of old rules that were made like months ago that we haven't really like, you know, looked at in a while. But yeah, we kind of realized the flaw in it on Friday. But for the sake of consistency, since we're, you know, since we already did all the other matches like this, we're just going to keep it the way it is. Yeah. For now, this is not a penalty and we're just going to restart. And going forward, we'll make a decision that will be more, whatchamacallit, consistent. Also, good morning, Dino. I saw Dino woke up. Hey, good morning, feller. Morning, feller. Good to see you. We should let them play Eerie of Crows. It'd be fine for the survivors. Sure, it'd be fine. It'll be fine. Well, I mean, it probably would be fine for the survivors. I don't think it'd be very fine for the killer. Wait, actually, it's Dredge. Would it be fine? Maybe it would be fine for Dredge. Is Eerie a strong map for Dredge? I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. There is all the lockers upstairs. Why is Danchin awful and Windows is amazing? Because, okay, well, there's multiple reasons. Look, I'll answer you after this game, okay? Because it's like there's multiple reasons and I can't sum it up while also casting this. So just ask me again after this game, okay? I got you. Unbreakable Deliverance on TJ with Sprint Bursting off the record. This seems to be the pretty standard build. Yo, for the people, buckle up. Let's go. I'm still waiting for this, dude. Has Dead Hard and Resilience as well. Laser Raptor's got a pretty overall build, or pretty overall build here. Or actually, I was gonna say overall build, but very altruistic build. Reassurance won't make it. Kinship and Bruiser's got a lot of objective perks. Are they not running Prove Thyself? No one's running Prove Thyself. What the fuck? Mad Mini Monkey has Mount Thicker Skull and Hattie's Calendar. Finds a really fast hit on Disaster. Disaster, I think, is the DS Dead Hard survivor, right? So this is, I think, kind of okay for the survivors in terms of who's getting chased. Mad Mini Monkey is going with the Sloppy Butcher Mount Thinker Skull strategy. Still does have Noah to fall back on and is using Pain Res as well. So I'd say pretty solid build overall, pretty standard. Zones that pallet as much as he can before breaking it. That's going to make Disaster get less distance. And I don't think he'll make it anywhere. I think Disaster will die here. So there you go. Pretty quick first down. Pretty fast first down there from Mad Mini Monkey. That's pretty good, man. It's pretty good for that's pretty good on his part. These guys cranking this Gen duo again without Prove Thyself. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not sure why they didn't run it. They must have been like an oversight on their part or something. But you'd think Prove would be in every single build no matter what, or every single game no matter what. Pain Res coming in at the perfect moment, regresses that Gen. They're not gonna be able to get this done. That's a really important Gen too. That's like dead center of the map. Like that's like top. That's like literally exactly like top middle, basically. Like perfectly like inside top mid, like inner top mid. So it's a really easy generator for like the killer to pressure, and it's just a really important gen to get done early. Like these like middle gens are so valuable. So the fact that Mad Mini Monkey was able to get that down and also get that pain res before this gen got done is pretty massive for him. And he's gonna re-kick it. He's gonna make it regress. He also has the survivor hook near it, so he can kind of keep an eye on the hook and the gen at the same time, which is just kind of putting out a lot of pressure on the survivors right now. So already off to a really good start is Mad Mini Monkey. TJ gonna be popping a gen down towards the bottom side of the map, and Disaster's still chilling on the hook. Laser Raptor also, they're doing a bunch of gens on the bottom side right now. All the gens that are getting done right now are all the bottom side gens. So TJ just popped that gen. They're gonna let Disaster go struggle. Looks like no one's really that interested in saving. TJ is the Unbreakable Deliverance driver, and he's not going for it. He's just being chilling. He's just gonna do this gen, which is also a bottom side gen. So yeah, they're just kind of cranking these gens down here. Yeah. Yep. They're gonna duo up on the one at Shack. There's a lot of gens down there though. Like, there's a surprisingly large amount of gens. Actually, wait. I think the gen that TJ was on might have actually been one of the top gens. I might have actually called that wrong. But we'll see. Mad Mini Monkey shows up with this gen by Shack. He's gonna split the gamers up. Nightfall is very close. It should happen probably after this hit. Yeah, I guess I don't know Laser Raptor. Laser Raptor's gonna 1-for-1 with this hook. And that's gonna cause Nightfall to start. And just again, interestingly enough, that's not Deliverance. So Mad Mini Monkey getting this hook, that's gonna cause Pain Res to kick in. And he might honestly, like, I don't know. I'm not sure if he's gonna recognize, but he might think that that's Deliverance, but it's not. TJ actually has Deliverance. And yeah, TJ I think is actually doing the gen at 1 o'clock actually. Like I think he's actually doing the top side gen, if I'm not mistaken. It's hard to tell because Nightfall, but I'm pretty sure he's actually on the. I think he's actually on the 1 o'clock gen. I think he's getting one of the top side ones done. Yeah, because I thought it was. Yeah, I think it. Well, actually no. There's just a lot of gens bot side. He could be bottom. I don't know. It's hard to tell with Nightfall. Killer kind of just chilling at Nightfall and just kind of looking around, seeing what he can find. Although I think did Disaster get away entirely? I'm sorry. I think Mad Mini Monkey is probably looking for Disaster. Okay, TJ was doing a gen bottom side all along. I was right to begin with. So I've been dedicating so much of my breath talking about this, and it doesn't even fucking matter. Burzard pops a gen by Shack. He's gonna get hit afterwards as well. Does a little 360 afterwards. That was I think that was literally the fucking 300 ping of Burzard right there. I think he tried to 360 the M1 attack, but because he's on 300 ping, he got hit and then 360'd afterwards. I think he's lagging that bad, if I had to guess. Mad Mini Monkey gonna teleport away. Disaster actually managed to heal up, so that's huge. Like the fact that the fact that Disaster's not dead here is fucking massive. Because he got put to death hook pretty quickly. Ooh, this is a little bit risky. He's gonna finish this build, but the killer is nearby. So you know he's stressing. He just needs to hide. Oh! That wasn't hiding. I thought he would just corner up, honestly. I thought he would just corner up over there. But instead he gets found. This is pretty big for the killer. The killer definitely wants to kill Disaster here if he can. Down to 2 gens left. Nightfall starting back up again. Thanks to Mouththinker Skull being Mouththinker Skull. Ooh, does get that down on Disaster. That was a pretty spicy hit. Disaster's not going to be able to get any value out of Dead Hard or Decisive Strike. So actually, he didn't have DS. Never mind. I thought he had DS, but he just had Dead Hard. But not able to get any Dead Hard value, and he's just going to be dead. Full dead. 2 gens left. So currently 4 hook stages, 2 gens left. He needs 7 hook stages to tie, 8 hook stages to win. So getting pretty close to that win condition. Still 2 gens left. Still has 2 stacks of pain res. Still no in his back pocket to fall back on late game as well. Finds TJ. And again, I don't think TJ has Deliverance up. So this is a bit of a missed opportunity. If TJ ends up being the person that goes down here, this could be pretty massive. Amity Monkey teleporting back after he passes the window. The lack of vision during Nightfall makes that a pretty good play. I don't think TJ is going to be able to recognize that very well. So he's going to be able to get that hit. While this chase is happening, Laser Raptor's doing main gen. Burzard is doing the gen off to the right of main, I believe. I believe he's doing like the 1 o'clock gen, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, good prediction from TJ there, though. Throwing the Paladin on the correct side. Isn't going to make it anywhere, though. Won't be able to transition. TJ is going to go down. So that's going to be another hook, possibly another pain res. Actually, Mad Mini Monkey going to slug here. TJ kind of did run to the gen that Burzard was working on, which is not ideal, because that sets up situations like these where you can just slug. So yeah, this is why, like, this is where the whole, like, choosing where you go down thing is so important. This isn't a lot right now. Like, I mean, he's going to chase them away and then just go get the hook, but still, like, this is still, like, not great. Oh, the Unbreakable comes in. You know what? It was actually all calculated, baby. It was actually genius. Oh! TJ trying to sneak a fucking slow vault. That almost worked. That would have been sick. Mad Mini Monkey could be looking for a Scourge if possible. That actually, weirdly enough, did buy them some time. If it wasn't for that Unbreakable, then I think all that would have happened was that TJ would have got chased or would have got hooked near the gens that had progress, and it just would have been bad. But instead, he gets hooked across the map. He does get hit by pain res. Jake gets hit by it, so I think it was main gen that got hit. Mad Mini Monkey will be coming in to check on it. Says, "Oh, hello, generator with progress. Hello, scratch marks." Does find Jake in this corner. This pallet is not the strongest against Dredge, because it's kind of in like an isolated corner. Isolated corner pallets are not the best. That's for sure. Mad Mini Monkey doing a really good job of using his power there, zoning it out perfectly. Basically just putting Laser Raptor in a spot where no matter what, he's going to get hit, and he does. Overcome kicks in, and he gets some distance away. And what's Burzard up to? Burzard's actually just cranking this gen over at like 1-ish. And he's going to get it done. So there's gen number 4 getting done. I mean, decent progress so far for Overcome. But they need to have more than this. Like, they need a lot. Burzard's going to get smackered. That's going to make everybody injured, which again is going to do wonders for Mouththinker Skull. Like, that's going to make Nightfall charge really quickly. And Burzard might go down here. Burzard is also the last pain res stack as well. So, yep, down goes Burzard. This will also be the final stack of pain res, but also Nightfall is going to be up soon. And TJ got unhooked over here. Mad Mini Monkey wants to find them. Finds somebody. Finds them both, actually. Oh, this is looking pretty game over, actually. This is looking pretty game over. Nightfall being up 2. He can teleport around. He gets a killer instinct. He knows where TJ is. Yeah, this is looking pretty game over. Unbreakable already came in and was already used. So there's no chance for Unbreakable. Oh, the... TJ trying to get some clips for his montage on the way out. You know, he's like, hey, fuck it, man. I mean, we already lost, so let's just, you know, like, we at least just see if we can get some montage clips. Fuck it, dude. You know, why not? Didn't quite get the montage clip though. Unfortunate. You hate to see it, and that's gonna be a 4K for Mad Mini Monkey. 4K with 1 gen left. Pretty dominant performance. I would say this whole Dredge set was dominated pretty well by Rats of RPD. Getting that 2K 7 hooks on their side was a really, really good result. And then getting this 4K with 1 gen left, also a very, very solid result. I think they just did a really, really good job. It's kind of a shame too, because I feel like Overcome had a good chance here. Like, Disaster getting away and being able to get healed and being able to avoid that tunnel out was actually fucking huge. And it was just a really, really unfortunate situation that they got in that scenario where Disaster was close to the killer. He tried to go for a like sneaky slow vault to stay alive, but he ended up slow vaulting into the killer, and that was really, really unfortunate. Had Disaster been able to stay alive longer, this could have been a whole different result. Do you think they let first hook go second because they forgot hook grabs aren't in the game anymore? I don't know. I'm not sure, because that also is confusing too. Like it almost feels like whoever has Deliverance Unbreakable should just do that no matter what. Because I also do think that that was a mistake as well. I think that Disaster could have got unhooked by like TJ, right? Like TJ having Unbreakable Deliverance, you can literally just dive bomb the hook. Like you could just dive bomb it, and there's nothing, like there's no punishment for it whatsoever. So yeah, I mean, I do think that letting the first guy go struggle is a pretty big mistake too, especially considering that Disaster had like Dead Hard as well. So like his tunneling chases are gonna be good, right? He has Dead Hard Resilience, so he has a pretty good build for being chased. So like if you just give him the opportunity to have good chases, like if you just get the unhooks on him and like let him run and, you know, loop and like have him do like the looping while like 3 people do gens, if you just give him multiple chances to do that, there's a pretty good chance that it'll go well, right? But yeah, they did just let him go struggle, which is a little weird. I do feel like letting people go struggle with the way that unhooks work right now, and also with like, I think as long as the survivor that's on the hook isn't the Unbreakable Deliverance survivor, right? Like it'd be one thing if TJ got hooked, but if it's anyone other than the person with Unbreakable Deliverance, I think there's almost like no excuse to let someone go struggle, unless it's like, I don't know, Bubba like revving his chainsaw or something, right? If it's not like Bubba revving his chainsaw or like Billy revving his chainsaw or something like that, I feel like if it's not a killer that can just completely deny the unhook, then there's really no reason to not do it, you know? Like you pretty much always want to do it. So yeah, I definitely think that was a pretty big mistake too. Yeah, I think not even allowing the unhook to happen at all. But to be honest, that was pretty par for the course as well, because the same thing happened on the Rats of RPD survivor side too, which I would say is also a mistake from them as well, because for them they did the same thing. They let Ryomu go to struggle in the basement. I mean, that was also a basement hook at least, but still they let Ryomu go to struggle in basement before the save. And I think both of those situations was a mistake. Yeah, I think you're not wrong about that. I think with there being free 1-for-1s, I definitely think just allowing the person that's getting tunneled to like have a chance to have good chases is pretty ideal, you know? Like if you can let them go through like 50 seconds of their hook stage, unhook them, and then if they can have like a minute-long chase, you know, then go put on hook again for like another minute, like that's like a whole like 3 minutes of time right there for gens, right? That's so much gen time. So, and that's assuming the chase is about 60 seconds, right? They might even do better than that. Like it's hard to say. So, yeah, I definitely think there's really no excuse for letting people go to struggle unless they're the person that has Unbreakable Deliverance, you know? So yeah, I agree with that. I definitely think that's some good feedback to give these guys, is that I think going forward, that's a thing that they should definitely be making sure that they do. Is like, again, unless the killer is someone that can deny it, which is actually kind of funny, because I think we're going into a set right now where there is a killer that can deny it, because I think we're going into the Billy set. So this might be the one exception here with the Billy set, because Billy can actually just straight up rev his chainsaw and deny an unhook. But if it's not like a Billy or a Bubba or someone like that like can like completely deny the unhook altogether, then yeah, I think you should absolutely just be throwing yourselves in there and basically getting the unhook no matter what, you know? I'm not sure who's playing, so I'm just gonna invite both these guys. Like Milton didn't play last time. I'm just gonna invite all of them, and whoever wants to join can join. They'll figure it out. It's fine. Yeah, I got the Gamba, guys. I got the Gamba. At least I think I got the Gamba. Actually, could someone else get the Gamba? Because I gotta get a bunch of stuff here. Rats of RPD, there you go. I paid it out. If you guys want to make the new Gamba, I gotta change the maps too. Mr. Blue TTV, thanks for the raid, dude. Appreciate it, man. Scotticus, thanks for the resub as well for 33 months, dude. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, gamer. Thank you, buddy. Billy has played on Don't Tell Me, I Know It. Don't Tell Me, I Know It. It's Thompson House. He's played on Thompson House. Motherfucking Billy. Am I still on Survivor? Oops. Oopsie. Let me get off of Survivor. They were all teabagging and laughing at me while I was in the basement. Dude, they're fucking toxic, Ryomu. They're toxic. Don't worry. I'll ban them all for you. I got you, okay? I'll ban them all, and then we can point and laugh at them. We can teabag them in Twitch chat. Easy peasy. The hook grabs not being a thing anymore should be heavily abused. Yeah, I agree. I agree that should be heavily abused, yeah. Like, I feel like there's really, like... There's, like, borderline no way to deny unhooks anymore. Again, unless you're, like, a one-shot down killer. There's, like, very little ways to deny unhooks anymore, and yeah, that is very abusable for sure. That's absolutely abusable. Why is Ancient Dogwater Windows amazing? Oh, yeah. With Windows on Survivor, you can like plan your route, right? Because the chase is kind of like heavily influenced by the survivor, right? Like the killer can do things like zoning and stuff, and he can influence it too. But for the most part, survivors have a lot of like route running and planning that goes into their chase, right? Like you kind of have to like know where things are, and even like seeing a pallet like way off in the distance and then like knowing where it is for later can be massive, just in terms of like your mental planning in terms of like where you're going. So for survivor, it's really valuable. Yeah, survivor has agency, whereas the killer's more reactive. Exactly what Coalesce said. And on top of that as well, I would also make the argument that killer perks are just in general stronger. I think I can say that with confidence, that in general, like there are some very good survivor perks, don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying that survivor perks are weak, but like killer perks are fucking huge. Like the difference between a killer using like, again, like a full meta build, like if you're talking about like the difference between a killer running no perks at all and running like corrupt intervention, pop goes the weasel, no ed, deadlock or something, you know, like those perks are so fucking impactful. Whereas with survivor, like the perks are good and stuff, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the perks are weak, but like I think that like a naked survivor versus a perk versus a fully perk survivor is not quite as big of a difference as it is on killer. Like the perks on killer are just so impactful that for you to like replace a strong perk with just like something that does something mediocre like that, just like tell you where things spawn, is just so not worth it, right? Whereas like on survivor side, you might not be replacing something that's as valuable, you know? So it's kind of a mix of both. Like I think in general, the information is more important for survivors, and even if it wasn't more important, which it is, but even if it wasn't, it's still just like the level of perk that you're replacing it with as well is also massive. So yeah, they killed my Prove Thyself. I think Prove Thyself is still strong, man. I think it's still strong. They reduced him from 15 to 10 or something, right? That's like barely even a nerf. I think Prove is still very strong. And again, we're like not seeing it in a lot of builds, which is really weird. We're not seeing it in this either. I thought it was a mistake for them last time not to run it, but I guess maybe it wasn't. Maybe they're just not running it on purpose. All right, here's Trepidation. Doom Engravings low pro chains will most likely be the add-ons that you'll see on pretty much every Billy, because it's just the best add-on combo. Bamboozle, Pain Res, Noed, Corrupt. Solid set of perks. Looks like Laser Raptors, I think they're gonna have similar builds. Laser Raptor has a pretty altruistic build. Dead Hard, Resilience, Buckle Up for the people from Disaster. I still want to see a For the People Buckle Up play. Burzard's got the full objective build, and then Milton's got the Unbreakable Deliverance. So that kind of makes sense. It also makes sense to put the objective build on your 300 ping survivor. Speaking of which, 300 ping survivor has gotten located. Burzard's got to be careful here. Gets a good stun. That's really good. That denies even the low pro hit, so won't take any damage at all. We'll see where he opts to go. As a matter of fact, Trepidation might... Oh! Finds Disaster. Good chainsaw. Good down from Trepidation. Disaster goes down quick there. Not exactly sure how Trepidation found that, but managed to find managed to find Disaster behind that hay bale and was in a really bad spot. And then there you go. There you go, dude. Easy peasy. There's the gen kick. Pain Res also comes in as well. That was a very fast first down. Burzard's currently doing a gen out in the corn. It seemed like, yeah, Jake was working on this gen over on this side by main. Trepidation's gonna come over and interrupt it. Probably gonna put some pressure on this. Maybe go for like a single chainsaw or two and then bail. Actually, just gonna bail immediately. So like that might have seemed weird from Trepidation, but that's actually big. Like even just denying like any amount of gen progress, especially if you don't get punished for it, like that left a small opening for a save, but like they didn't actually get the save. So like that's good from Trepidation, right? Like just being able to pressure a little bit. Like if they did hypothetically save, it's okay because it's so early in the hook stage that it doesn't matter much. But also, if they don't save, then you're just getting free pressure. And you're also maybe baiting people into getting closer to the hook. They could reassure this, but they're not. Jake is not going to go anywhere near the hook, so they're not going to go for a reassurance. Oh, Milton going for the unhook. Again, it's kind of risky against Billy, though. Ah! Ah, the walker! Ah! Ah! Down goes Milton. I feel like they might have taken my advice a little bit too much, and now I feel bad. Now I feel like I'm like... I feel like I sandbagged them, you know? Milton's gonna go down. He's gonna probably maybe get hooked. Well, okay, Trepidation was thinking about it until he saw Jake, and now he's like, you know what? Never mind. Trepidation probably pretty aware that it's most likely the Deliverance survivor, so he's like, you know what? Yeah, if you got Deliverance, then fucking, you know, let's just get that out of the way real quick. But he's gonna die. He's gonna redrop, and again, Trepidation in a really good spot right now. Two survivors are currently just sitting here, not able to do anything. They also got to worry about this unhook, which they might not be able to get because Trepidation could just sit here with his chainsaw out and almost completely deny it. Yeah, you're right. I did specifically say not Billy. I did. I said unless it's a killer like that can deny the unhook like Billy or Bubba or someone. I did say that. That is true. I did make that very clear clarification. Trepidation is trying to find Burzard is what he's trying to do right now. He's trying to keep an eye on the hook. He knows where Laser Raptor is. He has a very clear line of sight on Laser Raptor. Burzard, actually, Milton's probably going to Unbreakable, and they're going to get a double save right here is what's going to happen. Because he can only chainsaw one person. So if he chainsaws Laser Raptor, then Milton can just get up and get the unhook. But what might end up happening is they might end up getting themselves both slugged. But Trepidation's just said, yeah, Trepidation's like, go ahead, go for it. Make my day. Go on, make my day. Oh, Milton actually just gets it. Okay. So Laser Raptor actually doesn't even have to die for it. That was actually pretty good. Trepidation, I think, didn't quite have their chainsaw revved enough. And couldn't even deny the unhook. The unhook actually comes in. Disaster gets away. Milton's going to go down. But Milton has Unbreakable. They can't use their Unbreakable because they just used it. No, I don't like this from Trepidation. No, don't even bother. Oh, I don't like this from Trepidation. I'm not sure why they didn't just stay on Disaster there. Like, all that. No, I hate this. No, this is really strange. Trepidation going to go back now, but you gave him so much distance he could be anywhere now. I mean, he's at Shack. But I don't like this. I don't like the way Trepidation played this at all. Oh, does get the chainsaw on the Burzard. So, I mean, honestly, still in an okay spot, though. Burzard can be pain rezzed. I mean, all three other survivors can be pain rezzed. So, like, Trepidation's still not in a terrible spot, but I feel like just killing Disaster there is probably the play, right? Because, like, I feel like if you're going to spend all that time, like, protecting that hook and camping it and doing all that stuff, like, all that big and time investment you just made in that corner to, like, get Disaster to struggle and almost dead, like, the whole point of that was to get Disaster dead, right? So, like, to invest all that time and then not follow up on it just seems strange to me. But maybe Trepidation is going to be satisfied with leaving Disaster Death Hook and just being able to keep an eye on that and be able to, like, come back to it later. But honestly, like, again, they're not in a bad spot right now. Like, Milton has Deliverance. So, like, even this hook on Milton isn't going to be that big of a deal. Disaster, like, again, all this gen progress happening right now shouldn't even be happening. Because the game should be, like, turning into a 3v1. Like, the fact that they have a fourth survivor means that this is possible, right? Like, Jake could go get the save. Well, he could. He could get the save. See, Milton did Deliverance, which is weird. He did Deliverance, and he's going to Sprint Burst and grab the save. But again, it just feels like there's a whole extra survivor in the game right now that shouldn't be there, you know? He does find Disaster now. Does get a couple Pain Rest procs too. Oh, and that down comes in as well. He didn't dead hard it. Oh, dude. Disaster, he's not even recovering, dude. He's not even recovering. You can feel it. You can feel that he's like, fuck this ping. Fuck this goddamn high ping. Because he has dead hard, and he could have dead harded that swing. But on his screen, he probably looked like he made that pallet with ease, so he probably didn't realize he had to dead hard. So yeah, you can literally just feel it. You can feel it in his like lack of motion that he is feeling the ping. Burzard is gonna go back down again too. Laser Raptor's gonna pop that gen. 4 gens done. Only 1 gen left. Ooh, was that a DS from Burzard? Okay. Decider Strike coming in. He's got to worry about this chainsaw, but he's good thus far. Milton. Sorry, not Milton. Trepidation actually just going to leave and say, you know what? Never mind. We'll find somebody else. He's going to kick this gen. All right. So, you know what? In the end, it really wasn't that bad for Trepidation because they still did get the kill relatively quickly while also getting some pain reses in between. It's honestly not a bad spot. Oh, that's not good though. When you have a free chainsaw like that, you got to be able to land it. If this Jake is able to make a window or pallet now, it's going to be a tragedy. Does get that one though. Down goes Laser Raptor. So good chainsaw there from Trepidation. How's the gen progress looking? Milton's on the final gen though at Shack. And again, like, I mean, you could argue that like maybe Disaster would have had a good chase off hook and maybe that like they would have got more gen progress off of that. I don't know. But I just feel like leaving the game in a 4v1 for as long as you can is definitely not ideal for killer. Okay, that was pain res, so that helped a lot. Okay, I think Trepidation actually will be able to stop that gen. But Burzard's also on a separate gen too, so there's 2 different gens that have a ton of progress right now, which is smart from Overcome. They're currently like splitting pressure between this gen and that gen. Oh, I forgot to mention this because the first game was a tie and the second game was a win by Rats of RPD. In order for Overcome to win the overall best of 3 set, they need to win this Billy set by a lot. They need to win this Billy set by more then Rats of RPD won their dredge set, if that makes sense, which was a lot. It was a 2K7 in comparison to a 4K with 1 gen left. So like Overcome needs to not only win, but they need to win hard in order to win the best of 3. Just to throw that out there. Like they can win the Billy set by like a little bit, and they can still win the set, but they would lose the overall best of 3. Laser Raptor goes down again at this pallet, so that's going to be another hook onto him. While this hook is happening though, Burzard getting a lot of pressure on a whole another gen, but Milton's going to pop this one, and that's going to get adrenaline onto Burzard. He'll be able to start to work the gates, although Noed is now in play. So they do have to worry a little bit about Noed. Burzard wisely going to the gate that's at the opposite side of the gen that got done. So Milton can kind of just chill over here, hide, play safe. And Burzard's on the other side of the map doing a gate. And to be honest with you, they might even just accept Burzard's hook, escape if they need to. Although he's kind of close to the hook, right? Yeah, actually, he can probably go for the unhook. They don't know about Noed yet. They might have an idea because they haven't seen 4 perks yet. So they might have a little bit of an idea, but they don't know about it yet. They're going to find out real soon. There it is. They found out. But yeah, I think he might have time. The thing is that Trepidation can chainsaw back. So Jake might just have, like, Jake might have to take a hit here. Ooh, Trepidation didn't chainsaw far enough, though. I think that's actually huge. I think if Trepidation could have, like, navigated their way the whole way to the exit gate and gotten in front of them, it might have been enough. But because they didn't, yeah, that's 2 people out. There you go. That's going to be 2. Actually, Milton's going to get hatch. Oh, wait, that's a huge result. Wait a minute, that actually ends up being a massive result. Wait, so the people that escaped had what, 4 hook stages amongst them? That's 7 hook stages. Oh, dude, that's a massive result, actually. That was good. That was extremely good. Holy, that kind of lined up perfectly for them. Trepidation maybe kind of maybe misplaying a little bit at the end there, not really understanding the situation. I mean, I guess you could just say it was risky. If Trepidation would have made it back to that hook a little bit earlier and down Burzard, that would have been like a 3K 11 hook stages, I think, right? 3K 11 hook stages probably would have been it. So it would have either been a 3K 11 hook stages or a 1K 7 hook stages, but it ends up being a 1K 7 hook stages, and that's a vastly different result, and that's actually a very, very strong outcome for Overcome. So that's kind of what they need. That's really, really what they need. They needed this big of an outcome, but they also now need to have a really, really good performance for their killer. Like, their killer needs to do really well. I mean, this is the exact same actually, this is the exact same outcome as the dredge match, right? So like the win condition is actually super easy. For the killer, he just needs like 4K with 2 gens left to win, and 4K with 1 gen left to tie. For the overall set. I mean. Like, they can still win the Billy set. And also, for you guys that have predictions, for you guys that, like, bet tofu bucks, what you guys bet on is just the Billy set. So, like, if Overcome wins the Billy set just by a little bit, then we're going to pay out to the people who bet on Overcome. But the overall best of 3, like, I hope you guys can understand what I'm talking about here. Like, the overall best of 3 is decided by the, like, whoever wins by more. 4K with 2 gens left is hard. Yeah, it is. It is very hard. But, I mean, Overcome was pretty much in a spot where it was looking like impossible, and now I think it's at least possible. It's hard, but it's at least possible, I think. So they at least have that. I gotta play some ads. So let me do that real quick. I'm gonna play some ads. I'm gonna get these guys into the lobby while the ads are playing. I'm gonna hold the lobby hostage while it's there, so hang in there if you get hit by them. It's just gonna be 3 minutes, and when they're done, hopefully we'll be just about ready to go. Yeah. Okay, so 2K 8 hooks would be a win for the set. Like, I need to, like, you guys, it's a bit confusing. It's a bit confusing. So I'm trying to explain to you guys as best I can. Basically, you know what? Maybe I should wait for the ads to be done so that everybody can hear. Do you think the bot text from a disconnect would make a good emote? Wait, what is it? It says like, is it like, does it just say bot beside it? That actually would make a hilarious emote. Yes. Can we get that and upload it as an emote? That would be fucking amazing. I would love that. There was a tie before, so you have to win harder in your win than the other team won in theirs. Yeah, exactly what Cole said. Yeah. Have the sub list kind of advice. No, I just want people to understand, because I'm sure people are gonna get mad. Like, for instance, if Overcome does end up winning the Billy set by like a little bit, then people might get confused when we pay out Overcome, but then go, whoa, Rats of RPD wins the best of 3. Like, people might get confused. They're like, wait, but I thought Overcome won the Billy set. How did Rats of RPD win? Like, people might get confused, so I just want to make sure they understand And you know, don't call me a scammer. I'm sick of getting called a scammer, man. All right, I'm sick of it. I'm not scamming, bro. All right, I swear. It's already on 7TV. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Ads are killing me, Tofu. Make them stop. No, they're literally killing me. I'm dying. I'm drowning in the ads. I can't breathe. We need a hag round since Tofu himself doesn't play. We haven't had hag in the rotation yet, and I don't even know if we're going to. Like, hag just feels so lame. I don't know. To be honest with you, hag is kind of interesting though. Like, in a weird way, I think hag is lame, but in another way, I think she's kind of interesting because I feel like she's kind of dog shit. You can't really like. She's kind of dog shit, but I think she might be kind of boring because she's very like skull merchant-y. You know what I mean? Like, you can't really like tunnel out a survivor with hag very well because you'd have to play chase hag to do it, right? And like chase hag is not really possible. So like it's a weird thing where it's like you gotta like hold down an area. You also want to get a kill, but it's like hard. But it's a lot of just like area holding. And I feel like now that you could also get rid of traps without even a flashlight, it feels like hag is even weaker. So I don't know. Is this the real Rats of RPD though? Haven't seen them RPD offerings. Hey, the first map they burned 1 RPD offering. You're not wrong though. We haven't seen the traditional 3 RPD offerings that we usually see. You're not wrong about that. Can we get 1 hag, 1 knight, or skull merchant, please? You know what? We'll just make a whole week of killers that everybody hates. It'll be like hag, knight, skull merchant. Who else would be in there? Trickster, maybe. Who does everybody hate? Freddy? I don't know. I mean, Pinhead. Some people hate him, and some people love him. Who's like generally hated? I feel like those are the main 3. Is like knight, skull merchant, hag. I don't even know if there's really anyone else that's like hated as much, to be honest with you. Pinhead and Wesker? Dude, Wesker's amazing. What do you mean? I love watching Wesker. Bubba? I mean, maybe Bubba. I feel like Bubba ends up just being very face campy. Legion? Yeah, Legion and Bubba. There you go. There you go. Knight, hag, skull merchant, Legion, Bubba. That would be probably the worst week of scrims ever. Anyway, the ads are done. So here, I'll explain again, okay? I'll explain again. So, because we're doing a best of 3, we're doing a best of 3 where basically we go through and play each of the 3 killers, and then there's a winner of each killer set, right? So like these 3 are playing Oni, Dredge, Billy. There's a winner of the Oni set, a winner of the Dredge set, and a winner of the Billy set. And it's basically the best of 3. Like whoever gets the best results out of the 3 matches, right? But these guys had a tie on the Oni set. Their Oni set was a tie. So the way it works with a tie, right? Like hypothetically, if the final score ends up being 1-1-1, they give both sides win once, lose once, and tie. Then the tiebreaker there for the overall best of 3 is whichever side won their set by more. So for instance, Rats of RPD won their Dredge set by a lot. Like if you go look at the scores of the Dredge set over on the right side, it was like 17-12 in favor of Rats of RPD, and then 20-8 in favor of Rats of RPD. So like the overall scores there is what, like 37-20? Like they won that by like 17 points. Like they won that massively. So in order for Overcome to win, they not only need to win this Billy set, but they need to win this Billy set by more than 17 points. Like they need to win by like 18 plus points in order to win. If they win by 17 points exactly, then it would be an overall tie. Anything less than 17 it ends up being a win for the Billy set, but it ends up being a loss for the overall best of 3. So yeah, what you guys gambled on, like when you guys gambled on the Billy set, you were gambling on just the Billy set, not the overall best of 3. So even if Overcome wins this, if they don't win by enough, does that make sense? We're going to pay out to whoever wins the Billy set no matter what. Like whoever wins the Billy set no matter what, even if they only win by like 3 points, we're still going to pay out to Overcome. But they need to win by more than 17 and if they want to win the overall. Hey, let's go! You guys were talking, fucking Burzard was talking about it. There it is. There it is, baby. The RPD offerings. The rats are back, baby. The rats are back. So yeah, based on the result of Survivor, basically, yeah. Basically what has to happen is in order for them to win the Billy set, they just need to get they need to get 8 hook stages. 8 hook stages is the win condition for the Billy set individually. But if they want to win the overall best of 3, they need to get a 4K with 2 gens left. And a 4K with 1 gen left would be a tie. So a tie is entirely possible. Like a tie for the entire best of 3 is entirely possible for sure. But we will see. Oh, Disaster has Infectious Fright. That's interesting. Maybe planning on snowballing here and getting some slugging going on, but we'll see. Same add-ons. Has Deadlock, Corrupt Intervention, no Noah or anything late game, so it seems like he does want to go for the win of the overall best of 3. I think like it kind of seems like with this build that he wants to snowball hard and maybe get the overall win. Looks like Trepidation's got the Deliverance Unbreakable. Ryomu's got a very heavily objective build with Prove Thyself, Deja Vu, and a toolbox. Mammoty Monkey, big chillin' with a pretty altruistic build, and then Jet Ski Jimmy, the juicer, having the juicer chase build. So we'll see how this goes. Can't seem to. I was does see somebody here, right? I'm pretty sure he saw somebody there. At least I thought so, but maybe I was seeing things. Disaster not going to stay over there though. I think maybe he wants to try to find someone near one of the gens. Maybe he just wants to find someone in general. Crow just landed here. Does find Kate. And again, I think Kate is the objective survivor. So yeah, again, this is a really good target. I'm a little surprised like, at again like the way they're doing this. Like, sorry for missing that chainsaw attempt. He ended up whiffing it. But I'm really surprised because it seems like Jet Ski Jimmy is getting on gens last when they have the build that is like based around being chased. So it's a little bit weird. Like, it might seem weird because like Ryomu has a build that's based around doing gens. So it might seem weird to say that they should get on gens last, but I think they should. Because like until someone's getting chased, like you don't like Ryomu is like the person that you don't want to get chased. This is probably the #1 person that you don't want to be targeted, and now they're targeted, which is not really ideal. Like this is the most valuable person to do generators, right? They have Prove Thyself, they have Deja Vu, they have a toolbox. Like they are very, very, very good on gens, right? And it's strange to me that like they keep setting themselves up in a position where they get found first. And then Jet Ski Jimmy, who has the build around, like Jet Ski Jimmy's build is based around getting chased, right? He's got like DS, resilience, dead hard. Disaster's gonna get that hook though. He's gonna find Mammoty Monkey, gets a good down there too, and Infectious Fright procs. And this is exactly what Disaster wants. He just wants to snowball hard here. Trepidation gets the unhook. Oh, what happened? Managed to get around Ryomu somehow and get that down. Okay. Trepidation does have Deliverance Unbreakable though, so not the end of the world. I think Disaster wanted to see if he can snowball more. Still might see. I think he probably recognizes the situation of Deliverance Unbreakable and is just going to go ahead and get this hook because he knows it's inevitable. But honestly, very good start right now. Very good start right now. That's going to be a Deliverance, but this will be a third hook. This will be a third pain res and lots of pressure. Lots of pressure, like lots of regression happening with pain res hooks. This is also going to be an upstairs hook, which is like hypothetically he could completely deny this unhook. This is actually, you know what? In hindsight, this might be a little bit of an oversight on our part putting Billy on this map because a killer with a one-shot down, especially, I think can just completely deny that unhook altogether if you wanted to. I don't think Disaster will because Disaster wants to just snowball hard and get a lot of downs, but I don't think he's going to like play super like face campy. But you could stand at the top of the stairs and just rev your chainsaw, and it would make it pretty much impossible, if I'm not mistaken. But the survivors have recovered a good bit. They gotten all the unhooks. They've also dropped down the holes and vaulted out. The survivors actually recovered quite a bit. Disaster kind of gave a lot of room there, hoping to like snowball more, but the room he gave ended up giving them a room to recover. And yeah, they get one gen done. Deadlock kicks in. He finds Mammoty Monkey again, who has a pallet here, but I don't know if they'll be able to make it. Nope. Down he goes. Another down coming in onto Mammoty Monkey. There is a gen here with a bunch of progress as well. No Infectious Fright means that he's confident that he can just get this hook immediately. He's going to carry him, I think, to a Scourge. I think the only reason he would carry him away from that gen is if he had a Scourge hook, so I think he's carrying him here. He might also wait for Deadlock as well, which I don't think he'll even have to wait. I think it's already kind of lined up. Yeah, he's going to wait for Deadlock. There you go. That's going to regress that gen right there that was Deadlock, so that one's going to go down. Mammoty Monkey also getting put onto his second hook stage. Yeah, that's true too, Dino. That's true too. That's a pretty good point. Main gen gets done, so there's two gens. Oh, finds Trepidation immediately. Gets that hit and down, and Trepidation no longer has Deliverance, so this will actually be a very valuable hook. That'll be Trepidation going on their second stage as well. Only two gens done so far. Ryomu's gonna grab his unhook. Jet Ski Jimmy still doing a gen in the corner. Finds the trail of, I think, Ryomu. Maybe probably wanted Mammoty Monkey instead, I don't know, but finds Ryomu instead. Mad Mini Monkey on Death Hook. Ryomu still has 2 more hook stages left, but it's gonna go down here. I'm not really sure why Ryomu didn't just stay at that pallet and just play the pallet individually. She like kind of like went around the back of like that hay bale and like tried to play like the other parts of the tile. But I don't really think that's necessary. These hay bales are plenty strong enough. Like Billy can't really get any good curves there, and I think just playing the hay bale should be enough. But yeah, it goes down pretty quickly. Disaster now trying to protect this kill. And again, now that Trepidation's close to Death Hook, can kind of justify it. Oh, comes out at the perfect time too. Catches off Mad Mini Monkey who wants to go save Ryomu. Very good heads up fucking game sense play from Disaster. Gen number 3 gets done. So 1 more gen secures the at least the tie for RPD, for Rats of RPD. But Trepidation's dead. Mad Mini Monkey's gonna be dead here too. Well, maybe not yet. Jesky Jimmy's here. Picks up Ryomu. Infectious Fright's in play though. He might just choose a slug. I think either option here is good because Mad Mini Monkey is Death Hook. So it honestly wouldn't be crazy to just really quickly hook him and kill him too. But I also don't hate this either. I think either option's fine. I think Disaster's in a great spot here. Oh, tries to bait the drop from Ryomu, but isn't falling for it. It's gonna drop now. Ooh, gonna circle around this pallet, but I don't know if Ryomu's gonna make it. Doesn't make it. Down she goes. Mad Mini Monkey gets picked up. This is at least slightly better for the survivors though, because Ryomu getting hooked and not being Death Hook is a little bit better than Mad Mini Monkey just straight up dying. So in the end, I think maybe it would have been better for Disaster just to grab that hook onto Monkey. But again, still in a great spot regardless. He just needs to make sure they don't pop this final gen is the main thing. If you can stop him from popping this final gen, that'll be the win secured. So sees Jesky Jimmy over there, decides to come back and see if he can catch off Mad Mini Monkey, but Mad Mini Monkey is not going for it. Kind of just chilling in the corner at the moment. Disaster checking on the gens, trying to figure out where people are. Are all 4 gens on this side? Oh, they are. All 4 gens are over here on the shack side of the map. So Disaster can kind of just hold down this area and just keep an eye on all 4 of them and know that no one's doing them. Gunhook comes in. Okay, Ryomu has off the record, is really trying to body block here a lot. Disaster said, okay, fuck it, we'll just send on you. It's actually just going to stay on Ryomu, I think. And I think Jesky Jimmy is going to hop on Shack Gen, and that's probably their best hope right now is for Shack Gen to pop. Ryomu goes down pretty quick again. That's going to be another pretty fast down for Disaster. He can get this hook. He's got to get this hook and then go back to Shack like immediately. Like he's got to get to Shack ASAP. And then also make sure that he can get it down quickly. Because if they can both loop away from Shack well... Actually, Mad Mini Monkey trying to take aggro. I think this is actually on purpose. Mad Mini Monkey is trying to get in between the killer and Shack to try to buy Jesky Jimmy time. But again, goes down so quickly. It might still be enough. I'm so surprised that Disaster's hooking here. I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised he's not checking on the gen. Is he going to get there? He's going to be able to get this done. Yeah, he's going to be able to get this done. That's going to be a tie. Yep, that's going to be a tie. Actually, it might even be a win with Hatch. He's not going to Hatch, though. Not going to Hatch. Never mind. It's going to be a tie. It's actually going to be a tie. The whole set, I believe, is going to be a tie. Right? Because, yeah, Jesky Jimmy's going to die here. Like, there's no way he lives. Interesting. See, I feel like... I find it really odd that Disaster didn't want to check on the gens right there. Like, he probably just thought he had time to, like, grab the hook real quick, but he did not. Well, no, Brownie, because these guys want a set. Like, what? Like, they just won the Billy set. No, it's a tie. It's 100% a tie. No, it's a set tie. No, like Overcome wins the Billy set, but the best of 3 is a tie, is what it is. Sorry, if you guys are paying out the prediction, Overcome wins the Billy set by a lot. Like, they won they won the Billy set by a lot. As a matter of fact, the same exact amount that Rats of RPD won the Dredge set by. Which is, again, why it's a tie. Gets a low pro hit there on the Jesky Jimmy. Again, this is all just kind of pointless because this guy is going to die no matter what. Finds him over Meow. Guys, it's just a tie. The result is a tie. Like, you guys are asking what happens. What happens is that it's a tie. Nothing happens. What happens is that the result equals tie. there's nothing else that happens. We don't like go to like a rock paper scissors tournament or anything. There's really no way else to determine it, you know? Like we could have them draw straws or something maybe, but no. It's just a tie. It's just simply a tie. It's just a tie. So that's that's wild, dude. What's interesting is I feel like Disaster could have gotten the win. Like it was literally just a matter of him slugging Mad Mini Monkey there. And to be honest with you, that was a pretty massive heads up play from Mad Mini Monkey. And it was a really smart play from him to like kind of dive in front of the killer and be like, no, don't check on Shaq. Chase me instead. Chase me. Like, no, don't go to Shaq. I'm right here. Kill me instead. Like, that was actually pretty massive. Like, that was some fucking god tier fucking distraction strats. And it bought Jet Ski Jimmy just enough time to get that final gen done. And yeah, that's wild result, man. Wild result. -2 for wrong RPD offering. Yeah. Funny. Hilarious. No, this is our first time ever having a tie in an actual full set. Yeah, this is actually our first time, which is interesting. So yeah, if you guys look at the scores, it's the exact same. Actually, wait, why did Overcome versus Trepidation have 18 versus 13? Is it not a tie? No, wait, 18 versus 13 is the same as 17 versus 12. Actually, no, never mind. It's the same thing. It's the same point difference. It's still a 5-point difference. So actually, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Because it's 28 to 21, and then it was 27 to 20. So yeah, it's the same. It's still 17-point difference. Yep. So yeah, just actually perfectly good tie. That's wild. I don't. That's crazy. No actual overall winner. Again, for the Billy set though, the winner was Overcome. But for the overall best of 3, yeah, crazy dude. Crazy good set. That's a crazy good set, man. Overcome versus Ransom RBD ends up being like probably the most fucking perfect balanced set of games we've ever had, I guess. Because that was our first ever best of 3 tie. Give me a tiebreaker. No, we're not doing a tiebreaker. Because what happens if you guys tie the tiebreaker? No. It's a tie, dude. It's a tie. That's just it. It's just a tie. The matchmaker's a genius, true. Whoever's doing the matchmaker is clearly just a 10,000 IQ genius. That's the only explanation. The only explanation. Match 4 on RPD is nerds. No, man, no. A tie is a tie. Accept the tie. We're moving on. Lorem Ipsum versus Academy of Overheated is up next. Those were overall great sets, though, by the way. Those were great sets. I know that everybody there was playing with really high pings, so like the chases were like a little sloppy from both sides, but I feel like that was probably a lot to do with high ping. Like there was a lot of people that like weren't making it to pallets that they probably thought they were going to make it to. Like there was so many pallets that like just didn't get played correctly because people would go down instead of just making it to like a pretty safe pallet. And I feel like that was all happening probably because of ping, if I had to guess. Because again, it was like EU versus NA. Burzard was also from India, so that's like 300 ping. So yeah, like outside of like the obvious ping issues that were there, it felt like a really balanced, good set. Both sides played really, really well. And yeah, man, that was wild. I can't believe like Disaster put on a hell of a good show there at the end with Billy and managed to secure that tie, which is sick. The way you have scoring out on the right side is very confusing. I think this messed with people. How so? How are you confused about it? And how can we make it less confusing? Maybe this is a silly question, but do you know why breakdown isn't used in scrims? We actually have seen some people use it. I think Absolute Chaos uses it, maybe? I know I've seen a couple teams use it. I'm not 100% sure. I guess, like, I mean, what would the idea be behind breakdown? Like, you have that survivor get hooked in, like, the corner of a map or something, and then, like, break down the hook and then have everyone else run there, I guess, for a while. I mean, maybe. And then I guess just get yourself slugged. Are we adding them straight down? Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Yeah, sort of looks that way, yes. Like basically the points are like based on the names, right? Like for instance, it just got updated, so it says Academy versus Joe Biden. That's gonna be the first match, right? So like the points on the right are gonna be Joe Biden's points. The points on the left are gonna be Academy's points. And then for the next set, yeah, Lorem Ipsum will be on the right, and then a random nerd will be on the left. So yeah. So yeah, you add them up and down. Like the columns are for the team. Like the teams are basically in columns. Maybe what we can do, what if we put, what if we moved the points, like what if we moved the entire left column to like the left of the text? We could maybe do that. Okay, for instance, like this is Academy versus Lorem Ipsum, right? Well, actually it doesn't work because like the second set, Lorem Ipsum's on the left and then Academy's on the right. So actually it doesn't work that way. Yeah, I don't know. For corner plays, removing scourges and strong hooks in the map overall. Yeah, but also like you can only run it on one survivor. So like if that survivor isn't the one getting tunneled, then it's not really going to be that valuable. Like if your breakdown's only kicking in after the game already becomes a 3v1, then I feel like it's not really going to be doing much at that point. And also I feel like even then it's probably only valuable in like very certain situations. I just don't think it's going to be that strong of a perk. Like I think if multiple people can run it, then it would probably be insane. But I think only having one person run breakdown is probably not that big of a deal. Maybe on like certain maps, like maybe if you're playing specifically like Groaning Storehouse or something and you like break down like the only hook that's in like one of the deep pockets, then maybe that would be good. Maybe. But even then, like you're still getting someone slugged back there, which is not really great, right? Like I think there's certain situations where it can be useful, but even then it's like RNG because that person has to be the one getting hooked. They also have to make sure they can go to a place where like being hooked is good. They got to hope that the killer doesn't carry them into a hook further into the map. And then also, you know, I don't know. It's just it's like a lot that has to go right in order to get like a very minor amount of value. So yeah, I just don't think it's really worth. Yo, Milton, thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it, dude. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you, man. Thank you. Koala, thanks for the resub. 25 months. It said, Scrim Night, let's go. Yo, appreciate it, man. Thank you for 25 months. Toja Bad Bomb gave 100 bits. That said, that's a great way to get nose items again. Oh, I think you gave that whenever I was talking about the week where we were going to do Hag Skull Merchant Night. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone loves those killers. It's fucking great. What do you mean? Maybe just a slight change of font, color, or size for some of the headers / names. But how would that, like, make it less confusing for the scoring, though? I don't know. Yo, Trifory, thanks for the raid as well, man. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you, dude. Putting team names at the top of the columns and a total at the bottom. But again, like the columns aren't actually accurate. Like the left column isn't going to be Academy the whole time. Like for the first set, the left column is Academy, and then the right column is Lorem Ipsum, and then for the next set, the left side is Lorem Ipsum, and the right side's Academy. Like we basically do like an A-B-B-A system, right? Where like teams A killer will play first, then teams B killer, and then for the next set it'll be team B killer, then team A killer, and then for the last set A B. So it's like A B B A B B A basically. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to play around with it and see what we can do in terms of like organizing. We could also maybe just change the way it's overlaid, and like even if we have Team B's killer going first for set 2, maybe we can still have like one team's score on one side and like regardless. Like maybe instead of saying like yeah, well, yeah, maybe, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to look at it and see what we can do. I think I have an idea of how we can do it. Maybe each team should always be on the same side. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like maybe if no matter what, we always have like Lorem Ipsum on the left and then Academy on the right, and then we can take the scores for Lorem Ipsum and put them on the left side of like the text, right? Like we can move them to like the left side of like all the text and just kind of have like one score on the right side and one score on the left side. I think that could definitely work. Yeah. I have to go see how the overlay is actually like made. So hold on. Like how difficult is this going to be to do? How many captures are there? Oh god, there's so many captures. there's so many fucking captures on this overlay. Holy shit, this has got to be like the most confusing overlay we have, right? God damn. But yeah, no, it seems pretty doable though. Actually, like, it seems pretty reasonable. Which one's this? Okay. Yeah, it would take a minute to do because there's like a bunch of captures that would need to be switched around. Actually, or no, is it all? No, I'm trying to see where the fuck is the. There's so many captures here, dude. Yeah, you know what? We'll just look at it later. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a lot to edit. Yeah, there's a lot there that needs edited. So like I'm pretty sure it's possible to do, but I can't do it like mid scrim night. So it's something we'll have to look at later. Yeah, if that's good. That's good feedback though. I do appreciate that feedback. And we'll definitely like look into that for future stuff to hopefully maybe make it a little bit less confusing. Where is Sleepy Joe? Where is Sleepy Joe? We'll just rely on you to explain everything and yell at you if you get something wrong. That's fair too. I mean, I also can just explain everything. I mean, that's also fair too. Like, I'm usually doing that already. I'm usually already explaining like the scores and what the win conditions are, you know? So you can honestly just ignore the scores if you want and just listen to me talk about the win conditions, and that should probably be enough too. How are the games going, little Jimmies? What's up? I simp for thick merchant. Oh, they're going great, buddy. They're going great. Oh, they're going lovely. Best pizza topping besides pepperoni, because everyone likes pepperoni. Oh, dude, I don't know, man. Like, I think sausage is always a good bet. I think mushrooms is actually really good, but only if they're like fresh. Like you can never eat mushrooms if it's like a fucking frozen, like a frozen pizza with mushrooms. Disgusting. But if you like order from like a pizza joint and get mushrooms and they're like fresh, yeah, I'm down with it. Sausage is good though. Other than that, man, I don't really know, honestly. I feel like most toppings are not great to me. I'm just a pepperoni guy. I don't know. So have you ever played versus any of the teams here? Yeah, but I've mostly only gone against the ones like that originated from scrim nights. Like I remember like a week ago, I think, was it a week ago or so? I scrimmed DC on first down like multiple times. I've scrimmed Power Struggle Rangers a few times. Basically, like I basically just offer teams that if they want practice during the week, they can like come scrim me on stream for practice. I've been offering that like since like the beginning of scrim nights. Like if people want to practice as a survivor team against my killer, then we can like play on stream, and then I would like give them feedback or whatever. And not a lot of people have taken the offer, surprisingly. Like I've done it a bit here and there, but not like a ton. I wouldn't mind doing it more. Scrims are fun. You ever thought about getting? Have you ever thought about getting into fighting games? Surprises isn't your scene. Not really. No, I'm not too interested in them. I don't know. I've never really played fighting games though. The only experience I've ever had with a fighting game was terrible. So I've kind of just never done them again. You know. I don't know. Hi, username 1314156. You don't seem like a robot at all. I think Schism would be willing. Yeah, if you guys are ever around like during like a regular stream day, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday or whatever, like if I'm just chilling and playing games randomly, and if you guys want to scrim, I mean, feel free to ask. I can't promise you I'll say yes. If I'm like in the middle of something, like if I'm doing like, I don't know, a randomizer streak or something, or if I'm just like not feeling it on that particular day, I can't guarantee you that I'll say yes, but you can always ask. And yeah, I mean, there's at least a chance I'll say yes. Because yeah, scrimming's fun, man. It's a nice way to like improve and have fun that isn't just beating on people in pubs, you know? Sometimes it gets boring just beating up on random people in pubs that are not very good, you know? Sometimes I like going against good people. What is something that, or what are some things you missed from the States that you took for granted? Using that loosely. Oh, dude, I really miss how going to the hospital used to cost me tens of thousands of dollars and put me in debt. Like I really miss how like I would never be able to go to the hospital unless I was basically dying because I was poor and I didn't want to pay tens of thousands of dollars. Like, that was great. I love that. I loved basically having no healthcare as a country. That was super cool. I also missed you know, just the danger of everybody owning guns. Like, I miss being able to walk into Walmart and buy an AK-47. Like, that's great. I love that people can go to Walmart and buy AK-47s. That was also pretty great. Miss that too. Yeah, man, you know, all the billionaires, you know, taking all the money and, you know, inflation going crazy. I miss that. Miss all the inflation, you know. That was also pretty good. Yeah. I guess I miss it all, really. I miss it all, man. I mean, I don't know why I haven't gone back. It's so great there. Okay, realistically though, actually the only thing I miss is sheets. You're right about that. The only thing I miss from the States is sheets. That's it. I love sheets. You can't buy AK-47s. You can. The Walmart in my town had fucking AKs in their Walmart. Like they literally had They had Kalashnikov AK-47s in their fucking Walmart. It was so ridiculous. And we had like a Dick's Sporting Goods, and like the Dick's Sporting Goods also had like, I don't know the exact guns because I wasn't super well versed in them, but there was some kind of like submachine gun looking guns, and they would sell them as semi-auto guns or whatever. Like they weren't allowed to be full auto, but they were like semi-auto, and you could use them for quote unquote hunting. So yeah, people were out there hunting deer with AK-47s apparently. I don't fucking know. I'm not joking, guys. I swear I'm not joking. I don't know if it's like that everywhere. Where I grew up in backwoods Pennsylvania, you could buy AKs in Walmart. Like you would literally go into Walmart and there would be like a gun case, and it was a lot of just like rifles and shit, right? Like 30-06s and shit. But then there would also just be like AKs there too. Like I'm not joking. There was actually AKs. So yeah, that's how it is. It's fucking crazy. Yo, Jane, what up, man? How's it going, dude? I'm from PA and now it's not like that. Well, then you must be from a different part than I'm in. Unless it changed. I mean, it could have changed. I don't know. Cause like, this is also like 10, 12 years ago. So, you know, like maybe it's different now, but I guarantee you that like 10, 12 years ago, it was a thing. Cause like me and my brother would go and check them out. Like he bought like a shotgun at one point that looked like it literally looked like the auto shotgun from fucking Left 4 Dead 2. And it was like a semi-auto, like, dude, like the amount of like guns you can get, it's just fucking crazy. Like it's wild how like easy it is to get crazy, scary firearms in America. I don't know, man. Shit's wild. What would you say is your favorite time period to learn about outside of Greece, Rome, and the Renaissance? I love ancient history, dude. I love ancient history. I love like ancient like Mesopotamia. Like I think like the older the better to me. Like I think learning about like, I don't know, the ancient Assyrians, like the Babylonians, even like the Bronze Age shit, like the Hittites and all that shit is like super interesting to me. Like I don't know. Like I think the further back the better in terms of like my interest, because it's just so like the differences and like the differences, but also the non-differences, right? Like the things that are different, but then also the things that are the same. Oh wait, I think I have to invite people, right? Autumn's on this team, right? Who's on this team? Academy of Overheated. I'm pretty sure Autumn's on that team, right? Who else is on that team? I think that should be enough. I think Autumn's on that team, so I think we should be good. Gilgamesh for DVD when? Dude, hell yeah, dude. That fucking add Gilgamesh. Well, I think that's too real. I think that's too real of a person to add. I don't know. I mean, well, not real of a person, but I mean real of like a figure. Like too religion-y, I think. Do you like learning about the Aztecs? Yeah, the Aztecs were cool for sure. Like honestly, pretty much all of Mesoamerica I think is neat. It's funny because the Aztecs get a lot of attention, and like I guess it's pretty understandable as to why, because they were like the top dogs whenever Spain came over, at least in, you know, middle of Mexico anyway. And like Tenochtitlan was like one of the biggest cities in the world. I think it was like the biggest city possibly in the world outside of Asia at the time. I think like it was a massive city. I think like it was huge. I don't take that as fact. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it was a massive city. So like they get a lot of attention, but they weren't even like that old of a culture. Like the Mayans, for instance, the Mayans were around for thousands of years before the Spanish came over. Like they were a very thriving society for a very, very long time. Like the Mayans are a super cool people to learn about, I think. I don't know, like there's so much cool history in like Mesoamerica that I feel like, again, you don't learn about enough, I feel like. It was the biggest city outside of maybe Constantinople. That's what I thought. And probably some cities in China, if I had to guess too, right? Well, when did it get colonized actually? Was it like the 1400s, the 1500s or something? Because China got kind of rocked by. Actually, I'm willing to bet things in China were probably bigger too, if I had to guess. I mean, China got kind of rocked by the Mongols in like the 1200s, but that's like 200 years later. They probably recovered. That was probably like Yuan Dynasty, right? So yeah, they probably recovered. It was later than that, was it? It had to be like 1400s or 1500s, right? It couldn't be much later than that. Like 1600s? Was it? Fuck, when was it? I just feel like I should know this. When did Cortez land in Mexico? 1519. So yeah, it was the 1500s. China got rocked during the Opium Wars. Yeah, but this was way before that. Like this was before the Opium Wars, after the Mongols. It was like kind of the in between. So I think China was doing pretty well. Like they probably had some pretty massive cities, if I had to guess. Western pre-colonization history is also fascinating, but pretty hard to find. Yeah, that's fair too. I mean, by Western, do you mean like Western as in like the Americas? I'm guessing that's what you mean, right? Because I mean, Europe is like who colonized, I would assume. Because yeah, I mean, I agree. I think like pretty much all of like the Americas, like they're like the whole like okay, something I find really fascinating, and again, like you guys got me nerding out about history now, so I apologize. I mean, we're kind of just waiting for the set to start. By the way, we do have it's a plague game, by the way, just so you guys know what we're in for before I start nerding out even harder. It's a plague game. Joe Biden's the killer. Academy of RPD is the survivors. We've actually never seen the survivor team play yet, so I don't know what to expect, FYI. But anyway, something that I find interesting about the Americas pre-colonization, and again, I apologize for nerding out. There was no horses in America. Did you guys know that? There was no horses in America, at least not for a while. Like there was originally horses in America a long time ago, but like the tribal peoples that lived there for like thousands of years before Spain landed, they didn't have horses. Like they were extinct there for like thousands of years before Spain brought them back over. Because again, yeah, they originally were from Americas, but then they all died out. And then they weren't there for like a long time, and then Spain brought them back. But like basically, whenever they like when the Spanish came over, they like brought horses, and it like amazed them. And on top of that, like it's even more crazy when you think about how impactful horses are for society, because like that's a big thing that a lot of people don't realize. Like when humans domesticated the horse, that was like a fucking massive jump in like society, like just the ability to live, right? Like before horses, you had to walk everywhere. You had to run everywhere, right? Like you couldn't travel long distances quickly, right? Horses was like being able to like domesticate horses and like ride them opened up the ability to like travel long distances and like a relatively, I mean, I say fast in quotes because I know that we fly in planes now and shit, right? So like, I mean, horseback is really slow compared to what we do now, but like at the time, in comparison to like walking somewhere to horseback riding somewhere, is a fucking massive difference, dude. Like it's literally such a huge like change. It's like the equivalent of like the automobile, right? It's like going from like horses to the automobile. Like it's almost, I mean maybe that's a little bit more of a change, but you get my point. It's kind of like that, right? It's like this big jump of like ability to be able to like navigate around. And it's so crazy to imagine that like the peoples in America didn't have that for like thousands of years, while the people in like Europe and Asia did, or whatever, in Africa even. And then like it's just so bizarre to think about that. And then like the Spaniards come over with their horses, and it's just like this crazy, like it must be like almost alien technology. I mean, they had gunpowder and horses. Like that's so fucking wild, dude. Like they had the ability to travel faster than any of the tribal people can faster. They shot fucking cannons, like gun cannons that probably seemed like the equivalent of fucking laser beams to us. Like it's just so crazy to think about, dude. I don't know, it's wild. Like thinking about how much of a culture shock that must have been, and just how like, and also just thinking about how different like life was, right? Like you don't hear much about people like conquering all of the Americas, because how the fuck could you, dude? You couldn't travel fast enough. Like how could you conquer all the Americas? It was so hard to like travel from A to B. Like I think the Mayans controlled a lot of area during some point in time, I think, although I'm not super brushed up on their history. But yeah, I mean, you don't hear about shit like the fucking Mongols or the Huns or anything, you know, like conquering massive fucking amounts of like shit, because like how can you, you know? Pigs and smallpox? Oh yeah, well smallpox is yeah, they certainly brought over the smallpox, that's for sure. Yeah. And that was pretty brutal. I mean, smallpox is what pretty much won the Spanish Civil War, to be honest with you. Like them taking over Americas was pretty much all smallpox. Like, even with their better technology, they probably would have got their ass kicked if it wasn't for smallpox completely just killing everybody and everything, you know? Like that shit was brutal, dude. People think fucking COVID is bad. I mean, COVID was bad. I don't want to downplay COVID. I don't want to be one of those like, it's just the flu people, but I mean, smallpox, if I'm not mistaken, smallpox killed, like, they don't know the exact numbers, but I've heard like estimates of like up to like 95% or some shit of people died to it, which is literally the most absurd thing to ever imagine. In certain cultures anyway. Like, it killed like 95% of people, which is like the most insane number to ever try to imagine. And even if it was a little bit lower, even if it was like 80, that's still an insane fucking number. Anyway, sorry. No more history. Let's get into the game. Here we go. Joe Biden. Let's take a look at the survivor builds. We got Live, Prove Thyself, Firecracker, Urban Evasion. That's interesting. Kinship with Deja Vu, Toolbox, Last Mind Gamer. Another Firecracker. We got the Unbreakable Delivered Survivor on Autumn. And this survivor seems like they want to be chased. Looks like it's Meg. Eluse has Dead Hard, Decisive Strike, Resilience, and Smash Hit. Smash Hit, again, got buffed semi-recently. Has a 20-second cooldown rather than a 40 now, so there's a chance to use it twice in the same chase, although I don't think there's a very high chance of that happening in like a scrim type setting. But it is entirely possible, hypothetically. Joe Biden's got Corrupt Intervention, Thanophobia, Pain Res, and Pop Goes the Weasel, so lots of aggression and slowdown. Nothing for late game. Devoted Amulet, the purple add-ons, adds 20 seconds to his... puking on that was pointless, by the way. Puke lasts for like, I think 50 seconds by default, and that was going to be blocked for like more than a minute still, but you know, that's okay. I'm just nerding out at this point. Devoted Amulet adds 20 seconds to your power when you get Corrupt Puke. It's normally 60, so that bumps it up to 80, which is a very long power. The apple just adds one extra corrupt pull at the start of the trial. So instead of having just one to play with, Joe Biden has two. He has two corrupt pulls to play with. How fun. So that gives him a little bit more to work with in terms of having his power early. Right now, the survivors are just stealthing around. It seems like they might be wanting to wait out corrupt. Well, except for Meg. See, I like this. This is smart. I like this. This is something that we didn't see happen in the last games, and it was kind of tilting me. But like, the survivor that has the build that wants to get chased is the one doing gens right away, which I love, and no one else is. Every other survivor is just chilling, playing safe, being careful, and they're like, yeah, Meg, you go do gens. Like, you have the build that wants to get chased, you go do gens. So Meg's like, don't worry, friends, I'll go do it. And this is really, really good. So either the killer will find Meg, most likely anyway, unless one of these survivors that are stealthing out here gets found. Most likely the killer will either A, find Meg and chase her first, which is good for the survivors because she has the build for that, or B, Corrupt Intervention will go away like it did, and now they're all just open to do whatever the fuck they want, and she might still get found first, which I think she did. And if she doesn't get found, then she just gets a bunch of gen progress for free, right? And she does get found. I think she maybe could have positioned it a little bit better to not get hit, ideally, but I guess against Plague, it's not really the end of the world to get M1 because you're probably going to get injured anyway. So you know what? At the end of the day, I don't really hate it. I think it's fine. Meg now at a pretty strong palette. We'll see how well she plays it. And now that she's getting chased, her other three teammates can hop on gens and kind of do them freely. And they are. They're currently doubled up there, and then the other survivor is on a gen alone. Meg has a palette here. Needs to be a little bit careful not to get mind gamed. Joe Biden trying some stuff out. And there you go. Gets it down. Trying to figure out what works. He figured out what works, and then there you go. Meg was just camping that pallet, trying to be as patient as she could, but maybe a little bit too patient. Is this another team without Prove Thyself, by the way? No, they have Proof. The Proof survivor is just doing a gen alone. I see. They're chilling. They're hiding. I don't want to switch back to the killer because I don't want to bug her. Okay, there we go. She gets hooked and puked on. That was a pain res proccing. Pop Goes the Weasel's also up and could be used too. Pukes on those two gens. Has a bit of like a 3-gen here, kind of, but not a super strong one. He's going to kick this gen with Pop. That's going to make it regress quite a bit. Well, there's kind of like a row of like 4 gens on this like bottom side of this. So like kind of, somewhat, sorta, maybe? Hard to tell. Like a kind of. Ooh, was gonna grab this corrupt puke, and they actually get the unhook right as they go for the corrupt puke, so that was really good timing. Like, if they would have waited any longer to get that, then the unhook would have became very, very difficult. So very good timing on the survivors there. Autumn grabs that unhook, and that's gonna get her deliverance as well. So deliverance will be up. 1 gen pops, and the killer's gonna stay on Meg. Meg needs to try to have as good of a chase as she can here. doesn't get hit there. Again, keep in mind, getting pallet stunned as Plague will knock you out of your power. So if Meg can find a high pallet, oh, she goes down on that window. Never mind. If Meg could have find, but in general, if you're getting chased by a Plague, if you can find a like high walled pallet that she can't puke over, really strong area to be in. Meg does have DS though, so not quite fully dead yet. Surprised she didn't just stay at Shack and use Shack pallet. Yeah, because she's gonna go right back down. Good puke from Joe Biden. That's gonna be another pretty quick down onto Meg, and I think she had Dead Hard too, and I don't think she used it, right? Pretty sure she had Dead Hard. So yeah, actually Meg kind of fucking up and not Dead Harding too. She actually had more she could have used there. She could have Dead Harded that hit, got distance, and then stayed alive for a lot longer. So actually, that was actually a little bit of a misplay for Meg there on like multiple fronts. I feel like she maybe could have stayed at Shack, maybe used Shack pallet, and then also try to get Dead Hard value, but didn't. And she gets put back on hook relatively quickly. Like, considering her build, I would say that that was a very, very fast rehook, considering how the speed that it could have been. Joe Biden trying to puke on these gens, is now getting the puke on them. 2 gens are done though. Currently the only person that's even sick is Meg, who only has like the beginner sickness, so she's not even infecting others. Claudette's gonna come up and grab this unhook. She'll get puked on. Nancy now has sickness too, so finally people are gonna start getting injured, and Thanatophobia might start being able to do something. But so far, Thanat has done basically nothing. Thanat has added 2% to gens, and that's really it. So not really much from Thanat so far. Gonna puke on that gen. Gonna get the hit onto Zarina. Wait, you're not switching to Zarina, are you? What? Kill Meg. What do you? No. Okay, Joe Biden rethinking his life choices. Besides, he wants to go after Meg after all, but he needs to make sure he can find her. Okay, he does find her. Meg does get found. Meg needs to make sure she gets. Actually, she can't really get Dead Hard value because she's already mending. Never mind. But Meg needs to try to have as good of a chase as she can. I'm not sure how far her mend progress was, but it might be. Okay. It might not be crazy for her to like try to mend mid chase if she gets the opportunity. She does have resilience. So these vaults are a little bit better for her. Ooh, so far playing this pallet really well as Meg. Joe Biden. This pallet's not that strong. But Joe Biden is struggling. She needs to transition at some point. There you go. Good transition. Can make it over to this pallet. She does have smash hit, so she could go for a stun as well. And if she gets a stun on this, that would give her a ton of distance and help a lot. Oh, kind of goes for it, but gets baited, and that's going to be a Bloodlust down. That's probably like Bloodlust 2 or 3. I don't know, but Bloodlust has to be kicking in. Okay. Tried to take a hit. Was Claudette there, but it didn't happen. And she's also injured, so this is actually kind of a big mistake. Because Claudette tried to jump in and take a hit for Meg, but she ends up just going down anyway. She wasn't even full health. She was trying to take a dying hit, which I'm not a crazy fan of. Like, if anybody's gonna do that, it should have been Nancy. I don't like that play there. Like, I think Meg did a pretty good job of like delaying that kill for as long as possible, but having the non-deliverance unbreakable survivor jump into chase like that, it seems not good. Like, I think if Nancy did that, it would have been fine, because Nancy getting hooked or down is not really the end of the world, because you can just pull yourself off and save yourself. But Claudette doesn't have any of that. So now Meg's dead, and the Plague has a preemptive hook on the Claudette with everybody being injured, and now the survivors are suddenly in a terrible spot. Like, Meg was doing pretty good at like staying alive for a long time and putting the survivors in a spot where like in the 3v1 they still have a decent chance, and now they're kind of not in that spot anymore because of that hook, because of that body block play. So I'm not really sure how I felt about that. Well, I do know how I felt about that. I wasn't a fan of it. I didn't like it at all. I think it was a pretty big misplay. Autumn gets the cleanse, but that also tells Joe Biden where Autumn is. Gonna get this puke on the unhook to basically injure her right away. So there you go. And we'll get the down on the Autumn. So there you go. The unhook comes in, basically just a perfect 1-for-1. That should give Joe Biden another stack of pain res, as well as another Pop Goes the Weasel proc. And fortunately for the survivors, at least, they don't have to worry about saving Autumn, because she could just deliverance. So they can use this opportunity to maybe get some more gen progress done, especially if Joe Biden camps this. If Joe Biden decides to like stay close to this gen and like kind of play campy around it, which I don't know if he will or not, but if he does, they can use this opportunity to get a lot of gen progress. But he kind of has a bit of a 3-gen here down in this corner. Yeah, he has like this hill main gen, and then kind of the gen that's like tucked down in that corner. So yeah, this is gonna be kind of tough for them to deal with. This is basically the entire top side of the map. Like, if you're looking at the map overlay, He basically has a 3-gen all along the top side. And he's just trying to hold this down as best he can. And he's doing a pretty good job of it thus far. There is that 1-gen out like on the side that they can get done. And they might get that done while Autumn sits on hook. Yeah, they are. Yeah, Claudette's currently getting that done. This is like off to the left side of the map. And actually, Joe Biden's coming over to check on it at the last minute. He's going to try to interrupt it. But it's got so much progress. He might be able to, if he can get this down quickly on the Claudette, though, and then hit it with pop, he could maybe stop it. But the problem is that Claudette wisely is taking this chase as far away as possible from the top side. She ran the whole way to the bottom side, and these guys with Prove Thyself letting go of the gen and getting the skill check, that's going to stall out the progress a lot. I think they should have just both sat on it and just hammered as much as they could. Because she's already been pain resed, right? Like, Claudette couldn't be pain res, so you really didn't have to worry about pain res. I think if they just sat on that gen and just duoed it for like a lot of progress, it would have been really good. I guess I don't necessarily hate what Zarina's doing either. She was like hiding for the save, but see, even then they 100% would have got that done because the Plague went back and kicked that gen on the left side of the map. They could have broken the 3-gen. So yeah, not a huge fan of that. Claudette gets unhooked. She's now on death hook. Joe Biden knows it. Joe Biden smells blood, and he's going after it. He wants it. Joe Biden's on the hunt, and he gets it. He gets it down. Claudette running to the bottom side of the map again. Doesn't make it to any pallets or windows, unfortunately. Doesn't quite make it there before bar time runs out. So she's going to get hooked again, and that's going to be her death hook. And they need to finish a gen before pop. And they are. Autumn is going to finish this gen on the hill. And Zarina's going to hop back on the bus gen. So there's at least a chance for them to finish all 5 gens here. Zarina's going to have to get the fuck off that gen pretty quickly because I think Joe Biden... Actually, maybe not. Really? Joe Biden not going back to the gen at bus. I thought Joe Biden would go right back to this gen at bus, but he's actually not. So Zarina, I think, was smart to get off of it. But interestingly enough, she could have been progressing it this whole time, I guess. Because Joe Biden was like, hey, you know what? I ain't about it. Fuck it. Okay, he's going to go back now. He's going to find it. He's going to kick it. That's going to be Pop Goes the Weasel, so that's going to regress a lot. And he's got 80 seconds worth of power. I'm not sure if they're trying to stealth out his power or what, but he's got 80 seconds worth of power right now, which is a lot. So we'll see what he can get done with it. And what the survivors want to do. He's going to kick these gens and regress them a bit. And yeah, he's just kind of holding down these 3-gens. So I guess doing that gen on the hill wasn't really breaking the 3-gen, really, right? So I guess I can't really blame them too much for how they played around it. I guess like doing that gen wasn't the end-all be-all. Joe Biden sees the cleanse and knows where Autumn is. Tries to puke on a gen with red puke, which does nothing. So just kind of having some fun, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Joe Biden kind of had like a 4-gen setup. So like them popping that gen doesn't really break it. Although... I was gonna say it's not the strongest 3-gen, but it kind of is. It kind of is a pretty strong 3-gen. Like, this is a very, very good gen setup. So Joe Biden in a very strong spot here in the 2v1. I don't know what they'll be able to do here, especially considering these gens have just regressed so much. Like, they basically let these gens regress so much that now, like, it's gonna be really hard. Like, whoever gets chased is gonna have to make sure that they have a phenomenal chase. Like they can't. Like if whoever gets chased just goes down in like 20 seconds, it's just gonna be game over. Autumn getting found, uses sprint burst. Does have a pallet over here, but there's also corrupt puke here. Monger W. Although a stun will break out the plague out of it. Good puke through that little crack there. Autumn not getting the stun, and that will likely be your death. No, not the stun either. Yep. Well, like I said, 20-second chase is not gonna do it. That's not gonna do it. The hook's gonna come in. There's no way he's gonna get this gen done by the time he comes back with Pop Goes the Weasel. I mean, it's possible that he can stealth away and keep the game alive. Maybe, but that's assuming he gets away and doesn't get found, which he likely will. Oh yeah, he already saw him. Yeah, because he's gonna be leaving a blood trail. He's gonna be coughing. So yeah, he's gonna get found, and that's gonna be the 4K. That's gonna be the 4K. Joe Biden's gonna kill all 4 survivors with 1 gen remaining. And that's a pretty solid result, I'd say. That's a pretty solid result. Interestingly, I think Thanatophobia in this build did pretty much nothing at all. Like, Thanat on Plague, I know is like a thing that people run in like pub games pretty often, and I know that like it's pretty possible to get value, but like, I feel like if you're planning on tunneling out a survivor, Thanat just doesn't really seem like a good choice, you know? Like, really, the only time Fanat is worth it is if you have all 4 people injured. And at no point in this game was there ever, right? Maybe at one point there was all 4 people injured. But if there was, it was a very brief amount of time. Like maybe right before the dude got tunneled out, because I think everybody was injured right then. But in general, like once somebody dies, you can no longer get good value out of it. It becomes maximum 6%. So yeah, I think Fanat in this build was pretty questionable, but the rest of the build was really solid. Like having Pop and Pain Res both is a ton of regression, and Joe Biden got a lot of value out of both of those. Both Pain Res and Pop got so much value for him. And in general, his chases were just so dominant that I feel like, again, like the micro being in his favor that heavily and the chases all just ending so fast in his favor. Well, I say that, you know, actually, I'm going to take that back. I would say most of the chases ended well, but I think Meg did have a really good chase. I think Meg's, like, chase when she was getting tunneled out actually was really solid. She did a really good job. Like, that one pallet that she played, that, like, kind of one unsafe pallet that she played, she did a really good job, and she did a really good job of buying time. I think the big mistake there was Claudette coming up to take the hit for her. Again, if anybody was going to do it, it should have been Autumn. And even Autumn doing it is, like, kind of questionable, but I mean maybe could be a thing, right? Just to like break bloodlust. Like I think it's kind of okay, but it should definitely be the Unbreakable Deliverance driver, and definitely not Claudette, especially considering that also she was like a full objective survivor too, right? Like she had Deja Vu toolbox. Like that was definitely not the ideal survivor to have that happen to. So but overall, I mean, result not terrible for Academy, but not good. I'm sure Joe Biden's probably pretty happy with his 4K. Pretty good result to have a 4K with one gen left. Not necessarily impossible for Academy to beat. Blood Lodge has had some pretty interesting gen spawns in terms of being able to hold areas. It seems like the top side of the map seems to have like gens that are pushed together pretty often. So it's not like it's going to be impossible for Academy to win this, but it's definitely a very good result for Joe Biden, and I think Lord Mimsum is going to feel pretty good about their chances going forward. Also, I gotta play some ads. I have to play ads. So I'm gonna play some ads. Give me a second, guys, okay? If I don't play ads now, they're gonna play in 9 minutes, which is probably gonna be right at the end of the match. Wrong clock system on stream? Really? Wait, what's this for then? Oh yeah, that's Thompson House. Oh, you're right. This is Blood Lodge. Thank you. I didn't realize. Yeah, you're right. That was Thompson House. You're right. Silly me. Silly me. That was Thompson House. Oops. This is Blood Lodge. My bad. My bad. My bad. You're lucky I'm here. Yeah, thank God. Thank God our Savior switches here. Thank the Lord. Yeah, see, you guys had me ranting about history, and then I just forgot everything that I was doing. Anyway, let me play ads. I'll also invite the people that need to be invited, and then while they're setting up, we'll let the ads play. And hopefully by the time the ads are done, we should be just about ready. Okay, Joe Biden, are you playing Survivor? Survivor. Okay, fuck. God damn it. The members of Lore Mipsum, I know who's on Lore Mipsum. Shut up. I know. Shut up. I know it. It's Joe Biden and McTwisted and who do I invite? Sick. Joe Biden joined. Thank fuck. Okay, good. Whew. Whew. Yeah, I couldn't invite Joe Biden because he was in a lobby, but he's in now, so we're good. We're good. Whoo! Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. I'm telling you, Joe Biden is as cracked as he is jacked. I saw him at 7-Eleven the other day buying adult diapers, and well, that's actually kind of believable. And a pack and a six-pack of Red Bull. I asked what the diapers were for, and he said they're containing my powers that I'm absolutely shit on these kids. And then he moonwalked out of the door. Yeah, and it's definitely not because he's like fucking goddamn 10,000 years old. That's for sure. Good old Sleepy Joe. Good old Sleepy Joe, dude. I don't think I'd be questioning why he's buying diapers, man. I don't know. Who the hell is Joe Biden? I think their actual name that they're signed up under is oh shit. They signed up under a different name, but I can't remember what it was. But yeah, Joe Biden seems to be the handle that they go by, so I don't know. Rex the Chow. Yeah, there you go. There you go. But I mean, they're basically Joe Biden now, right? I don't think we know them as anything other than Joe Biden at this point. All presidents are a sneeze away from a casket. Yeah, it's kind of weird that like the country is ran by people that are like on death's door all the time. Isn't that a little weird? I always thought that was a little odd. Like, I mean, I know that like older people are more wise, and I think it'd be kind of dumb to put like a 20-year-old in charge. Don't get me wrong. But like, goddamn, bro. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I get a little scared thinking thinking about how the world is ran by people that are like fucking 80 years old and like 1 foot in the grave, you know? It's kind of terrifying. I know I want an unhinged 20-year-old TikTok star in charge. See, yeah, I agree with, like, I don't agree with that either, but like okay, like how old was JFK? JFK was like the youngest president of the United States, right? I mean, if we're talking purely United States, I think he was like the youngest president, and he was like in his 40s or something. Like, I think that's solid. I think being in like your 40s is chill, you know? Like I think you're still pretty, you know? 43, knew that off the top of my head. Did you, or did you Google it? There's no way you actually knew that off the top of your head, right? So in other words, you're pretty wise. Ha ha ha. I get it because I'm old. Ha ha ha. Hilarious. Hilarious. What's a historical thing people believe that pisses you off at how wrong it is? Ooh, there might actually be a good answer for that I just can't think of off the top of my head. There probably is a good answer for that. Okay, the ads are over. Oh, there's got to be an answer for that, but I just don't know what it is. Oh, Alexander the Great. It's got to be Alexander the Great, right? That Alexander the Great is like the greatest fucking like general / world leader of all time or whatever the fuck. Motherfucker adopted his fucking dad's military machine, bro. He's a fucking trust fund kid. Alexander the trust fund kid. That fucker. Please. Fucking please, dude. Oh yeah, your dad spends his whole fucking life, like 50 years, going through the fucking trenches and building this fucking massive, gigantic, supreme military that's better than everything else at the time. Works his ass off, fucking, if you got, oh man, I don't even want to get started, dude. I don't even want to get started, dude. And no one even knows his name. Do you guys know who Alexander the Great's father is? Like, do you guys know his name? No one knows his fucking name. Everyone just knows Alexander. It's some bullshit, dude. Philip, his name was Philip. Philip II of Macedonia. He was the actual one that deserves the credit, okay? He took Macedonia from a tiny fucking nation that just got bullied and beat around by fucking the other people in Greece. And he was like a fucking prisoner in Thebes, and he like reformed the entire fucking military and built this like giant military machine that was like better than everything else, and took over like all the Greece and was just shitting on everyone. Like, just took over everything, had these grand plans to take over the Persian Empire, and then he fucking died. He got murdered. He might have even got murdered by Alexander. We don't know. We don't even know who killed him or why. It could have even been Alexander that killed his own dad, even. And then he took over his fucking thing, and then now he's like known as the greatest fucking, but he doesn't even deserve it. He doesn't even deserve it. Alexander the Great, more like Alexander the Mid, more like Alexander the slightly above average, more like Alexander the trust fund kid who adopted everything that he had and didn't fucking build shit. All right, there you go. I said it. Yep, there you go. I said it. There you go. There we go. I said it. That's right. I said it. And also, that's also a little bit of an exaggeration. Alexander actually was actually a pretty good commander. Like he definitely was like he was solid, don't get me wrong. But like, okay, in order for Alexander to not take over Persia and like basically take over the world, he would have had to be basically like one of the worst in history. Like if he was even just decent, he would have done what he did. You know what I mean? I don't even want to talk about it. Whatever. Let's just get started. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, here we go. Don't get me started on history, guys. Just don't do it. Just stop it. Anyway, Random Nerds here. He's got a very similar build, except this time he's got Eruption instead of Fanat, which I think is a little bit better. I think Pop Eruption's a very, very good combo. Same exact add-ons, though. Devotee's Amulet plus Apple. We have Hyper Focus and Fast Track on Joe Biden. This man's going to be a great skill check machine. That was perfectly synchronized, which was actually pretty satisfying. Prove Thyself, Decisive Strike, Sprint Burst, Wake Up. That's a pretty interesting, like, split build. Decisive Strike, or sorry, Unbreakable Deliverance is on my shell. And Hellboy has Dead Hard, Resilience. So it kind of looks like we have two people that are like, actually no, only one person that's like kind of anti-tunnel. I mean, there was like a random DS on McTwisted. So there's kind of like two vaguely anti-tunnel builds. It seems like they're kind of hedging their bets in terms of who's getting chased first. So I guess we'll see. Looks like they're kind of just waiting out Corrupt right now. They're trying their best to just wait out Corrupt. Random Nerd just puking on stuff. I mean, so puke lasts, okay, it's either 40 or 50. I think it might be 40. I think by default, puking on something makes it infected for 40 seconds. And maybe I'm wrong on that. You guys can correct me. It's either 40 or 50. I think it's 40, though. So realistically, what Random Nerd probably should be doing is like quickly cycling puke on these gens, like puke on all 4 of them, and then go explore the corrupt area for like at least like 10 or 20 seconds before you come back and puke on them again. Like you don't need to just patrol this, because yeah, you're kind of just giving them the opportunity to wait out corrupt now. Like if you puke on all 4 gens, like I mean, Plague is particularly good at this because of her ability to puke on stuff, right? Like I mean, as any killer, you maybe I feel like as any killer, it might be a bad idea to just sit in your corrupt gens and not like venture out, or your non-corrupt gens, I mean. But as Plague especially, like you should definitely be venturing out and like trying to find them, because yeah, your corrupt's gone now. His corrupt's now gone, and his survivors are still just Bing chilling. And at any point now, they have a selection of 7 gens that they can work on. So basically, 1 perk essentially completely gone now. We'll see what they opt to do. Hellboy hopped on a puke gen. Random Nerd realizes and goes, "Oh wait, where you at, boy? Where you at?" And the others can do whatever they want now. I'm actually kind of surprised that Hellboy jumped on that while it was puked with no one else on a gen. Like, you'd think they'd wait for everybody to get on a gen and then kind of have everybody hop on together, but so far it's kind of okay. Hellboy's here at the Z-Wall. He's going to abuse the Z-Wall like a dirty, filthy survivor main, abusing Infidence. He's actually just going to get M1 pretty quickly. To be honest with you, getting M1 quickly against Plague is really not that big of a deal because you're going to get injured anyway from the sickness. It does speed up the process a little bit, so it's not super ideal, but it's not the end of the world. But that's definitely not ideal, is going down very quickly without even using a single pallet. So that first chase was pretty bad. Not what you'd like to see. So again, we stress this a lot, and I'm going to keep stressing it because I think this has been a major pain point for like a lot of our teams. Is that their first chases have been pretty bad, and like pretty much like I think every match we've seen tonight so far, the first chase has been pretty bad. I don't think we've had like a single chase today that like at least a single opening chase go for like even like more than like maybe like 2 or 3 gens, or sorry, two or three pallets. Like I feel like the first chases need to be really good because that's kind of what like sets the tone for the match. It kind of like sets the pace for the whole match. And these first chases are just ending really fast. So like that gets Random Nerd a pain res hook, and then he also has Pop Goes the Weasel up that he could use. He doesn't even really need to use it because he didn't really see any gens with a ton of progress. McTwisted grabs the unhook, which actually McTwisted isn't even the Unbreakable Deliverance survivor. It was My Shell, right? So My Shell doesn't even get Deliverance yet, and as a matter of fact, gets found as well. And Random Nerd's just gonna leave Hellboy alone and go after My Shell, which is interesting. Not sure if I like or hate this. I mean, because My Shell is the Deliverance driver, at least I'm pretty sure she is, right? Yeah. So because My Shell's the Deliverance driver, this actually ends up being a pretty good chase. But only because we know that. Like, if a Random Nerd doesn't know that, then like if we didn't hypothetically know that, then this would be kind of questionable. And I feel like staying on Hellboy would be better. But hey, I mean, regardless, it is what it is. Random Nerd actually finds... Oh, he actually finds Hellboy again here. See, this is... okay, so this team is like... This is like a relatively newer team. And like, this is the kind of stuff that you definitely need to make sure that you avoid. Like, a bit... Like, this is one of those things that can be avoided very heavily through like comms, right? Like, ideally, like, good comms on a team is letting everyone know what gen you're working on based on like clock callouts, right? So like where that down happened, that was basically like 11, 12 o'clock ish, right? Maybe like 10, 11, 12 o'clock ish was where that happened. So it's kind of like on the team to let their teammates know where they're working on gens, right? Like if you're like, hey, I'm on a gen at like 11, right? Then whoever's getting chased needs to know not to run there, right? Because that was very not ideal, especially considering Hellboy was the survivor that had already been down a hook stage. That made it even more not ideal. So the chase got taken straight to the survivor that had already been hooked, and then he just got hooked again. And to be honest with you, Random Nerd is not taking advantage of this, though. He's not taking advantage of the guy being on death hook. I don't like the way he's playing this at all. First off, he was just bloodlusting the shit out of that pallet that was pretty safe, which I don't love. And he also wasn't taking advantage of the fact that Hellboy's now death hook. He kind of is now. He's kind of coming back, I guess. So maybe he decided that he's going to now. He's here. Do they have wiretap? They have wiretap. That's interesting. Wiretap on that gen. Oh, but My Shell goes down, but I think Deliverance is up on her now. Right? Yeah, Deliverance is up on her now, so that's a little bit better. And the killer shows up. Wiretap is doing work for Hellboy right now. And I don't think the killer even has any idea it's there, right? Like, I doubt the killer suspects this at all. Wiretap is gonna be doing work, dude. Look at this shit. Oh, dude, Wiretap OP. Wiretap OP, baby. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Hellboy easily able to see exactly what the Plague's doing because of wiretap. And yeah, that perk is just hard carrying right now. Holy shit, it's hard carrying. Dude, just fucking look at it. My lord. I mean, to be fair, I think Random Nerd is also trying to play these palettes way too much. Like, I'm saying it's doing work, but like, we can double back here and just say that Random Nerd should not be trying to play a Jungle Gym palette like that. Like, that's a safe palette. Even without wiretap, you still shouldn't play it that way. Like, any good survivor is going to be able to just not die at that palette, right? So I feel like that looked like it was like massive wiretap value, and again, I guess it really was, but really it was mostly just a misplay from Random Nerd. Like, you shouldn't play that palette like that. Random Nerd seems to like not like to kick pallets even when they're pretty safe. He was like bloodlusting that one truck pallet as well, which was also a pretty rough one to play. And I think that's kind of a major flaw in his game. He seems to be like trying to play pallets for way too long, even when they're really safe. Like, some pallets are good to play that way and some aren't. You have to be able to identify which ones are which. That was like a triple eruption right there, though. So that's a good bit of regression. That's like 30% coming out across three gens. So that's kind of big. This might also be pain res. So yeah, there you go. 25% more. And now up to 30% more. So that's a ton of regression. I mean, that was 30, fucking 55, and now potentially another 30. Up to potentially 85% regression just from that down and hook, which is crazy. My shell uses Deliverance, so they're back off hook now. Pop Goes the Weasel comes in on this gen, regresses it a lot too. That's so much regression. Whew, my lord, that's a lot of regression. Kind of has a bunch of gens on this top side. Again, it seems like that's like the major thing that happens on this map, is that the top side of the map always has a lot of gens. Oh, Random Nerd swinging early. But Joe Biden actually vaults into him and goes down anyway. So you know what? The early swing didn't really matter too much. Joe Biden had a bit of a misplay at that pallet, goes down. That'll be another hook, another pain res, most likely. And also some more Pop Goes the Weasel. The survivors are only one gen away from securing a tie, and then 2 gens away from winning. So there's pain res. Another Pop Goes the Weasel is going to be coming soon. Okay. Pops this middle gen again. Pukes on this gen, which is actually pretty important because Cheryl's been doing this gen not sick and not getting sick, so that's going to secure sickness probably. Random Nerd also looking around here, wants to see if she can find the Cheryl. I actually don't know where she's hiding. She actually just bailed. Yeah, she's out of there. She's just completely bailed. She's like, yeah, no thank you. Which I like this. I like this from Hellboy. I think this is what they should be doing the whole time. Like, Hellboy is like the one that's death hook, so you should be really careful. Like, ideally, if you have a death hook survivor like that, they should be playing really safe and careful and trying to not put themselves in harm's way at all. And if Hellboy ever does get chased, he should ideally be like already halfway towards the opposite side of the map of the gens, which currently right now is the bottom side, right? Like, pretty much all the gens are top side. So if Hellboy gets chased at any point, he should heavily prioritize booking it down to the bottom side. And if he does get chased and killed, they should be able to trade his death for like at least one of those gens, if not multiple. Finds Claudette. That back and forth somehow works, so a bit of a misplay from Claudette there. Not really sure how that happened, because I feel like that should have been a pretty easy stun. But the down does come in on Claudette, and that's going to be another hook onto her. Oh, I bugged him out. Fuck. Okay, he'll unbug whenever he does something. He's not actually face camming, okay? When he does something, if he like kicks a gen, he's going to kick a gen, right, with Pop. So whenever he eventually kicks a gen, it'll unbug him. Or is he face camping? Is he face camping? No one's getting pressured. Okay, these guys seem like they're getting chased. Yeah, they seem like they're getting... Okay, he's unbugged. Okay, so he kicked the bus gen, but they have a lot of progress on multiple gens here. This is not a Pop Goes the Weasel kick. That's just a dry kick. Just not like really nothing, adding anything to that. And, ooh, locates Cheryl down here, who needs to be careful. She's not injured right now, but yeah, she can get injured from Puke. I like the way he's playing this. Just try to keep her in this corner until she's injured. There you go. The dead hard from Hellboy, though. Such a good dead hard play. That's going to get him out of the corner and buy him a little bit more time. But again, yeah, this is kind of what I mean. Like, I think Hellboy needed to make sure he prioritized, like, if the killer was coming anywhere near him at all, he should prioritize being on the opposite side of the map. To be fair with you, this is actually still a decent spot to be in, because he's far away. Like, he is on the top side, but he's at least on the opposite of the top side, right? He's on, like, the top right side, whereas the gens that they're doing are on the top left side. It's still not good. Like, he still should have ideally ran to the bottom side of the map, but it's at least better than nothing. It's better than him dying in this corner, I guess. Or actually, was he? Actually, no. Was that... I think I'm getting lost now. No, yeah, no, he was. Okay, like the bus is in top mid. I see. So yeah, more Pop Goes Weasel coming out, kicking this gen as well. And this is strange. This could still go either way, man. I don't know. I thought that the survivors were in a really, really good spot to win this, but they keep, I don't know, the downs keep happening really fast, and the macro is just also not really there either. And I don't know, man. It could still swing either way. I mean, one more gen gets the tie, but if Random Nerd can manage to 4K them without them finishing one more gen, he can get the win. Well, okay. Well, never mind. The tie is secured. Down goes Joe Biden. And they need one more gen to win. Just one more gen to win. Joe Biden is not Death Hook. And my shell just hops on a gen in the corner. This gen had a bunch of progress earlier. It's regressed down to 0. So this is the gen that's at the is at the top left of the map. That's the 6 o'clock gen gonna get kicked with Pop. Both these gens over here are regressing. Yep, and there's kind of a row of 3 gens here. So pretty unfortunate, man. Very, very unfortunate. And I think a big part of this comes from the way the chases were played in terms of like early game. Like I want to give the survivor shit for like not having good gen macro, but I feel like the reason, probably a big reason they didn't have good gen macro is because of how fast the early game chases went. You know, like they needed to have at least like a little bit of time stall early game so that they can like work on the right gens that they need to work on to make sure that this situation doesn't happen. But the downs were all just happening so fast that I feel like they weren't even really able to avoid this at all. Well, I mean, they maybe could have if they heavily prioritized it, but I don't know. It was definitely a difficult thing to combat considering how fast the chases were going. Twist is going to be getting put on his very first hook, which is going to be probably a pain res. So this gen will likely get hit soon. Maybe. Is he greeting? Is he being too greedy? Nope, he's actually carrying him closer even too. So yeah, it's going to be a pain res. Pop Goes the Weasel's up now as well. And they're also both injured here too. So this is also dangerous because they might not be able to get out. Okay, locates both. Wants to cut off the unhook, so he's going to chase Joe Biden. Both these survivors are Death Hook, too. Both Joe Biden and my shell are both Death Hook. And they're not going to get far enough away here. Oh, just kidding. Never mind. Joe Biden has balanced landing. Them fucking 80-year-old ankles are strong. But he is going to go down. And I think Random Nerd's going to go back and try to get this Pop Goes the Weasel off before... I think he's worried about losing this gen, which is pretty justified. It's actually not even that progressed. It's like 30%. But it's pretty justified for him to be like unsure about it and want to go back and check. That gen's at like 30. This other gen over there just barely has any progress, I think. That's a little bit more, but not a whole lot more. And the survivors are here, so he can maybe try to get another down. There's a survivor in the corner as well that he sees. But he's going to be going after the person going for the pickup. I think he recognizes now that this puts the final survivor in a pretty tough spot where they either have to just try to get the final gen done alone or go pick up Joe Biden, which either one is going to be a not great option. Looks like they want to go help the president. But Random Nerd's going to cut him off. He's going to look for it, and he's going to, I think, find them? No? Yes? No? Yes? Oh, no. My shell stopped. Stopping and stealthing. And Random Nerd can't quite sniff it out. Doesn't know where they are. Oh, never mind. Figured it out. Never mind. Figured it out. And there's the down into my shell. And that should pretty much lock down the 4K. And that's another tie. That's another fucking tie, dude. Wow. So I think we're gonna go all 3 killers this set too. This is gonna be a long scrim night, man. I think we're gonna be streaming a little past the usual 6-hour mark today, based on how the pace of matches are going. Because yeah, that's another tie. That's another 4K 1 gen. Well, unless Joe Biden either bleeds out or gets hatch, or McTwisted. If one of them bleeds out or gets hatch, hypothetically. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think Random Nerd has so much time to find them. Like, McTwisted has so much of a bar. He just found Joe Biden making his way towards hatch. And McTwisted has so much of a bleed out bar. Like, he's got like 2.5 minutes right now to find him. So, but then again, he's looking in the entirely wrong spot. Oh, actually, no, he's not. I actually don't like that they're crawling towards hatch. They should crawl away from hatch. Like, them crawling towards hatch is kind of just making it easier for the killer to find them. Because the killer is very clearly going to kick hatch, right? So, like, actually, these guys should have crawled away from hatch. They should have crawled somewhere else. Unless they just don't care and they're just like, whatever, kill us. Kill us, you earned it, whatever. I don't know. I feel like, realistically, they actually could have maybe had a chance if they crawled away. But yeah, that ends up being a tie. So there you go. That ends up being a tie game. The Plague is a tie. They both 4K at 1 gen remaining, so the exact same result for both sides. And that was interesting because I feel like the survivors were in a really good spot here. Like, I feel like they were in a pretty solid spot, like, early on. I feel like there was just a lot of mistakes in terms of, like, positioning, as well as, like, the chases just not going in their favor. and Random Nerd's able to actually like bring it back and hold down that corner, those corner gens, and get enough to get the result you need. So touche, man. Well played from Random Nerd. Good try from Overheated Academy. Vice versa. This killer's from Overheated Academy. Lorem Ipsum. Good try from Lorem Ipsum survivors. And well played by Random Nerd. And that's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be a tie game. So we're gonna definitely see all 3 sets. And that was an interesting start. It was a very, very, very interesting start of the best of 3. That kind of makes me curious to see how the future games are gonna go. Huh. All right. So up next is what? Oni? Oh, dude, I love how much Oni we're seeing. Oh yeah, there's an Oni in every fucking set of the day today, guaranteed. Hell yeah. Good. Okay, so coming up next is gonna be the Oni set. Oni is played on Cool Tower. So let me change the map before Swish yells at me. So Oni's played on Cool Tower, and again, Cool Tower is one of those maps where, like, if the survivor team does not play really tight and disciplined, it should probably be a good result. Like, it should probably end up being a strong result for Oni. So we will see. Is it Autumn playing Oni? I guess so. No, it's a loose. Autumn just invited me in. Okay, sounds good. Where's Joe Biden? Get in here, Joe Biden. Get in here, Mr. Biden. Get on in here. Get on in here, Mr. Biden. So yeah, like we've seen from like we saw a good example from Cruelty on Friday. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Swifty, the killer for Overheated, had a particularly bad game that match. So like, I think that also had something to do with it too. But we saw from Cruelty how survivors can do a really good job on Cool Tower. Like, you definitely can get a good result against Oni on Cool Tower if you play a really good, tight, disciplined game. But it's really, really important that you play well on all fronts. Like, you have to be really, really on top of it. Like, your macro, your micro, everything has to be really good. And again, that's pretty unlikely from any team that isn't like crazy high experience and has a ton of like comp experience and just a ton of like game experience in general, right? Like, a big thing that we've seen a lot of teams struggle with has been the first chase and how quickly the hits come in and the downs come in. So if either one of these teams can like really buckle down and have a strong first chase, I think it's going to make a huge difference in this Oni set. But if we continue to see killers getting hits really early and kind of like getting the ball rolling early, with Oni, that's particularly painful, right? Like, if Oni gets the ball rolling early, it's even worse than all the, like, any killer is not good to have the ball rolling early, right? Like, ideally you want to stall it out against any killer, but Oni in particular is really, really brutal with it because he can snowball super hard. So these guys got to make sure that they play really disciplined on both sides. Like, both survivor teams need to make sure that they try to play as like disciplined and tight as they can. And hopefully we just don't see Oni destroying everybody, but we really might. Oni is strong on this map. So we will see. Suspree, thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, dude. Hope you had a good stream. 1v1 me, bro. Thanks for the 2 months. Just said you're crushing it. Love the content. Thanks for being you. Yo, thanks, dude. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the primer. I appreciate it, man. M-Bear also resubbed for 50 fucking months. God damn, that's a lot of months. Appreciate it. And Babe Jalente also resubbed for 34 months. I said, Scrims is anything I look forward to lately since my life do be going downhill. Tofu fine. Dude, feels bad, man. Hey, I mean, life going downhill, you know, once you hit bottom, then you can only go up from there, right? Like, if your life's going downhill, just enjoy the ride, you know, fucking get through it as best you can. Once you hit bottom, then from there, it's all up from there, you know? So it's the bright side, right? Smile. I don't know. I'm trying to make light of it, but there's no way to make light of it. Like, life going downhill sucks. So I hope you're holding up okay. And hey, I'm happy Scrims can at least give you a place to chill out and get your mind off things, you know? Is there a perk that would work as an alternative to Corrupt, or is it just too good to be replaced? Lethal could replace it, but only on killers that are like really oppressive, I would say. Like, if you're a killer that has a really strong chase, then I think Lethal could replace Corrupt. I mean, not in Scrims because Lethal's banned. If you're talking about in Scrims, no, nothing replaces Corrupt. But even Lethal as a replacement for Corrupt, I would say only works on killers that are extremely strong in chase, and even then, not as good. Corrupt is still better. Corrupt is still better than Lethal, even in those scenarios. So yeah, maybe Nurse, maybe Nurse and Blight, maybe Lethal might be better, maybe. And then some killers are like questionable, right? Like a really strong Pyramid Head player or something, right? Or like a really strong Deathslinger player or something. You can maybe make the argument, but even them, I think Corrupt's still better. Will this be a YouTube series? Probably, yeah. Probably. I'll probably upload these games to YouTube. Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I want to do it. Also, what's up, 8? Good to see you, dude. What happened to that prediction? I bet on Lorem to win. What happened? They tied. Did we pay it off? I think we paid it off. They actually tied. So, yeah. If Corrupt is better, then why is Lethal banned? Because Lethal removes strategy from the survivors. Like, Lethal just makes the games less fun because instead of like having this strategy around the early game, you just spawn up and the killer's like, okay, I know exactly where everyone is, and just immediately runs to them and starts chasing them. Like, the early game strategy is really, really interesting and cool, and it adds more depth to the gameplay when you can have people like run builds and then try to like strategize around how you play around the early game, whereas like Lethal just kind of takes that away. And it's not really... It's more of like a fun thing as opposed to a balanced thing. I mean, I think Lethal being banned probably is a balanced thing for killers like Blight and Nurse, but for other killers, I think it's more of a fun thing rather than a balanced thing. It just makes the games more interesting. Is Singularity a B tier killer? Against good teams, yeah. I would say, yeah. Tofu, thoughts on Dredge and Comp? My opinion, I hate scrimming him, but I want to hear your thoughts. I don't know, dude. I feel like Dredge is the killer that I know the least about. I feel like I always expect Dredge to do terribly. Like, I always expect Dredge to get shit on because I don't feel like he should be that strong. But then he usually ends up doing good. So, like, it's really odd. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's hard for me to really, like, judge the value of Nightfall. Like, Nightfall is a strange thing to me, where it's hard for me to, like, I guess, like, articulate in my head. I don't know if articulate is the word. It's hard for me to, like, really pinpoint how strong and how impactful Nightfall is. You know what I mean? And also his mobility. Because, yeah, I mean, he's weird. He's, like, strong in such weird ways. Like, he doesn't have, like, a particularly oppressive chase, but he has, like, crazy mobility. He has, like, the, like, weirdness of Nightfall and, like, you know, removing information. He's just a weird killer. So it's hard to say. Anyway, here we go. Alus on Oni has Splintered Hall and Aikido's Crutch. Love those add-ons. This build in general is really, really solid. Bamboozle, double massive regression plus Corrupt Intervention. No Deadlock, interestingly enough, which is a pretty good perk that you tend to see often. Prove yourself with the toolbox on Nancy. She also has DS. They actually split their builds kind of interestingly. My Shell not running Unbreakable Deliverance this time. Instead has Reassurance and Deja Vu. Looks like Hellboy has a bit of another bit of a mix. Does have Wiretap Blastmine again though, and then the Unbreakable Deliverance is on Joe Biden, who also has whatchamacallit, motherfucking Hyper Focus. He actually doesn't have an exhaustion perk, which is interesting. No exhaustion perk on Joe Biden. Usually it's pretty typical to see the Unbreakable Deliverance driver have sprint burst, so they can just like sprint burst up to the hook and grab the unhook real quick, even if the killer's kind of nearby. But they're opting not to do that on these builds, so interesting. We'll see what Alus can find in terms of opponents. Oh yeah, the gamma's still on. You guys should turn that off. Or here, I'll do it real quick here. There we go. It's ended. I got it. I got it. Does see some scratch marks. Again, we'll see how this chase goes. They need to make sure they have a good, tight, strong first chase here. It's very, very important. My Shell gonna get chased to this pallet. Oh no! Just throw the pallet, man. You gotta just throw the pallet. You like. I knew that was coming. I just had a feeling. I had a feeling that I knew it was coming. Again, against Oni, just throw the pallet, especially that pallet. Like that pallet, that like that like seawall pallet. You can just pre-throw that and then keep an eye around the corner, and there's no way that you get hit. Like there's literally no way you get hit there from the angle that he was coming, because he has to come around one of the big sides in order to hit you, and there's just no way it was happening. That was a sneaky little double vol, but thanks to Splintered Hall, there's already enough blood on the map to get power pretty easily. So down goes Jane. It's going to be a pretty fast down. In terms of gen progress, it doesn't seem like they have too much. Yeah, there's not even that much gen progress either. Joe Biden's currently in a locker. The gens seem like they just got started too. So that's a down really before any gens even really happen. Alus is looking around for a gen to kick with Pop. He probably thinks that there's one with a ton of progress, but there's not. He's going to find this one. It has like at least a little bit. He's going to kick it. And he might pop his power here and see if he can get it down. And also make his way back to the hook. The hook is wide open right now for Joe Biden. But Joe Biden is actually near the killer, so he's a little bit afraid. But Joe Biden can easily go grab that hook right now with the killer being nowhere nearby. As a matter of fact, Cheryl, that's very smart from Cheryl just to run the opposite way. I mean, she might have even just ran there because it was a strong tile, but running away from the hook is definitely ideal there. so that if the killer does chase you, he's just going further and further away from the hook. Joe Biden not taking the opportunity to get the save that he had. So now I think the killer's going to camp this out. And this is one of those situations where you can't 1-for-1. Like maybe if you have sprint burst, and this is where sprint burst can be valuable, because if Luz steps just like even like if he does this, right? If he does that and you're sitting here with sprint burst, you can maybe run up and get get the sprint burst save, which is why sprint burst is so valuable in the unbreakable deliverance survivor. But unfortunately, Joe Biden can't find the save. My shell goes to struggle, and then Luz uses his power to get out of there. But now, oh no! Why did you leave the tile? By Twisted, no. That was so strange. Why? I don't know why Twisted left the tile. He was at a strong pallet and he was looping it, and then he just left right as the only like. Oh no, dude! These chases are not going well. That just can't be a thing. Well, there's another hook. Pain Res comes in. Pop Goes the Weasel's now in play. My shell did get healed back to full health, but also is on death hook, so it has to be really careful not to get spotted. Like my shell right now should be playing really, really safe and careful, which I think they are. Like they're currently stealthing over here really heavily, but they need to make sure that they play very stealthy and be really, really careful. Again, I know that these teams are not going to have super disciplined comms, but hypothetically, ideally, you would have like the survivors calling out where the killer is and where they're going at all times, and making sure that the Deathhook survivor is not like really in harm's way ever, hopefully. I don't know, their comms are likely not that disciplined yet because they're like a newer team, but that's kind of the ideal way to play it. Joe Biden greens that pallet, which again I hate the greening of the pallets, but at this point I guess it's kind of fine. They're already behind, and it did work, so like I guess I get why you'd play risky. But I still don't like it, actually. Does throw shack pallets. There you go. I do like the whole not grading of that. Oni is kind of in a spot right now where he doesn't have his power. So, like, there was some orbs down by main area-ish, but there's not, like, a lot of orbs around right now, and he's currently starved of power. So I think the main thing you want to do is just keep him starved of power. It looks like Joe Biden's going to run back to this tile. He does have his pallet still, so he has a lot. He also has a path pallet as well, so good job throwing that. He also has path pallet, and then there's also a pallet beside shack, so Joe Biden could have a good chase here. And Eluse is just going to leave. So, solid job from Joe Biden there. I mean, that was a good chase. We need to see more of that. We really, really need to see more of that. Just using the safe pallets, not taking chances, just staying on the safe pallets, not leaving them, and just using what you got and using it well, right? It Twisted this time, throws the pallet, does vault into him though, and gets hit. I mean, I feel like I don't think he made a bad decision this time. It was more just that he played the pallet wrong. He decides to die for that gen, which I feel like is maybe not crazy. That is a middle of the map gen, so like it's a really important gen to get done. So like I don't hate that he died for it, but I don't love it either. I feel like if he had more confidence in his ability to loop, he could have like ran away and had a teammate finish it and not die for it. Like he could have called out that it had progress and then looped away from it and then had a teammate finish it up for him, and that probably would have been better. But I guess, I mean, I guess that's also not terrible either. It's just getting it done because again, it is a really important gen. So I think the better play would be to leave, try your best to stay alive, and just have a teammate swoop in and finish it. But I guess this is okay too. McTwisted gets put on a second hook. So far, my shot has not got spotted, which is great. Again, doing a good job of playing stealthy. Even right now, trying their best to play stealthy. Hellboy kind of gets spotted here, is already exhausted, so can't bounce landing. Joe Biden's going to get the save. And Eluse is going to make his way back. Going to get down on Joe Biden, but Joe Biden does have Unbreakable Deliverance. And Eluse needs to not pick up. No, brother, you got him on death hook. Kill one of the death hook survivors, man. Oh, dude, Eluse he's like doing a good job in chase and also in power. Like he's playing the killer, the Oni well, right? Like micro wise, like the way he's playing the killer, the Oni is good. Like he's doing a good job of playing the Oni. But I feel like the way he's playing killer and like macro is very not great. Like he's had multiple opportunities now to kill a survivor, and he's just kind of letting them go for free. Joe Biden also gets the deliverance, so he doesn't even have to worry about his teammates saving him, so he just pulls himself off hook. Ooh, he does find my shell though, and this is a death hook survivor, so this is pretty big. This is pretty big. Gets a hit onto her, and that's also gonna give him orbs to get his power as well. Right? His power. He's going to grab orbs and get his power. Okay, there he goes. Grabs his power. There's also orbs all over the map now since there's so many injured survivors. Sorry, I almost choked on my saliva. That's very professional of me. My shell has this palette that's decent. It's not the strongest palette, but it's decent. And she's doing a good job of playing it so far. Lewis is just bloodlusting it at the moment, which this is taking a long time. Like, I mean, this is like turning into a good chase just because of Bloodlust. Ooh, does get baited into that vault though. That was a good prediction. And a little bit of a jumping the gun from my shell there on that vault. Oh, Joe Biden, bro. Mr. President saving the Secret Service. It's fucking, we're in opposite day world out here. What the fuck is happening? Joe Biden said, Secret Service, get down, and then jumped in the way and saves my shell for a little bit longer. My shell, I think, still does. Okay, no, actually, the palace not here. So my shell will go down, but they did pop another gen in the process. So that was good, though. I mean, that was decent. Like, played that pallet for at least a little bit of time, right? Like, again, it wasn't like top tier amazing pallet play or anything, but I wouldn't really expect top tier pallet play out of these guys, right? Considering, like, I feel like the average play that I expect from these Striver players and their experience level, I think that was a solid, like, stalling chase from my shell, and I think Joe Biden's flashlight save helped a lot too. And now they kind of just have to deal with this 3-gen situation they have on the top side of the map. They gotta try their best to get this done if they can. Oh, finds Hellboy though. He's gonna go down. Hellboy is a fresh hook, so that will possibly be a pain res. And Pop Goes the Weasel will be up as well. While this is happening, Nancy immediately jumps back on the gen. And Joe Biden actually has a gen with a lot of progress as well. Not getting the great skill checks though. Hyper focus. Not feeling very hyper focused, I guess. And Alou sees the gen. He's probably gonna go, okay. He's actually gonna opt to go upstairs and kick this one with Pop instead. The survivors at this point, we'll see what they do. If they can manage to have some good chases, then maybe they can pull this off, but he's gonna have so much power, yeah. Like, okay, I think at this point, as long as Alou is able to consistently get downs in his power, he should be able to 4K them, even probably before they pop the last gen. Because he has orbs everywhere, dude. He's got orbs every fucking where. So as long as these downs happen pretty quickly, he should be in the clear. He's gonna go after McTwisted. Joe Biden did hop back on that gen immediately. McTwisted's doing a good job of like running a route that is at least difficult for Oni to keep track of, and he's difficult. He's struggling. He's at a window now that he should die at though. Yeah, he should be dead. Has a locker. He's gonna force the pull out. I like this from McTwisted. I like this. This might buy Joe Biden time. Hyper focus, baby. Joe Biden is focused. Oh, well, he was doing good for a minute. Oh, Alou's struggling to find a hook. Is he gonna make this? Yeah, he's gonna make this. He'll barely make this. But that is gonna give him Pop Goes the Weasel. McTwisted's also gonna die. That's gonna give him Pop Goes the Weasel. He's also gonna get his power back because there's orbs fucking everywhere. And as long as he's able to get these downs quick again, he's a little bit worried about top gen. And honestly, this is close because if he leaves this, Joe Biden's gonna hop right back on that gen. But he's also worried about top gen because they're both being worked right now. So this is actually a decent spot for the survivors. Joe Biden's gonna leave. Cheryl's gonna hop back on that gen. She does have this pallet that she could try to use. Good stun from Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe. If he could just do a good enough job in the chase for the Cheryl to get this gen done, then that's going to be massive. Because being able to finish all 5 gens is honestly a very important result when the killer matchup is tough like this, right? But the killer's going to come back. Cheryl also fails a skill check as she leaves, so that's going to regress it a bit. But she does have balanced, and they might be able to she might be able to outlast his power. She balanced landings away. Alous has maybe one chance here to get a hit on her. Doesn't get it. Good play from Hellboy. Joe Biden might go pressure the upstairs gen now. I think so. I think Hellboy's going to try to take the killer away. Yeah, Hellboy's trying to take the killer away from main. And Joe Biden's going to go upstairs and try to finish main gen. And Hellboy's doing a good job. Even if he just goes to the corner to die here, this is great. Damn, he's actually playing this window a little bit too. Okay, he's going to die now. So there he goes. He does go down, but he goes down to the opposite corner of the... No! Joe Biden! Joe Biden giveth and Joe Biden taketh away. Not like this. He goes with a great skill check with hyper focus and fails it. And I think if he would have just hit greats or even goods, I think he would have got it. But I think that might have denied it. I think the Oni might get there. Don't suck orbs! Stop sucking! Stop sucking and get to the generator. What are you doing? Stop sucking! Oh, Joe Biden's gonna get it. What is happening? What is this roller coaster, dude? Why? Why did you put the why? Why not protect the generators? You know what they're doing. Why? What is happening? Oh no, Joe Biden finishes the gen. So hey, for Lorem Ipsum, pretty solid. Pretty solid. I mean, they did manage to get all 5 gens done. Joe Biden will likely die now, but I don't know. Lou seems to be a little lost. Joe Biden ran away from both exit gates. He might be trying to make his way to Shack. Oh, never mind. He got spotted. He got spotted. So it should be the 4K now, I believe, unless something weird happens. It should be the 4K. But hey, Lorem Ipsum did manage to finish all 5 gens. That was they honestly played this ending very solidly. Like I think how they played this throughout the ending was pretty good. Again, I feel like a lot of this just comes down to the first chases. I know I'm just gonna keep saying it, but like the hits happening as fast as they are and the downs coming in as fast as they are, like it's gonna be next to impossible to get really good results with that happening. So given the fact that Loose apparently has some kind of like a weird locker fucking thing happening, I don't know, but like given how fast the first hits are coming and how fast the first chases are going, I think that Lorem Ipsum did a good job of adapting to the bad situation they were in and like getting a good result out of it in like relative to their start. Like relative to their start, I think they got a good result. They did a really good job of getting My Shell off of hook and healed, and then My Shell did a really good job of stealthing and playing safe while on death hook. They did eventually get found, but they did stay alive for a long time, which was really good. That was also a bit of a misplay from Aloose too. I feel like Aloose let My Shell like get away while on death hook, and also kind of let McTwisted get away on death hook multiple times, where they could have made it a 3v1. Like I think Aloose could have got a much better result here with better macro decision making. But that being said, the mistakes that he made were taken advantage of decently well by Lorem Ipsum, so I think they definitely earned the solid result that they got. And it might seem like getting 4K is not a solid result, but again, Oni on this map, especially when survivors aren't really good in chase, and I'm talking like really good, like if you're not like super cracked in chase, then Oni on a cool tower is a pretty strong killer. Like he's pretty strong. So honestly, getting all 5 gens done and getting 4K at no gens left is honestly a decent result. Like that's pretty good. I feel like it would not be surprising at all if like the expected result is like a 4K with 1 gen left. Like that feels pretty, like that's kind of what I would expect. I guess if I would expect any of these matches between these teams, I would expect it to probably be 4K 1 gen left. So I would say Lorem Ipsum had a pretty good result. I think they're in a pretty good position now for their killer to win this, assuming he has a good Oni game. But that being said, it's not entirely out of the hands of Overheated too. If they have a tight, good survivor game where they just do a really good job early game and then play a really tight game, then they could also easily take this win too. It's just really going to boil down to like how well they can play their survivor, and also to making sure the Oni doesn't kind of like fumble his macro and stuff as well. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Killer sent a friend invite. They need you to accept it on his account. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah, multiple people did today. Oh god, I have not been accepting invites. I usually don't look at friend invites because I usually just get spammed a bunch of them. That's my bad. Oopsie, my bad. Okay, I sent one now. Or I accepted them all. There we go. What's up, Loris? How's it going? Hello, Tofu. Should I suck the orbs? Tofu, no! Oni, I do it anyway. Yeah, dude, I can't believe you sucked the orbs there, bro. I can't believe you sucked them. Like, why? Oh, man. Suspree, thanks for the raid. I might have thanked you already, but in case I missed you, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you. Fuck, man. God, my fucking brain. I'm in shambles right now. I'm in shambles, dude. Absolute shambles. Some question that's probably been answered many times. Where do you find the clocks for the different maps? Generally speaking, well, these images were made by Jane Andos, which, again, big shout out to Jane Andos. I appreciate you taking the time to do that. But generally speaking, the way that clocks work on most maps is when a map has a shack, it's generally like the shack side of the map is the bottom of the map, and then the main building side is the top of the map. Obviously, that doesn't work for every map. Like just like some maps like Rotten Fields or like Wrecker's Yard, they don't have like a shack and a main. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have a main building. It's just shack. And also some maps like Larry's don't even have shacks at all, right? But generally speaking, it's like main is usually the top of the map, and then not main, whether it's shack or something else. Like I think on Larry's, like the library side is like the bottom, and then the main side is top, I think. So like generally speaking, I think like main is the top side of the map, and then not main is the bottom side of the map, as far as I'm aware. Except on like maps like Wrecker's Yard, where there really is no like, you know, defining thing to call it top and bottom. But that's generally how it goes. So even if you don't like actively have a map handy, you can pretty much have an idea of what the map's gonna look like, or like what the clock is gonna look like. Like if you name any random map, like let's just say, I don't know, Wretched Shop, right? Like the main building of Wretched Shop would be 12, and then Shack would probably be more like 7 o'clock on Wretched Shop, because it would be like the Shack side of the map would be the bottom side. So Yeah, like on Wretched Shack would probably be like 7-ish. And then the main building side would be the top of the map, right? Like it's like Shack side bottom, main building top, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't know. I'm trying my best to explain it, but maybe I'm just fucking talking nonsense right now. I have no idea. I just made a I play good cards commander player with a 5k deck bitch at me with my $50 deck because I killed him too fast. That's so great. I love beating players like that in Magic, dude. I don't even play Magic anymore, but that's like one of the best feelings ever, dude. It's when someone's like got like a fucking whole goddamn Jeff Bezos bank account worth of fucking cards in like expensive cards, and then you just beat them with like a bunch of thrown together, well, not thrown together garbage, but like calculatedly thrown together garbage, you know? Always feels good. Always feels good, dude. Who won the first set? The first set was actually a tie. So we're seeing all three killers no matter what. We're going to see the Oni match no matter what. So the first set was a tie. We'll see how this match goes. And it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same thing as the first set. Like, okay, the first best of 3 was actually an overall tie too. So far, Rats of RPD versus Overcome had an overall set tie. And then in this best of 3, so far the Plague match was a tie. We're currently in the Oni set, and we're going to be seeing the Plague set no matter what. And I'm curious to see how this one goes too. $500 deck, so like one expensive card. Yeah, fucking true, dude. True, dude, true. The game is tasteless now without Sleepy Joe. Yeah, everyone seems to love Sleepy Joe so much, dude. This guy just making his name Joe Biden, I feel like he's getting so many fans. He's acquiring so many fans by just being Joe Biden. It's great. But yeah, this should be a good set. I'm excited. So again, kind of like the last set, depending on who wins this Oni set, going into the third set's going to be interesting because whoever loses this Oni set is going to have to win the third set by more than they lost by, basically. That's assuming they don't tie. It's entirely possible for them to tie here, right? Like 4K at 5 gens is a pretty achievable tie, I would say. So I don't know. I mean, we'll see. It could end up being a double tie, but if it's not a tie, we're going to have that same situation where like whoever loses is going to need to win by more next time. So I don't know. We will see, man. We will see. Also, after this game, I need to get some coffee. I'm all out, dude. I'm all coffeeed out. Okay. McTwisted on killer. Let's see how this goes. Head on, interesting perk from Sapphire. Also has oh, it's probably Sapphire. I don't know why I'm saying Sapphire. Dead Hard, Decisive Strike, and Resilience. That's a very, like, I want to get tunneled build. Unbreakable, Deliverance from Random Nerd. This guy's got kind of a mix, and Autumn's got... I'm just going to go to the killer because they're already in chase. McTwisted's got Bamboozle, Corrupt Intervention, Pop Goes the Weasel. This is actually the same exact build. Same exact build, add-ons and everything, as the last killer. So literally running the exact same build to a T. And it's a good build. I mean, I don't blame him. It's a pretty solid build, I'd say. Cool. Okay, so far, good job from Zarina. Not getting hit yet. Vaults that window. Has to be careful now, though. Doesn't have a lot here. Does have this window, so actually is still in a pretty good spot. Gonna vault through there. It's gonna go upstairs. I'm assuming she has balance, right? She better. Yeah, she has balance, so she's going upstairs. Waits a while. Might get hit through balanced, but I don't think. That was actually pretty close. He's gonna run to this jungle gym. This is good from Zarina. This is really, really good. Zarina doing a really good job. I don't even know if I like her looping around the window side. I feel like I would rather her just go straight to the pallet, but it ends up working out anyway. The killer drop chase. No! Get off the generator! No! Brother, no! Man, what is happening? Not like this. Well, I mean, Zarina did such a good job in chase, and then it just didn't matter because they stuck on the gen for way too long. And Sapphire's gonna get hit there. I'm not sure whether that was like a miscommunication. I mean, regardless of comms, I feel like if the terror radius is that strong, you gotta get the fuck off the generator, you know what I mean? Like, no matter what. So first hit does come in, although they do pop a gen at least. Like, it was pretty much a whole gen worth of progress before the first hit came in. So the chase from Zarina is still valuable. McTwisted's gonna grab this down. He also has enough orbs around to get his power. He could get a pain res hook, maybe. He's gonna get his power. He's gonna get this pain res hook. Gen progress is... Ooh, they're gonna pop a second gen before pain res too, so that's pretty big. I mean, two gens before the first hook is pretty massive. That's pretty massive. The survivors are really not in a terrible spot here. Power comes in. We'll see what McTwisted can do with it. Ideally, he would like to be able to just get a quick down and then head back to the hook. Would probably be the best play for him. Does find scratch marks here. Does get the quick down onto Autumn. To be honest with you, Autumn here should have either ran to a pallet that she found or just jumped in a locker. But actually, McTwisted just hooks right away, which I don't like. I feel like he should have slugged and went back to the hook, to be honest. I don't like this. I'm not a fan of this. And survivors get the really fast heal on the Sapphire too. Ace must have, yeah, Ace had will make it. So now the survivors are actually not in a terrible spot now because the killer doesn't have his power, and I don't think he has enough orbs on the map to get his power right now. Like, because they healed Sapphire so quickly, I think there's like a little bit of orbs here, but not a lot. So they can kind of just go back to like how they were playing early game, where they just kind of like play really safe, pre-throw pallets, like deny hits, and he likely won't get his power again. And again, he did the same thing with this hook, where he left so much that they might even be able to get the heal off on Autumn, although he is coming back now, so maybe not. Ooh, are they gonna stick this and just get hit? Because I don't know if I like that. Yeah, I feel like that's probably not worth, considering it's Oni and you're just gonna give him his power. Because, yeah, now you're, like, all grouped up. I feel like when you saw him coming, they should have just dropped the heal. Like, I know it sucks to drop the heal, but, like, you should just drop the heal. Serena, throwing that pallet, though, not going down. This skin is a nightmare to spectate. Is this just default? Or, like, what is this? Like, what skin am I spectating right now? And why does it look so terrible? Saw an arm there. At least I thought he did. Okay, goes for a pretty big flick on the Ace, but doesn't get it. Oh, God, this is just... Does get that down on Ace, though, so down he goes. But this is a third different fresh hook. So a bunch of fresh hooks coming in. Also, did he get his... Yeah, Ace also has Deliverance. So this is a third fresh hook, and it's the Deliverance survivor, so the survivors don't really have to worry a whole lot about, like, necessarily healing him. And this is smart from these guys, too, healing him as fast as they can. He is going to drop some orbs, especially because of Splinter Hall. He's going to drop, I don't know, like maybe 10, 12, 14 orbs here. But as long as they can get him healed pretty quickly, I like this. I like that they're prioritizing healing. If they didn't prioritize healing and they instead prioritized the gen, that would just make a bunch of orbs drop, and that would just let McTwisted cycle his power over and over and over again. I like the heavy prioritization on healing, especially because there's not a ton of orbs around right now. They've been keeping up with healing pretty well. So every time that McTwisted gets a down in a hook like this, especially when it's on a fresh survivor like this, he then just has nothing really around the map, right? Like there's not really like a ton of orbs around. He's in a pretty good spot. The person that's hooked right now is hooked really deep on the bottom side of the map, so they can kind of do like the top side of the map gens for free. They did main. There is a bit of a 3-gen on the bottom side though, and I think that's what McTwisted's wanting to do right now is just hold down this bottom side. He gets a hit on the Sapphire, so the blood production will now start again. It's pretty unfortunate. I didn't really see how that chase started, but pretty unfortunate from Sapphire. I think Random Nerd is going to be going to struggle. Actually, wait, no, he's not because of Deliverance. What the fuck am I talking about? I already forgot about Deliverance. Well, he's got to do it soon. Oh my god. Motherfucker's scaring me out here, dude. God damn, dude. I was gonna, he was like a fucking couple seconds away. I don't know if he was like Alexa set a timer for 60 seconds. Because like that was fucking close, dude. That was like close to the 60 seconds. But he does get a good Deliverance. The killer gets his power again. And Ace is dropping a lot of orbs now. He won't be while the power's up. So no longer dropping orbs for now, but McTwisted is in his power, sees somebody there. They need to be really careful. Ideally, you don't want to go, like if you're going to go down, you don't want to go down in this 3-gen. I don't know if they recognize the situation right now. I mean, there's kind of a 3-gen. I guess there's two like two along the right side, but there's like kind of a 3-gen here. They're in the locker. They're in the locker for sure, right? Right? Yep, they're in the locker. I figured. McTwisted can't seem to sniff out where they are, so he's just gonna leave. Can't quite find where anyone is. Things that they're hiding where the gens are done, but he's not able to find it. But if he doesn't find anybody, if he doesn't get it down during this power, that was so risky from these guys. I hated that. I don't like that at all, man. And if you are gonna do that, you should be running straight to the pallet. Like if you are gonna get on this gen and play risky like that, you should definitely be running straight to the pallet the second that like the killer is heading your way. But like his power was almost up, and no one really had eyes on him or knew where he was. Like it's one thing if you have eyes on him and you know that he's currently like doing something and he's currently like busy, but he wasn't chasing anyone. He wasn't busy. So for them to hop on that gen while he's still in his power like that was so risky, and it kind of does end up coming back to bite him. But they do pop another gen, and they're honestly still in a good spot. I mean, that's Sapphire's second hook, but there's only one gen left. I think they have this like semi 3-gen actually, or did they break it? No, they broke it. No, actually they broke it. So never mind. They actually got this gen done on the other side of bottom. So now they're actually in a great spot gen macro wise. They have one gen at the way top of map and then two at the bottom. Does get a hit on the autumn though. That's going to be more and more blood orbs. But if they can just split gen progress here, if they can just get a bunch of, if they can get like at least one survivor on the top gen and then pressure bottom with like the others, this could be massive. The Twisted's going to leave this chase. Yeah. Play careful. Good. Right under going to the pallet. Yep, and Zarina is doing this topside gen. And now that he's topside, like they can get back on bottom gen, right? I want to see what they're doing. Sorry, I'm very interested in what the survivors are doing. So yeah, good job from Ace there. Zarina is gonna go down topside, but yeah, they can totally hop in this gen, and like Nia can be there too, and they are. And then maybe like have one survivor set up to maybe go for like the save, like maybe sneaking around. You definitely don't want to have all three survivors together like this. Ideally, Pain Res is probably coming too. They're waiting for it. No Pain Res. Pop goes the Weasel coming in on this close gen. Well, he said, you know what? Hold on a minute. Let me think about that. No. He's going to go back over there, and he's also going to get a bunch of blood orbs from Autumn. Autumn's been dropping a lot of orbs this whole time. Are they going to just stick this? If they stick this, it's a tie. I think they're going to stick it. They're sticking it. Oh, they're sticking it. That secures a tie at least. But we'll see. If they even get one survivor out of the exit gate, it'll be a win for him. Also, I do gotta say, it depends, like whoever wins, like how much they win by matters, by the way, like a good bit. For like the overall best of 3. Oh, I can't even see what the fuck is going on because of the spectator bug, but Sapphire goes down, and Ace is in the locker. Ace had head on, right? Was he the one? Oh. No, he wasn't the head on gamer, so no, never mind. He's gonna get hooked in basement, and then they might both get hooked in basement, but Autumn is opening the gate, I think. And might even be able to unhook Serena, or maybe just wants to take the out. She might just take the out and secure the win. Yeah, I think she's gonna take the out and secure the win. So yeah, there you go. I mean, that secures the win for Overheated Academy by at least a little bit. And they'll take that Oni set. And it wasn't a huge win, so that does make it at least a little bit more reasonable for Lorem Ipsum to still hopefully be able to like have a good fight in the final set. So interesting result. I mean, very good job from Overheated to get somebody out here. I think they did a pretty good job overall. Like again, I think Zarina did a really good job in the early chase, which is something that we've seen. Like we've seen a lot of mistakes happen there, I guess is what I'll say. Like we've seen a lot of weaknesses on teams around the early chases. And Zarina did a really good job of being like, yeah, well, we'll show you, fucker. And then he did a really good job in chase. Unfortunately, they ended up they still gave a pretty free hit early because they stuck to the gen way too long. But regardless, they got 2 gens done before the first hook came in, which again, that's such a big difference maker. Like I said going into this Oni set that whoever has a strong early game is probably going to make a massive difference, and that's exactly what happened, right? Like if you compare the last game, the Oni got a hit and got his power, like, and there was like 3 gens with like under 30% progress, right? And then in this game, by the time he got his first down and his power, there was already 2 gens done. Like that's such a massive difference. That's a massive difference. So good job from Overheated. They really did play a good early game overall. Again, I think it could have been better, but like I'm not going to be too nitpicky. I think they did a really good job, all things considered. And I think they just handled everything pretty good. I mean, I think they could have even got a better result than this, but they kind of just like all threw themselves at the killer for the sake of taking the win and kind of just like I feel like they kind of like let themselves die at Shaq at the end there because they just knew that they were going to win based off Autumn getting out. So I think they even could have got a better result than this. I think they did play it very solidly. So good try from McTwisted though. I feel like he did pretty solid as well. Maybe some macro decisions here and there that could have been better just like before. But I think I've already commented on them plenty. So I don't think I really need to say much else about it. And yeah, I think we go to the Dredge set now. One of Lorem Ipsum's teammates' power just went out. Oh no. That's not great. Do you want to allow Lorem a sub or do a show match or something? I am okay with them having a sub as long as Overheated is okay with them having a sub. I mean, as long as the sub isn't like, you know, like I don't want them to be like, okay, subbing it now is Nightlight. All right, you know, like if they just want to grab a random sub, I'm cool with it. I'm okay with it. Like it's, I mean, and even then, I'm not sure how much of a difference that would make having just one player on a team, right? And also, wait, is it the killer player or the... Okay, they're back. Okay, we're good. All right. Because it also kind of depends on whether it's the killer or the survivor as well, so... Yeah. All right, so... Joe Biden, back on killer. Back to Joe Biden, baby. I'm announcing that I'm Lorem Ipsum's killer sub. Yeah, like if we got like Swish in to just like fuck it, yeah, like fuck that shit. Actually, Swish, you don't even play killer anymore, so they'd be fine. When's the last time Swish has played killer? Please, they'd be fine, dude. They'd be fine. He'd make good decisions, but boy, would he be rusty. He'd be a little bit rusty. All right, we're doing Dredge. Dredge is the final killer. So again, let me explain to you guys the way this works, because it's gonna be a little bit confusing. So let me explain this to you again, okay? So we're gonna put up a gamble. This gamble is for the result of the Dredge set, okay? Whoever wins specifically the 2 Dredge games is who we're gonna pay out to, okay? But keep in mind, because there was a tie in this best of 3, the way that this best of 3 works is gonna be kind of interesting, right? Because the first match was a tie. The second match, the Oni match, was a win for Overheated Academy. And they won by what? 27 to 33. So they won by 6 points. So basically, in order for Lorem Ipsum to win the whole best of 3, they need to not only win the Dredge set, but they need to win the Dredge set by more than 6 points. So hypothetically, if Lorem Ipsum wins the Dredge set by, say, 2 points, we're going to pay out the Gamba, like we're going to pay out the prediction to whoever bet on Lorem Ipsum, even though they lost the overall best of 3. Because that means that they would have won the Dredge set, but not by enough. They need to win the Dredge set by a lot, if that makes sense. Just to make sure you guys are perfectly clear on it, okay? That's how it works. A little bit confusing. Hopefully you guys understand. You're betting on just the Dredge set, okay? You're not betting on the overall best of 3. You're betting on just the Dredge set. No, Holy Beef, you're definitely not the only one. Everyone's been getting super confused on it the whole time. Especially because I'll say stuff like, oh, he needs this in order to win the best of 3. But then people are like, wait, but that's a better result than the... I mean, people have been getting confused like crazy. It is a confusing situation, so you're fine. Like, you don't gotta worry about it. Oh, they're waiting on me to invite? This is on me, right? Oops, my bad. Okay, I gotta play ads anyway. I gotta play ads and grab coffee, so give me a minute. Give me a minute. Also, I saw the Champions of the Fog account was in here hanging out. Yo, it's good to see you guys. Hello, hello. Hope you guys are chilling, vibing. Good to see you. Good to have you guys on in. But I do gotta play ads, guys. I gotta play some ads. I gotta get some coffee. My fucking gamer fuel, my life force, my source of all my energy is running out, so I gotta go refill it. So give me a minute, guys. Give me a minute. I'm gonna put up the dumb typo thing. Okay. Here. Bam. Also, I should probably put it on top of the map, huh? Someone said that before. Bam. There we go. BRB, enjoy my dumb typo. I'll be back. I'm gonna go get some cough. BRB, 1 sec. Uno momento. I will be right back. Okay. Did I not play ads? I didn't even play the fucking ads, dude. I'm so stupid. Oh my god, I'm the dumbest person alive. I'm literally the dumbest person to ever exist. I played them now. Holy shit, I'm the dumbest person to ever exist in the whole world. Why did I do that? God damn it, we gotta wait longer now. Fuck, dude. God damn it, man. It's okay. I'm sure they're making their builds. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure they're making their builds and everything. It's fine. It's fine. Oh god, what is wrong with me, dude? What is wrong with me? God. God, man. God. Anyway, let me update the map and everything. Okay, so Dredge is played on family residence. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, I didn't have coffee. Exactly. If I had coffee in me, like if I had a sufficient amount of coffee in me, then I would have known to do that. But, you know, because I was lacking on coffee, my brain was also scrambled and I didn't know. So it happens. It happens, it happens, it happens. Fine. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. Fuckity fuck shit fuck. Everyone take a nice stretch, get some more water, walk around a bit more. Yeah. Take even longer of a break. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. I just really wanted you guys to get your stretches in. That's all. I just care about you guys. You know, I don't want you guys to get them like, you know, gamer fucking blood clots and shit. You know, I want you guys to stay healthy. That's all. That's all. I just want you guys to stay healthy. That's surely what it is. I just care about your guys' health and well-being. God, I'm so nice. I'm so polite and kind. You guys should all give me your Twitch Prime subscriptions. Yeah. Give us E. I can't give you E. I'm not the person to ask about E. I can't give you E, but somebody can maybe give you E. Whoever's doing the overlay could give you E, but they might not. But they could. But it ain't me. But they could. What is this coffee you speak of? We only have cough in this part. It's true, dude. Cough. All right, there's 1 minute left on ads. I think I'm just going to maybe allow it to start now. Like, we're close enough. We're close enough that I feel like by the time we get in, I think we'll be fine. I love the random outfits they're throwing together while they're waiting. They're like, yeah, let's just see how ridiculous we can make our people look while we wait. Easy peasy. Okay, we should be pretty much good. What do you think about Made for this? I just suffered 2 matches in a row, 3 survivors using it. Yeah, I think that perk's fucking insane. I think that perk is nuts, especially if you're playing like a not so strong killer. Like if you're playing a really, really strong killer, then you know who gives a fuck, right? If you're playing like Blight or something, then yeah, who gives a shit? But yeah, if you're playing like a weaker-ish killer, then Made for this, especially on a good survivor. Like a good survivor running Made for this is fucking miserable. I hate that perk, dude. I think it's hella busted. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. Don't like it. I actually don't think Made for this with Hope matters. Everyone always comments about Made for this with Hope. I think Made for this Hope is actually like not even an issue. Because I think Hope by itself is already insane. And I think Made for this barely even adds anything to Hope. Like I don't think Made for this Hope is even a topic of discussion in my head. I don't know. Like if they took away Made for this and people just ran Hope, it would be the same thing basically. Like the 3% is not that big of a deal when you already have 7%. Made for this just working, like having 3% throughout the whole match is fucking crazy. Like, it's crazy, dude. What about Made for this and Breakout? I don't know. I never ran the two together. You probably go really fast near people that are being carried, right? Do people run that to go for like flashlight saves and shit, maybe? That's because that sounds kind of interesting. Are you past being able to abuse it now? You just want it nerfed? Yeah, I just want it nerfed. Yeah, fuck that perk. I've abused it a bit. I just want it nerfed at this point. King Spectre, what up? I've been doing resilience, I've been doing Made for this Resi, and you might be onto something. Oh, dude, even Swish is coming around, see? He's saying maybe. He's not fully coming around yet, but he's saying maybe, okay? He's coming around, dude. He's coming around, I'm telling you. He's coming around. It's fucking busted, dude. The amount of, like, windows and pallets that you make it to that you have no business making it to is fucking insane. It's a wild perk, man. I'm telling you. Shit is absolutely redunculous. Goddamn redunculous. Made for this Hope, Blood Pact, Power of 2, best build. Oh my god, how fast can you go with that? That's probably such like you're probably going like a lot faster than Killer. You're probably going like Bloodlust 1, Bloodlust 2 level Killer with that, aren't you? That's got to be fucking ridiculous. Helps a lot with killers like Nemesis and Wesker. Yeah, a lot with those kind of killers. And like even if you're even if you're getting chased by like a Huntress, right? Like there's certain tiles where like Huntress kind of like does like the back and forth mind game and tries to like get you to just poke out enough to get a hatchet, and like certain places like that made for this just makes that like borderline impossible. Like there's so many like little places where like that 3% speed is just like so impactful, so impactful, on top of just like holding W being stronger and being able to transition better. Like it's just so good. 122% with all 4 active. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, that's faster than Bloodlust 1. That's wild. All right, anyway, we can talk more about all the busted shit later. Here we go. Dredge on family residence. Let's cycle the builds for survivor. Cycling isn't working, just kidding. Work. Is it because I'm clicking it too fast? Cycle! Let me cycle! Okay, apparently I have to just watch Meg and Ace. Okay, there we go. Now it's working. Joe Biden, Sobby Butcher, Mouththinker Skull. What's this? Okay, what's this green add-on? They, someone ran this yesterday, or sorry, not yesterday, Friday, and I didn't know what it was because I'm an idiot. Can you guys just tell me what it is? I don't play enough Dredge. I know that Mouththinker Skull is the one that, oh, that was a good little mind game. Gets a pretty fast opening hit on the random nerd. That's gonna start charging up Nightfall pretty well, thanks to Mouththinker Skull. It's automated writing. -4 seconds of teleport cooldown. Okay. So it's automated writing. Less cooldown for teleports. That makes sense. So he can just teleport more often, basically. Like his teleport just comes back from cooldown much quicker. It's kind of zoning a bit here onto Ace. I want to cycle the survivors builds, but I don't want to miss too much of a chase. But I do gotta cycle them at some point. I'll wait for the chase to be over since it seems like it's close. But Random Nerd doing a pretty good job in the chase thus far. Oh, he's the Unbreakable Deliverance survivor, which is really unfortunate. Good fast vault there for Random Nerd. That was actually sick. A little bit risky because he kind of doubled back towards the killer to do it. So not crazy about the decision to do it, but the fact that he was able to get it at that window was good of him. But he should die here. He maybe should have been considering transitioning to a different tile instead of just sitting at that corner. But he is going to go down, so that's a pretty okay first chase at least. Unfortunately, the like Deliverance won't be in play at all. DS dead hard on Meg with For the Peepo and Resilience. No Buckle Up though. We still haven't seen Buckle Up. Prove Self, Balance. It seems like a pretty balanced overall build. Just a little bit of everything on Sapphire. And the final build is Resilience Deja Vu off the record live on Autumn. Also a pretty overall balanced build. A little bit of Altruism, a little bit of Anti-Tunnel, a little bit of Gen Progress. Perks. So just pretty good balanced builds. They don't manage to get a gen done. It seems like Pain Res did come in. I think he also kicked a gen with Pop. So apologies for missing all that. He's also now just sitting in a locker. Kind of just trying to catch off the unhook as well as charge up Nightfall. Autumn's going to 1-for-1 for this hook. And she's just going to get hooked. Joe Biden might hook and then try to still go after Ace here. But maybe not. Just gets another Scourge hook and maybe wants to kick this with Pop again, or maybe wants to kick something with Pop. Nightfall should be starting soon. It's charging up very slowly thanks to thanks to Random Nerd being injured. Nightfall has begun. Oh, Joe Biden trying to mind game this if he can with his power. Looks like Jill is going to be getting hit here at least once. There she goes. Trying to do her best in this chase. She's doing pretty good so far. He's going to kick that. Oh, she didn't quite hear the kick or predict it correctly, and she's going to go down. So down she goes. Unfortunate. That was another pretty good chase from Joe Biden. Autumn is still on hook as well, so they haven't even unhooked her yet. She's kind of just Bing chilling. Meg is going to go grab it. Ace is still working a gen, but they've only got one gen left. That's going to be more Pain Res coming in. That gen's going to get hit again. Autumn does get unhooked, but it's almost like last minute. And Joe Biden on his way back so far has not even hooked the same survivor twice, but has a ton of pressure. Has gotten 3 Pain Res procs. Regressing gens around the map a lot. Is using his mobility in Nightfall here really well. Finds Autumn again, who has a decent pallet here. Ooh, okay, but she leaves it. Okay, I don't know. She had a decent pallet, but she walked away from it. This pallet is less decent. This pallet is significantly worse. It's still playable, but it's pretty bad. She's going to try to transition away here, but I don't think she'll make this. I think she dies here. That's dead hard or anything? Wait, no, she's off the record. That's right. Autumn is off the record. She seemed like she was going to eat a hit. I just couldn't tell why. But yeah, off the record comes in. Good stun there. So Autumn is doing a pretty okay job here. She has ran the killer far down to the side of the map. I think they want to get some gens done down on this bottom side. So yeah, good play from Autumn. As a matter of fact, the killer's just going to leave. which I don't really know how I feel about that for Joe Biden. He's just going to completely leave that chase, even though he had already hit her into deep wounds. He's going to come back down to this bottom side of the map to maybe protect these gens, I guess. He finds Meg. But I don't really know how I feel about this decision-making from Joe Biden. Meg's going to loop around here and use window again. Good loop. Doesn't get hit. Solid chase. He's going to vault it. Going to double vault it. Is he going to triple vault it? No, he doesn't need to. He's going to get this hit on the Meg for the double vault. So she actually does fall for the double vault mind game. But they do pop one of the gens on bottom side. So that was really good. That was like the 5 o'clock gen. And then also another one on the middle map too. So now there's a really good gen split. That was really, really good. So now they have 2 gens on the top and 2 gens on the bottom, which is really, really good. Very solid gen macro from Overheated Academy. Meg's going to go down. But again, this is the 4th fresh hook. So this will be another pain res most likely. And also another pop. But after this, there's going to be no more pain res. And no one's really like super close to dying either. It's going to remain a 4v1 for a very long time. So Overheated Academy, not a bad spot here. These teleports will likely start Nightfall. Yeah, Nightfall is now active. So they might be stressing a little. Ace and Jill are currently doing a gen with Prove, and Autumn is trying to look for the save. Somewhat. Keeping an eye on the killer, probably calling out locations. For now. He's gonna think about teleporting though, but not. Finds Ace. This should free up Autumn to go get that save. And Ace is gonna take this chase in mid. Oh, okay. He's actually gonna teleport back as close as he can. And yeah, this will likely be Autumn here trying to get the save. Who won't be able to make it now. I think Meg will go struggle. She either has to go die for it or let him go struggle. And she's opting just to leave, which is probably the better play. I think letting him go struggle and then just trying to avoid taking damage is probably the better play. So that's what she's doing. She's going to get away from this. And they're probably going to duo that gen some more, right? I would assume. Yeah, they're going to finish that gen duoing it. 1 gen left. Meg does go struggle. Good hit there on the Autumn from Joe Biden. And he's trying to zone here. She could just leave the tile, which is what she's doing. Good, smart play. Still has this pallet too, so has a lot to work with here. Joe Biden not using his power here either, not zoning or anything. Interesting. Does have Bloodlust 1. Autumn will likely fake this. She does. Okay. Joe Biden, I think, was worried about Dead Heart or something. Maybe he didn't realize that she had off the record before. But does get that down on Autumn. But that was a pretty decent stalling chase. I mean, that took a while. Actually, they're not even saving Meg at all. They're literally just saying, yeah, later, Meg. We don't give a fuck about you. And they're just doing this gen. That's interesting. Are they going to be able to get it done, though? They're not. So they're kind of just letting Meg die for no reason. It's going to get hit by Pop. I don't like that play from them. I mean, hypothetically, if Autumn would have survived a little bit longer in chase, then I guess that could have been worth it. But that's so risky, right? Because if she doesn't last a really long time in chase, then this happens, right? Like, he hits it with Pop. Are they, what are they going to let Autumn die now, too? No. Interesting. I feel like they could have, like, again, like one of the benefits of them having 4 survivors, like, the fact that Joe Biden didn't tunnel somebody out and didn't turn the game into a 3v1, like, one of the big benefits of having all 4 survivors alive is that you can go for that save and still get gen progress, right? Like, you didn't need to do that. Like, you were fine. Like, one of them could have stayed and one of them could have went for the save, and the gen would have still been getting progressed. And then Meg would have still been alive, and you would have had 4 players right now, you know? So, very weirdly greedy from Overheated Academy. They're still doing a pretty good job, though. Sapphire's doing a really good job in this chase thus far. Buying time, stalling it out, looping around this as well as she can. Gets that vault, too. And progress is coming in on main, and yeah, the killer has to leave. The killer is scared of the gen progress. Door stuck, can't move. Genuine dick sucker does find I think Nia here, right? Yeah, does find Nia here. Nia's death hook. To be honest with you, this is kind of ideal though. If Ace gets this gen done, it's kind of ideal for the death hook survivor to be being chased now, because now that we're in endgame, right? Like now that like we're about to get Noed soon, right? So Noed's in play, but he's on the survivor that's worth the least amount of hooks. Lithe also kicks in as well. Autumn doing a really good job of buying time right now. And Sapphire doing a gate. Joe Biden's not sure what to do. He's like, do I stay? Do I go? Like, what do I do? He is going to stay. He's going to go after Autumn. And yeah, this should end up being a good result for the survivors, because Ace and Sapphire should be able to get out now. Yeah, there they go. They get out. Autumn go, and Autumn gets hatched too. Autumn also gets hatched as well. Okay. That timing was perfect. Okay, okay. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Overheated putting up a very good result there. And again, Lorem Ipsum already needed to win this by a lot. So now they're going to need a really strong survivor performance to be able to win this now. Because they need to do basically what they just did, but 6 points and even better than that, which is going to be a lot. How many hook stages was that? Everybody was hooked at least once, right? I think it was Autumn Death Hook, and Meg was okay. Meg died. Autumn Death Hook. Were these two Death Hook? Were any of these two? I think these guys were both not Death Hook, right? So it was like 2, 3, 4, 7 hook stages. No, I'm pretty sure it was 7, because Autumn was Death Hook, and everybody had been hooked once, so it's at least 7. It's at least 4 plus 3. It's at least 7. I think it was 7 hook stages. So yeah, 1K, 7 hook stages. Very, very good result from Overheated Academy based on how that match was going, especially like Joe Biden was really not in a terrible spot there, but yeah, they fucking made that work. They made that work for sure. I still feel like them letting Meg die was a bit of a like greedy miscalculation that I feel like probably shouldn't have happened, and I feel like they should have saved her. But again, I guess I could also just shut the fuck up because they made that work really well. So I guess given the situation they were in and given what happened, they made do with the situation they were in and they figured it out. So that was a good play. I mean, I think that final chase from Sapphire was really solid. The final chases from Sapphire and Autumn were both very, very solid at the end there. And again, that's like been the big difference makers, man. I feel like when you get these really good chases and it buys your team time to pressure things, it does so, like, I feel like a lot of these games we've been seeing the chases just end so quickly, and that's a really good example of how, like, if you can even just stall a little bit with these chases, it does so much for your ability to, like, pressure around the map, and they did a really good job at the end there. And yeah, man, Overheated takes a really good result. So now the killer for Overheated Academy is going to be up playing Dredge against the survivors of Lorem Ipsum. And yeah, they're gonna need so every hook stage is a difference of 3 points, right? Because the killer gains 2 points and the survivors the survivors lose 1 point. And if it's Death Hook, yeah, so every hook stage should be a 3-point difference. So it's basically 2 more hook stages, right? So basically the survivors just need to, the killer just needs to get 5 hook stages for a tie, 6 hook stages for a win. I'm pretty sure that's the math. And if you guys want to correct me if I'm wrong, feel free. But I'm pretty sure the math here is for the best of 3. For the overall best of 3, 5 hook stages would be a tie, 6 hook stages would be a win. For particularly the Dredge set, 7 hook stages would be a tie, 8 hook stages would be a win. So all of like the victory conditions for everything is basically 5, 6, 7, 8 hook stages. So yeah. That's interesting. That should be, I feel like, based on how Dredge has performed on this map thus far, that shouldn't be too hard of a result to get. But you never know. I mean, Overheated did just have a really, really good game of Survivor, so it's not going to be it's not like it's impossible for Lorem Ipsum to do it themselves. You know, like it definitely seems, it absolutely seems reasonable to do. They just got to make sure that they play it very, very tight and do a really, really good job of it. So we will see. Dredge is a B tier killer at its best. Thoughts? I don't really know. Honestly, I'm really bad at judging. It's kind of like I said, Dredge is like probably the one killer. Dredge and maybe Plague are the 2 killers that I feel like I'm not super confident on my placements. Because they just play in such weird, interesting ways. Like, I feel like Plague that just plays a hardcore macro is a very strange... I mean, actually, I think I'm a little bit more confident on Plague than I am Dredge. But Dredge, I feel like I just don't know, honestly. Dredge is such a weird killer. He plays so much differently than everybody else. Like in my head, it feels like he should be B tier. Like, I agree with that. He feels like he should be about a B tier killer. But then I've seen some people do really well with him. I mean, he has a lot of mobility. Nightfall, like again, Nightfall is just such an interesting mechanic. It's so hard for me to like. It's so hard for me to tell like what. It's hard for me to tell like how strong Nightfall is. I guess you know what I mean. Like, it's such a weird effect. Like, it takes away their vision. It gives you stealth. It gives you faster teleports. It's just, it's like a weird power spike that isn't, like, really easy to comprehend how powerful it is. So, I don't know. I really don't know how, I really don't know where I put Dredge. B tier seems accurate to me. In my opinion, Dredge is psychotically map dependent. Locker RNG moves him around my tier list a bit. Yeah, that's true too. Like, you're not wrong about that. Like for instance, Dredge on like Midwich is going to be way different than Dredge on like, yeah, I mean, maybe like swamp maps or something that have terrible. Like I'm pretty sure like Pale Rose doesn't have very good lockers, right? Like if you're on a map that has like really bad lockers, yeah, definitely way worse. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like in general, if you just want to say like across all maps, yeah, I feel like he's probably B tier, but it's hard to say. I don't know. If you wanted to say he was A tier, I probably wouldn't argue it too hard. Like I'm not like, it's not like a very confident. Like if you were trying to argue that like Blight was an S tier, I would call you an idiot and say that you're wrong and say there's no way in fuck Blight is S tier. Shut the fuck up. But like if you wanted to tell me that Blight is A, or sorry, if you wanted to tell me that like Dredge is A tier, I'd be like, I don't know if I agree, but also I don't know. I'm not confident enough to say that you're wrong, you know? So I don't know. What's up, Roxy? How's it going? Yo, Nilety, what's up? Hello, hello, hello. Toby's a plague man. Ha ha ha, you're so funny. Ha ha ha, you're hilarious. You're so funny. You're so funny. You're so hilarious. Are there any more teams after this? Yes, there's one more match after this, actually. The games today have been going a long time, dude. This is probably going to be our longest scrim night maybe ever. Because both of these first two sets have gone all 3 games. After this, we have Schism versus OhTofu's Waifus, which should be a really, really solid game. So, play games take a long time. Yeah, true. True. I also feel like the lobbies and stuff are taking a while because like a lot of these teams are kind of newer. So I think they're like really trying to make sure that they have their builds and everything, which is kind of understandable, you know? Trying to make sure they're not catching any penalties and stuff. And we haven't had any penalties yet, so that's good. Did you ever decide to do the kill streak? Yeah, I started it on Thursday, and I got up to 11 wins in a row, and then I lost on a night game because I haven't played night in like a gazillion years, and I was really bad. Turns out I was a really bad night, and I kind of just forgot how to play them. And yeah, I got a randomizer build on night that was like not a great build. But it was on Midwich, so like I should have won. I just kind of derped out and forgot how night was played, and then I lost. So yeah. But I'll probably start a new one. I think I got 2 wins into a new streak and then stopped. Is this leading up to a tournament, or is it just for fun? It's mostly just for fun. I mean, I'm not entirely against the idea of possibly hosting a tournament at some point. Like, it would be a lot more work than this because you'd have to take it a lot more seriously in terms of like, I don't know, having a stream delay on and doing like ping checks and, you know, like checks. I don't know. Like you'd have to have a lot more like back end stuff happening for a tournament. So it would be a lot more work. But I'm not entirely opposed to the idea. I mean, I might want to do it at some point, but we don't have any plans of it currently. No. All right. So here we go. The Twisted's got Sprint Burst, Decisive Strike, Prove Thyself, Hellboy, rocking a little bit of a mixed build again. He's got Wiretap again, though. Wiretap Blast Mine. He got value out of it that one game, and he's like, yeah, you know what? We'll just keep running it. A bit of a mixed build from My Shell again as well. And then the Deliverance Unbreakable is on Joe Biden. Right now, it seems like they're mostly just stealthing. It doesn't really seem like anybody has a build that's particularly strong in getting chased. Maybe, like, McTwisted. I mean, he has DS. Nobody really has a ton of, like, anti-tunnel, though, right? Like we're not really seeing like DS dead hard on anybody. Kinship isn't even there, I don't think. So we're not really seeing anyone that's particularly a strong target for tunneling. So I think it's just going to be basically whoever. As long as it's not the Unbreakable Deliverance Survivor and probably not the Toolbox Survivor, then they'll probably be fine. Random Nerd looking around, see what he can find, teleporting a bit. His add-ons are Mouth-Thinker Skull is again the same add-on that we see almost every game. It makes it so that injured survivors charge Nightfall more. So it's just basically makes it so that injuring survivors is more valuable towards Nightfall. And then the Broken Doll makes it so that Nightfall lasts like I think like 20 more seconds or something. Like it makes like Nightfall last a lot longer. So it's a pretty solid add-on. Good hit on the Hellboy there. Hellboy just kind of vaulting the window instantly without really seeing what the killer was doing yet. And he gets punished for it. Random Nerd gets that hit. He's going to be running towards main. Killer also has Pop Goes the Weasel, Pain Res, and Noed, which makes sense. I mean, considering that the result he needs is very set in stone. Oh, that was a good teleport. Oh, that was fucking calculated. My lord, dude. Random Nerd, brain in the cosmos, dude. My god. Perfectly calculated teleport, jumps right out in front of Hellboy and gets that down very quickly. Not a Pain Res hook, but does have Pop Goes the Weasel up now. They're currently doubled up on the hill gen on bottom right side of the map, and McTwisted is currently at Shack gen. So they're currently doing 2 gens bottom side. And Random Nerd does find the gen that has progress. He finds the gen with the most progress, which is the bottom right gen. This one's the one that's at about 5 o'clock. And he's gonna kick. Actually, it's kind of like dead center of bot, right? It's actually more like dead center. It's more like 6. He's going to kick that, and that's going to regress a good bit because of pop. And yeah, I mean, that hook comes in with barely any gen progress to speak of. So not a great opening for Lorem Ipsum. Oh, McTwisted gets hit here as well. How's Random Nerd going to handle this? I'm curious if he's going to like try to tunnel one out, or if he's just going to try to like spread. I mean, he downs McTwisted, so it seems like he's not really too interested in tunneling out. Hellboy gets healed. We're getting very close to Nightfall. This will be the second hook, possibly a Scourge hook, and also more pain res. We'll see if we can find a Scourge hook or not. Yes. So there's pain res. This teleport should be enough to trigger it. Yep, there you go. Nightfall is now in play too, so it's all dark and scary for these guys. And yeah, they're currently just working gens around the map, but none of them have a lot of progress, really. We'll see what he opts to do. He seems like he's not trying to go too far away from the hook, but he's still trying to see what gens they're doing. Not a lot of progress there. He can't really seem to locate the gens that they're on. They were on main gen, and I think they were on the gen on like the middle right. Yeah, this one over here. So he does locate this. He also finds Jill, and I don't think he's really interested in playing around hooks at all. Like, he doesn't really seem that interested in hooks in any way at all, to be honest with you. Like, he's completely leaving McTwisted now, even though McTwisted's close to Struggle. Like, it wouldn't be crazy with like how close McStruggle is with how I think I just called him McStruggle. With how close McTwisted is to Struggle, it wouldn't be crazy to just like go there and like, you can't really like secure Struggle, but you can basically make it so that if somebody wants to unhook them, they have to like die to do it, right? Like you can basically force people to one for one, which is still valuable. But Random Nerd doesn't really have any interest in that. Instead, he just wants to go chase people, which isn't really terrible either. I don't really hate this either. Chasing Joe Biden. He's doing a good job on this pallet thus far. He's leaving there, which is good because he tried to zone it. But Joe Biden doing a really good job in this chase. I think he's going to die now, though. I don't think he has much to work with. So down he goes. But that was a solid chase. I mean, he survived for quite a while there. Wasn't enough for them to get much done. This shed has some progress. Okay, they pop one. This one might get hit by pain res. It doesn't. No pain res. If they can pop this before Pop goes to the Weasel, if they can pop it before Pop, then that would be pretty sick if they can pop it before Pop. They do pop it before Pop. So Pop does not pop on that gen that just popped. And now he's going to have to use it on that gen on the right side instead. Actually, he's not even going to use it at all. He's just going to come over here and find the survivors. Everyone's back to full health. It's the third fresh hook. And the unhook, actually, that was Deliverance, I think, from Joe Biden coming in. So he unhooks himself. Finds Jane. Okay, good little moonwalk mind game prediction. Getting the hit onto Jane. She's going to run out of the bottom of the map. And up over here. To be honest with you, it might have been worth it for her just to stay bot side, because I think that's where they got most of the gens done, right? Well, kind of. There was actually one done up there, too. Actually, I think they're kind of doing okay regardless. Oh! My show vaults into the killer, though. Good prediction from Random Nerd. That's going to be another fresh hook. And yet another fresh hook. Will it be another pain res? Still 2 pain reses are missing. Okay, so that one was pain res. So if I'm not mistaken, Joe Biden and oh fuck, was it McTwisted or Hellboy? One of those two are still a Scourge hook. I can't remember which one though. I think it was McTwisted, but I'm not 100%. Random Nerd finds this gen with pops. There you go. Lots of aggression happening here. Currently at 4 hook stages. He actually gets hit by Blast Mine, so yeah, now we get to point and laugh at him. We get to giggle and point and laugh. Ha 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 ha. You got sun kicking the thing. Ha ha. But he does regress it with pop regardless, so that's going to lose a lot of progress. He's currently at 4 hook stages, so he's 1 away from tying the overall set. So again, the win conditions are going to get, or sorry, not the overall set. He's 1 away from. Wait. Yes. No. Yes. Yeah. 1 away from tying the overall set. Yeah. Sorry, I'm confusing myself. Does find Hellboy here. My shell's almost in struggle. I guess he's going to go back and try to punish this now. Does get unhooked, though. And they actually get some distance away, too. So not really in a great spot to punish it. My shell still has a little bit of borrowed time, but I don't think it's actually going to kick in. I think she's going to make it to this pallet instead. Oh! Yeah. Honestly, my shell just keeps falling for that same mind game where he just, like, goes one way, debates a vault. I mean, that was a good attempt because, like, that slow vault, hypothetically, if he came around and then didn't realize she was slow vaulting, that could have been something. Like, that could have been 10,000 IQ genius. But I also feel like just looping it would have maybe been the safer way to do it. Either way, she goes down. That's going to be hook number 5. That secures at least the tie for the best of 3. The next hook would confirm the win for Overheated Academy for the overall best of 3. We'll see. Finds 2 different gens and kicks them both. The first one was pop, second one was a dry kick, but they're both kind of near the hook. Shuttle gets right back on that gen. Looks like McTwisted's going to pop a gen, and Joe Biden's also going to pop a gen. There's 2 gens that are very close to being done. There's one of them. This is the other. Joe Biden gets found, though. Does have his pallet up still. Okay. Joe Biden looping around the backside, doing a pretty good job now. Staying alive. Mr. President doing pretty well. The teleport back, and he's going to go down. Down goes Mr. President. And he can hook him right beside this gen, and then just kick it with pop, which would regress it a fuck ton, which I think is exactly what he's going to do. So that gen's going to regress a bunch. That also secures the win for the best of 3. So Academy Overheated takes the best of 3 win no matter what. In terms of like the actual dredge game, he's still 2 hooks off of the actual dredge game though. But it's kind of looking like he'll get there. He still has Noah to fall back on. Pop Goes the Weasel's being used on this gen right here, actually instead of the gen near Joe Biden. I think it got hit by pain res, didn't it? I think it might have got pain res. Hellboy is just watching Joe Biden sit on hook while he does the gen in his face. But now bails. Interestingly enough. Like, actually just full... I'm so confused. Doesn't bail. Instead gets the unhook. Both gens are close to popping, actually. Random Nerd going to the middle map for some reason. Finds both of them, though. Joe Biden doesn't have any of the anti-tunnel stuff because he was doing the gen. That gen pops. This gen's also close. Cheryl's going to take a hit. Man, this is actually kind of becoming a close dredge game. Like... He's 1 hook away from tying it. But I mean, with Noed, I feel like he's basically going to secure either the win or the tie. Yeah, there's the down on Hellboy. He plays that pout a little bit wrong. And Hellboy's actually worth 2 hook stages. So at this point, with Noed kicking in, this should basically secure the win, I believe. For even the dredge game. I mean, we'll see. He's going to get that hook. And now it's just basically next hook stage wins. He can either secure the hook stage on the Hellboy or get another one. To be honest, though, the overall result from Lorem Ipsum on this dredge match, though, is pretty good. I mean, they managed to get all the gens done. They're in a pretty good spot to get survivors out. My Shell's going to die here, but she only has one hook stage. She's only worth 1. So it's not like a crazy big loss if they get the other 2 out. And the gate does open, and actually Joe Biden's going to grab the unhook. McTwisted's going to head back into the map. No head comes in onto Joe Biden, though. Flashlight, though. Oh, the free flash... Or flashbang, I mean. Free flashbang save is a word that I apparently can't say. That's a phrase that can't leave my mouth because of my stutter. McTwisted wants to greed this pickup into my shell, and a little bit dangerous because, again, no heads up, so he might die here for this. Looks like he is going to die for this. But yeah, down he goes. He's also the only survivor that's worth more than 1 hook stage. So yeah, he's going to get picked up and hooked. This will secure the win on the dredge set no matter what. So now, yeah, like now Overheated has won all of it. He won they've won the dredge set and the overall best of 3. So there's really no need for any confusion. We're good. We're golden. We're all set. But honestly, pretty impressed with Lorem Ipsum's ability to put out a pretty decent survivor result here. Realistically, they probably should have just let My Shell die and then just take like the people they had and go. But still seems like they might get a good result. They might still let McTwisted die. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know if they'll be able to heal up in time. If they're able to heal up really quickly, they could maybe go for a double save, but it would be a little bit risky, but they could go for it. Well, you know, they might. Looks like they are. The team is coming back in. Move, move, move. Dun, 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 dun. And this should be relatively free since hook grabs aren't a thing anymore, right? Dredge is trying to play safety here. Playing the zone defense. But they do surround it. Pincer attack. Alpha team, go. Bravo team, move. Move, move, move. Bravo team is a little bit late. Still gets the unhook. It's fine. The third survivor needs to be there to body block, or at least look out for a gen teleport. Oh, what are you doing? Why did you... Welp. I think Hellboy wanted to lock the locker. I believe is what that was. I think they wanted to lock the locker because they knew that the killer was going to teleport there. But if you're locking a locker when the killer is teleporting there or already in the locker, then you get grabbed. So, yeah. They actually end up losing more hook stages, yeah. It ends up being a 2K 10 hook stages. So that final unhook was a disaster. It did not go the way they wanted it to at all. They ended up just giving the killer more hook stages than they would have got if he would have just left. But, you know, I respect the effort. The game was already over. I respect them just going for it and, you know, just trying to see what they can do. But hey, I mean, good play from Random Nerd. He definitely put out the result his team needed. I feel like I want to say good job from Lord Ripsum too. I find it weird that in none of these Dredge games do they ever try to make the game a 3v1, which I find really strange. Like, I feel like both games have been, like, both games are played kind of the same, and kind of like earlier Dredge matches were played kind of similarly too, where it feels like they just kind of go around pressuring all 4 survivors and like don't really like prioritize killing anybody. And I mean, it's kind of interesting because it sort of is more strong on a killer like Dredge because you have pain res, you have pop, and you also have massive mobility, right? So you can like teleport around and kick gens with pop, and I kind of get the idea behind it. I don't think it's a crazy idea to do because I think his mobility does give him the option to like put out a lot of gen pressure with pop and kind of do a good job of pressure in the map as long as you're winning your chases. But the problem is that if you don't win your chases really hard, like if you have even just like a couple rough chases, then again, with all 4 survivors up, you just lose so much. Like, I still don't think it's better than just killing somebody. I think killing somebody is still the better play. And I think that's a big reason why these survivors were able to get escapes so easily too. Because I think the starts of both these games were really good, right? Like, both games had downs that came in pretty quickly. But again, with all 4 survivors staying alive for pretty much the entirety of the match, it's just so hard to put pressure on all 4 survivors. And even with the mobility and everything, it's just they were still able to get gens done. They were still able to get some survivors out. But Overheated does take the best of 3. Yeah, Academy won. Overheated Academy takes the best of 3. They take the Dredge set and the best of 3, so they win both of the final 2. And good try from Laura Ipsum. I mean, it was a very close set. It definitely wasn't like a blowout by any means. I mean, the results were very, very similar. That was definitely, again, solid matchmaking. Whoever's doing the matchmaking is doing a pretty good job, you know. That there matchmaking fella doing pretty all right, because that was another really close set. Those guys played really, really well. I think both sides did. They both played really, really well. It was very, very close, very, very similar results. And hopefully they learn something from that and come back stronger next week. And our last set is going to be Schism versus the Waifus. So this should be a very good set as well. Schism, we've seen them play once now. I think this is only their second time that we're seeing them play. But the first time we saw them play, they had a really, really good performance. I think it was versus Rats of RPD, if I'm not mistaken. And they were looking really good. They looked like a very solid, strong team. And we already know that the Waifus can be a very strong team as well. So I think this should be a good matchup as well. I'm excited to see how this one goes. Yeah. They're doing a pretty good job so far, true. And yeah, I agree, Dino. I agree. Someone's doing something right out here. I don't know. Like, something's definitely happening right. That is for sure. Am I like missing a bunch of friend requests like before? Is this on me? I think we're just waiting on L to make the lobby. And then we should be good, I believe. But damn, dude, good games thus far, man. We've had some good games today, dude. Good games. Very, very close matches. You locked the locker on the run over, not the run back? Yeah, but I think they were too concerned with getting to the hook in time. I mean, they like barely got the triple heal off, and then I think they were just worried about getting to the hook before the guy died. So I can kind of understand them not locking the locker on the way over, you know? I feel like even if he teleports out of the locker, you can still maybe just play around that too. Like, you can maybe body block even with him teleporting in front of you if you can like maneuver right. So I think maybe they should have not worried about locking it. I mean, I don't think locking it was bad. I think it was just a little bit like mistimed, you know? Like, it would have been a good play had he, you know, just did it like a split second faster. But I think even if he teleports, I think you can still body block with the full health survivor if you just like loop around like the objects that are there, you know? You have to accept L's friend request. I don't see a friend request. Is it like a DVD friend request? Or something? Is it like one of these? Because I don't have a Steam friend request. At least I don't think I do. Doesn't look like I do. Right? Wait, where would I see them? No, I don't think I do. Right? Or do I? No, I don't think. It's the RT one. Oh, so it is the in-game one, is what you're saying. Okay, I'll just accept all of these, I guess, right? I mean, these are surely people that are just here for scrims, right? I feel like there's really no reason not to just accept everybody, I guess. Like, if anybody ends up being fucking weird and like joining in lobbies when they shouldn't, then we'll just remove them. It's fine. 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 All right. 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 What's the first killer that we're opening with? Oni, dude. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Love starting with Oni games. Hell yeah. All right. Let me change the map layout. Let me change it to Cool Tower real quick. There we go. Let me get OhTofu's waifus in here. There we go. I invited enough of them. I'm sure that's enough. That should be good. Who's the waifu's killer? The waifu's killer is Outcast Andrew, and the killer for Schism is L, and they're both gonna be playing Oni on Cool Tower. For Plague, it'll be L on Plague again for Schism. I think L's playing killer for actually every round. So Schism's killer will be L the whole way throughout. For OhTofu's waifus, it'll be Outcast Andrew on Oni, Z Slasher on Plague, and Outcast Andrew again on Doctor. Is what it'll be. If we go to Doctor. Which is more fun, Pig or Nemesis? Oh, that's tough, man. They're both kind of boring, just to be real with you. I mean, maybe Nemi's a little better, but it's hard to say. Yo, Random Nerd, thank you for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. And yo, well played, dude. It was fun watching you guys play. Yo, Cuckblock420, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. That said, what size is your bridge? Like, of my nose? Or like my castle's bridge? The bridge in my city? What do you mean my bridge? Piercing? My nose? I don't know what you're asking. Bridge piercing. I have no fucking idea. I don't know, man. I don't think, I mean, like, I don't know the sizings and shit. I have no fucking idea. I mean, Mariah pierced it and then she put a thing in it and I've been holding on to it ever since. So I got no idea, brother. I got no idea. Couldn't tell you. The gauge of your jewelry. Yep, no idea. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't fucking tell you. Got no clue. London Bridge is falling down. Yes. Yes, I think that's what he was referring to. Yes. All right, here we go. We got Angry Shio, Happy Shio, Z Slasher, Outcast Andrew. The waifus are here. The waifus are here. We'll see how they do against L. Playing as Oni. Is L playing on like console or something? Or is it like Epic Store or something? I'm not sure. I don't know. But they weren't on Steam apparently, or at least they didn't add me on Steam. That was a nice little coordinated swap. That was neat. So we'll see. I'm gonna guess 14 or 12 with no knowledge whatsoever. Well, sure, that's probably accurate. If there's like a standard gauge, then that's probably what it is. If I had to guess, I just have no idea though. Hi Pepto, how are you? Hello. Do they know the killer before going in? Yes. Yes, everyone knows the killer and map that you're playing going in, because there's also certain restrictions for each like killer, right? Like you kind of have to know, because like you're able to run certain things against some killers and like not against others, and same thing with like killers, like they can run certain things against some people and you know, and the others can't. So yeah, everyone knows what they're going into. All right, so I'm gonna say the same thing that I've been saying, and I'm gonna be a broken record, and I'm sorry, and I'm gonna get annoying, but I'm gonna keep saying it. I'm gonna keep saying it. I'm not gonna stop saying it. Okay, I'm gonna keep doing it. It's Oni, and I mean, really, no matter what killer it is, the first chase is like probably the most important thing in terms of setting the pace of the match. The first chase is so important. Okay, it's so important. The killer is obviously like gonna be trying to like end it as fast as he can, but the survivors really need to do a good job of positioning well. And again, against every killer, it's really important to not go down early, but specifically against Oni, you got to do a really good job of not getting hit early, right? Like, it's not even just going down. Like, I feel like with other killers, right? Like, if you're like, I don't know, against every other killer, like, if you fuck up and get hit, it's not the end of the world, as long as you make sure you don't go down. With Oni, it's even more important because you can't even get hit. If you even just get hit super early, then you're going to feed him a bunch of blood orbs. He's going to get his power, and then he's going to fucking bonk the shit out of your teammates, and then they're going to be really mad at you, and then you're going to lose the game, and it's going to be very depressing, and it's going to be all your fault. So, very, very important for the survivors on both sides to keep in mind that they need to play safe early. Play safe early. Position well. Make sure wherever it is that you're hiding in early game, you're in a spot where if you get found, you can make it to a pallet without getting hit. Make sure that if you do get found and you get chased, that you just don't take any chances on pallets. Just pre-drop them if you have to. Force kicks. Make sure you're running to places that are safe and not like, you know, putting yourself in isolated corners where you can get zoned. And stall out that hit as long as possible. And if either one of these guys doesn't do that, then I'm sure the Oni will have a great performance. And if they do that, then they might end up having a good striver performance themselves. So we'll see. We will see. Okay, we have 15 minutes before ads. I was gonna avoid playing them, but they're kind of taking a while in this lobby. If they take any longer, it's fine. I think I could just snooze them. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. So just bring no mither. Yeah, exactly. Bring no mither and just feed them blood orbs. There you go. Easy peasy. How can you get hit and feed blood orbs when you're feeding blood orbs off spawn? You know, calculated, dude. We smart. Genius to your plays. Hi, bothered. How's it going? Hello. What is taking them so long? What's going on here? What's happening? They're changing outfits? Okay, they're readying up now. All right. I'm gonna snooze ads. I think we should have time. I think. Hopefully. Have you seen No Mither in scrims before? No, and we never will. No, it would be really stupid to run No Mither. That would be really, really stupid. Like you'd have to be straight up trolling to do that. There's no way in fuck. Ain't no way. Not gonna happen. Ain't no way in fuck. Hi, Taryn. What up? How's it going? Hello. Like, I feel like even if you're going against, I don't know, like maybe like twins or someone who like slugs really heavily, like even if you're going against a killer who like you know is most likely gonna slug, still not worth it. No Mither is just never worth, man. It's never worth running. Like it's never gonna be like a perk. I shouldn't say never, but like as of right now, it's definitely not a perk that's ever good to run. Like you're almost always throwing by running it. So yeah, no. Are these the last teams playing tonight? Yes. We have either 4 or 6 matches left. We have 2 Oni games, and then 2 Plague games, and then maybe 2 Doctor games if we need them. So between 4 and 6 games are left, depending on how these games go. It was successfully used once to counter old Condemned Sadako months ago in our scrims. Really? Who ran it? Do you remember? I don't remember that, but that's interesting. So like they could just pick themselves up as opposed to like having their teammate have to pick them up and spread ring drawing, because that's kind of interesting. If Bait for this is unbanned, No Mither could be niche. No. Even then, you're still better off just like letting yourself get injured. You know what I mean? Like you're still better off like taking the hit and then having Made for This to fall back on afterwards. Like you don't want to just have Made for This right away. So yeah, no. What if it was Aaron running No Mither? He wouldn't, because he would be smarter than that. Aaron's a smart player. He wouldn't run No Mither in like a competitive setting. In like a pub setting, he maybe would, because he knows that he would be fine. But like in a competitive setting, he wouldn't do that, because Aaron's smart. It was not on stream, just in our practice. Oh, okay. So like it hasn't been done in like, okay. So I wasn't wrong that no one's done it in actual scrim nights that we've casted. But yeah, it has been done once. That's interesting, because yeah, that actually is like an interesting idea. Against like Condemned Sadako, at least old Condemned Sadako, right? Especially with like ring drawing being the way it used to be. It's like kind of a weird counter to ring drawing, you know? Yo, Super Payong, what's up, man? How's it going, dude? What are the banned perks again? On Survivor, you can't run Made for This, and you can't run oh fuck, what was it? Oh yeah, Dramaturgy. You can't run Made for This and Dramaturgy. That's all that's globally banned on Survivor. On Killer, you can't run Lethal Pursuer, Darters Revealed, the No Ed No Way Out combo, and Haunted Grounds. Those are all the banned perks in terms of global bans. And then sometimes we have bans for individual killers. Oni doesn't have any individual bans, but we sometimes have bans for individual killers. Actually, do we have any bans for any of the individual killers today? Because I feel like I don't think we do, but I've been saying that we don't. And if we actually do, then I'm gonna feel really dumb. Yeah, Oni doesn't have any individual bans. I don't think Plague did. Yeah, I don't think there's any individual bans in terms of perks anyway. Dredge has some add-ons that are banned, but oh, Doctor has Deadman Switch banned actually. If we get to the Doctor game, they have Deadman's Switch being banned. But that's if we get to the Doctor games. I'm not sure. Nowhere to Hide. Nowhere to Hide is allowed. Yes. Think we'll see Sadako in scrims? I don't know. I think we have her in like the next week, but I think we might have had to remove her, or we might have to remove her because there's apparently like some kind of a bug for her. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what we're doing yet, but she might end up getting taken out. But we'll see. I don't know.
I would like to see Sadako in scrims. I'd be very curious to see how it ends up being played. No, the prediction's there. Kinda. People are gambling. Y'all banned made for this? Yes. You're fucking right, we did. Fuck that perk. I want to see Sadako too. Same, dude. I'm really curious to see like how she would perform. Especially against like the higher end teams. I feel like the higher end teams would probably shit on her. But I'd be curious to see. Maybe this is so balanced. True. Can they still run buckle up and for the people then? Yeah, they can. And you know what's and actually, you know what's interesting? We've not seen it yet. We've seen people run it, but I've not seen a single a single team make the play. I'm very surprised. I could have sworn that us leaving buckle up for the people in would have been like a fucking disaster, and like every game would have it, and we'd see it like multiple times throughout the night and be like, oh my god, how busted is that combo? But even here, look, I don't see it. I don't see for the people buckle up on their builds. Like I feel like I'm just not seeing it ever, and even when I do see it, they don't really ever seem to like get it off. So yeah. This is a very strong chase build from Happy Shio. Happy Shio definitely wants to be chased and tunneled. Unbreakable Dead Hard coming from Z Slasher. Happy Shio is already being chased, so I need to not. Actually, Angry Shio and Happy Shio get found. Bamboozle in the window from L. Angry Shio can make this pallet, and okay. Oh, good try from L. They're almost getting that hit on the pallet, but good vault from Angry Shio not getting hit. Vaults or actually doesn't vault the window. Goes around the back. Okay, making our way towards Shaq. Should be able to make that pallet. L says, you know what? Fuck that. Shaq pallet. No, thank you. Reassurance on him. Unbreakable Deliverance on Z Slasher. And then that, yeah, just trying to cycle through all the builds. Very heavily objective build for Fang. So the waifus, instead of kind of like splitting their builds, like we sometimes see people that have like builds that are kind of split, right? Where like maybe one person has DS and some other guys has off the record. Like one guy has like Deja Vu and someone else has Prove Thyself, and they kind of like split up like the rules a bit, you know, so that everybody can do a little bit of everything. Waifus are kind of heavily investing, right? Like Angry Shio has pretty much all of the good like objective perks, like Prove Thyself and Deja Vu in the toolbox. Whereas like pretty much all the anti-tunnel perks are on Happy Shio, so they're kind of really hard committing to rules, which can be good but can also be bad, because right now the objective survivor is being chased. Oh, and that's gonna be a hit. Did she have balanced? Because that, oh, she did. The way she played that was really bad with balanced. She could have avoided getting hit there, and she kind of just gave that hit for free, which was really unfortunate. To be honest with you, to be honest though, before that hit came in, the way that Angry Shio played the other tiles was actually really good. So was a decent start. Ends up being not as good as it could be. I think bounce landing there was used in a really poor way. She could have like easily went off the back or did anything other than that and just got her bounce landing early and ran away. She could have went off like the back left side and booked it. She could have did a lot of different things. Even if she wanted to stay on, like if she wanted to stay top side for the sake of generators, she still could have just dropped off immediately and took the speed boost and ran. Like there's a lot of things she could have done there, but yeah, she kind of just gave a hit for free, which is not ideal. So far the killer's just kind of patrolling around. He does find this gen that has a bunch of progress. Okay, Happy Shio staying at this. Oh, it's gonna get hit here though. Gets caught off at a bad time going for that window and does get hit. The unhook comes in as well. L gonna be heading back, maybe. Coming around the backside to see what he can find. There is some scratch marks. Okay, they're inside. He knows it. Upstairs, he can hear them. Maybe. I think he heard them upstairs. But he's actually not going for him. Okay. Gonna not go for the guy that was upstairs. Gonna come back for Happy Shio. Good flick onto Happy Shio. Gets the down onto him. Okay, he still has a lot of power left. He has Lion's Fang and Splintered Hull. So Splintered Hull is more blood orbs being dropped. Lion's Fang is longer power. So typically when you see Lion's Fang, there's a lot of opportunities to get multiple downs in your power, right? Like that down came in and then L still had like half of the power left. So typically with Lion's Fang, there's a lot of opportunities to get like many downs. But chooses to just get the one and then leave it. D-Slasher might get an unhook here really quick and does. I think maybe he wants to keep the killer off of the gen, so gets that really fast unhook. Nowhere to hide kicking in. Doesn't quite lunge off the edge. Happy Shio again has like a fucking gazillion anti-tunnel perks. Good body block there from the killer. Very wise move. That was really good. That was a sick play. So the killer intentionally missed that swing. If you guys don't if you guys don't grasp what happened right there, the killer, like, basically the survivor was trying to fastball it, which would have forced the killer to hit them and put them into deep wounds. But the killer basically missed the hit on purpose, but lunged to the window to make sure he can body block it, to make sure that they didn't get hit into deep wounds. So that was sick. That was a really big brain play. Happy Shio, though, unfortunately had DS, so the reward was not quite as good as it could have been. Does see somebody here. Oh, good double. Oh, good juke from Z Slasher. Kind of juicing. That was a really good flick prediction. Gonna be in a little bit of trouble here. Yeah, it does go down now, though. So that'll be Z Slasher going down. Z Slasher is the Deliverance survivor, though, so this isn't going to be the end of the world. They're currently doubled up on a gen with Prove Thyself. They're also injured, so they're going to be bleeding and leaving a lot of orbs over there. Especially with Splintered Hall. The fact that they're not prioritizing healing Happy Shio here means that there's going to be a lot of orbs. And the Oni's going to be able to get his power pretty often as the game goes on if they don't prioritize healing more. But we'll see. That was another Scourge Hook. And yep, there's all the orbs from Happy Shio, so easily gets his power back. The Deliverance comes in. Still 4 gens up. So 3 different fresh hooks. No one that close to dying. See what he can find. Patrolling around the top side of the map. See some scratch marks in main. No one in the top right. Okay. Survivors are all trying to play relatively safe and stealthy. Does find Happy Shio. Gets that pallet throw without going down. So there you go. I think a Keto Scratch there could have been a difference maker, but it's fine. Oh, waiting out Dead Hard. Okay, that was a really good heads up play too. Happy Shio, I think, did have Dead Hard, right? But like, yeah, that was a weird. Dead Hard didn't come in. He was waiting it out, but it also never came in. So I don't know. That was a weird little like Dead Hard mind game where like it never even happened. But that was really smart from L to wait out for Dead Hard. Again, recognizing that the DS survivor most likely has Dead Hard. So that was really good game sense. You can tell that L has like really, really good game sense. So that's interesting. Happy Shio is going to be on Death Hook after that unhook. Claudette's going to get hit here and run away. That's going to give more orbs and more blood. Going to pop power again. He's in a pretty strong spot right now. 3 gens still up. Has power with Lion's Fang. It's going to be a pretty long power. Oh, whoa! What the fuck is happening? That was a weird ass flick, but does get it onto Z Slasher. Gonna slug. Sees scratch marks by main. And sees Angry Shio here. Okay. Okay. Good flick. Angry Shio went for like the big juke on the well, kind of went for the juke on the big flick. Oh, and Claudette healed, and if he remembers, he hit Claudette near main, and I think he does remember. He just passed by her. He doesn't realize, but he just passed by her. Z Slasher just unbreakable, but Happy Shio is gonna die on hook. So yeah, this Oni snowball is just huge. This is huge, dude. This is a massive snowball. He's gonna kick this gen to try to get nowhere to hide. I think his main goal here was probably to get nowhere to hide. I mean, regressing it's also good as well, but nowhere to hide will let him know if anyone was hiding around. But that's gonna be a kill. 5 hook stages, still 3 gens left. So not a great spot to be in for the waifus. Has like a pretty strong 3 gen along the top side and kind of like a 4th one hanging out sort of nearby. So a pretty decent gen setup too in terms of his ability to like patrol and everything. He knows that they're resetting over here somewhere, and he's not wrong. They are here. There's also one of them back on main. There's also a gazillion fucking orbs here. Anger Shot gonna get pulled on this locker. This will be another hook. Can't be a Scourge Hook though. He's gonna opt to hooker in about middle map. How's that main building gen look? Probably not gonna get done if he goes right back. It's about at 60, 70. He might be able to get his power from all these orbs, but no, probably not actually. Well, actually, with this row of orbs, maybe. There's a lot of orbs in a row here. So actually, yeah, I think he will be able to get his power. He might grab his power and then head right back to main. If he does, he should be able to interrupt that gen. I think it would be close. I don't know. It would be close. The unhook comes in. He is going to go for main. Actually, none of the doors are broken out, so I think he will get it. Yeah, he will get it. Oh, he's going to leave it actually last second. He doesn't want to die for it. Oh, no. Oh. The bait! The Oni bait! That was a very, very good play from L there, baiting that window vault and then dropping down with Bamboozle. That was so, so good. So down goes Outcast Andrew, and that's going to be the final Scourge Hook, which is going to regress that gen up top by a lot. That gen up top that was at 99, it just got hit with a 25% regression. So it's back down to like 74 and regressing. So by the time they get back to it, it'll probably be at like 60, 70-ish percent. So that's pretty unfortunate for their gen progress. Gets his power again. Yeah, it was definitely risky for Andrew to not finish it, but I think he also didn't want to just stand there and die. Like, I think he was torn between like leaving preemptively and sticking to it, but I feel like with how close it was, I don't know. And Oni was already in his power. It's a tough call. I mean, how do you stayed on the gen and just died before it got done? Like, he also probably didn't know how far away the Oni was from showing up. So like, if you would have just stayed on it and died, that would have also been a stupid looking play. So like, from his part, it's pretty understandable to be a bit indecisive there. Good T-wall read onto Z-Slasher. And this is looking like it might just be over right here. So we will... Oh my lord. Oh my lord, gird lord. Oh my gird lord. That was a good flick. And yep, that's going to be the end of the match. 3 gens. 4K at 3 gens. So... yeah, that's a pretty dominant result from Yoni here. That's probably the best result we've seen all weekend. Is a 4K at 3 gens. I don't think we've seen a killer result better than this. So L, very, very dominant on Oni. Played this extremely well. You can tell that the game sense was very, very on point. This is a very good killer player. And yeah, waifus not quite able to keep up, and very unfortunate. Their start was like decent. Again, I think Happy Shayo could have went longer without getting, or sorry, Angry Shayo. Happy Shayo? Angry Shayo. Could have gone longer without getting hit with like a better use of balance landing. But honestly, their early game wasn't even that bad. He was just able to snowball really hard with his power. I mean, he just, like, that mid game when he got like 3 downs in his power at once was just so crippling. Like, and again, I think that came from the survivors not really like prioritizing healing. Like they doubled up on a gen with I can't remember which Shayo it was. I keep getting confused. One of the Shayos, I think it might have been Happy Shayo, and one of the other and one of the other survivors doubled up on a gen while he was injured, and he just dropped like a gazillion orbs. And again, dropping a gazillion orbs for a good Oni player is fucking terrifying, man. Because you don't want Oni players to be able to cycle their power over and over again, especially when they have like, you know, 10 more seconds in their power and can just run around a small map like Cold Tower and fuck shit up. And L showed why you don't want to do that, because yeah, he just grabbed his power, he got the hook, and after the hook, he popped his power and just fucking murdered everything. And yeah, I mean, just really, really good play from the Oni, and good try from the waifus. And now we're going to be moving on to Schism survivors up against the waifus killer, and their win condition is going to be literally just finishing 3 gens. That's going to be their win condition. The killer from the waifus is going to have to basically have a perfect game in order to win. I mean, even, like, maybe even better than a perfect game. So yeah, going to be, I don't want to say impossible, but it's going to be pretty close to impossible, but we'll see. I don't want to count anybody out just yet, but very, very low chance, I think, of waifus being able to pull this one out after that result, because that was fucking wild. Do you drop blood orbs when down with plot twist? No, you don't drop blood orbs when down at all. So no. If you're suggesting using plot twist as a way to like counter dropping blood orbs, you could, but you also could just get healed. You know what I mean? Like you could also just have a teammate heal you, because you are all on comms together and stuff. Like, it's pretty reasonable to just have a teammate heal you too, you know? But I mean, I guess you're not option. That would be like a one, or sorry. I guess you're not entirely wrong that would be an okay one-time option. However, you also have to remember that when you're injured, you leave blood orbs, so you also would be leaving a trail of blood orbs directly to your plot twisted body, which might just end up giving the killer a free hook. So like, that's also a little scary too. So it is possible, but I would say it's a little risky and probably not reasonable to do in like a scrim. I feel like in a scrim, I would not want to go for that. I think I'd rather just have my teammates heal me. But I mean, yeah, hypothetically, if we're just talking hypotheticals, sure. OhTofu, will you eat $100? Are you asking if I'll eat money? How do I have to eat it? Is it like one $100 bill, or like do I got to eat like 10,000 pennies? Because I don't want to eat 10,000 pennies. That would probably kill me. But like, if I could eat one singular $100 bill, I mean, maybe. I mean, I would prefer not to. I mean, like, money is pretty fucking dirty. I'd probably like get sick. That shit's pretty nasty. But I mean, I don't know. will you pay me another $100 to eat $100? Like if you gave me $200, but I had to eat one of the $100 bills, then yeah, I mean maybe, sure, why not? Hey guys, I gotta play ads. I'm gonna play ads while these guys join the lobby and everything. Okay, so you guys might get hit by them. I'm gonna hold the lobby hostage and I'm gonna make sure they don't start until the ads are over. Okay, so you're not gonna miss anything. Don't worry about it. I'm guessing coleslaw is probably cool. I'm gonna invite coleslaw. But yeah, I'm gonna play ads. See if I get hit by them. Just hang in there. Okay, hang in there, failers. Hang in there. Bills are absolutely disgusting. The stuff they find when testing them will turn your stomach. Yeah, but I'm also a pretty I'm a pretty nasty motherfucker, dude. Like I'll drop food on like a nasty floor and be like 5-second rule, you know? Like I'm pretty gross already, so like I don't know. I'd probably still do it. Like if you paid me enough, I'd probably still do it. Like you're not wrong that it is nasty, but like, you know, I'm kind of nasty, so I think we get along pretty well. Could you say buckle up is kind of legit to be used in scrims right now? Dude, for the people buckle up, I think is actually like an insane OP combo. And I still can't believe we haven't seen it. Like, I feel like in a way similar to the, like, again, if you do it similar, like if you guys, okay, there was a Team Ares, I think, that played in the King of the Hill scrims for a little bit. They played for like a week or two and then stopped playing. But they used to use background player plus power struggle. Like one survivor would have power struggle flip-flop and they would basically let themselves go down in a pallet and then somebody would hover with background player, and if the killer picked up under the pallet, the person would run up and like get the pallet save, and if they didn't pick up and tried to find the person, then they would just stall long enough for flip-flop to, you know, be charged enough for power struggle, and then they would leave. So it was like this really like interesting play where like you could have someone run up and hover at the perfect moment just to buy time. And I feel like you could do that same thing with like for the people flip-flop, which is why I'm a little surprised we haven't seen it. Like I feel like if a survivor knows that they're out of resources, or like if they just want to like get a quick reset, you know what I mean, like in chase, like especially if they're being tunneled, right? If they're being tunneled and they're already in deep wounds, they can be like, hey, like I'm gonna go down at like, I don't know, 6 o'clock or like at Shack, right? And then they let themselves go down, person runs up and for the people some, and then they both just run off with endurance, you know? Like it feels like it could be really, really strong in like anti-tunnel situations, like ridiculously strong. And I feel like I'm just surprised we haven't seen it. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm assuming we'll see it eventually, but so far we've had a lot of games over the weekend and we haven't seen it yet. So we will see. Oh, I didn't hold the lobby hostage, did I? Oopsie. That's okay. The ads are going to be over relatively soon. I kind of lied to people about the ads. Oops. Oopsie. Oopsie. Why haven't we seen plot twist power struggle flip-flop? Because that's not actually a good combo, I don't think. Like you're running like 3 perks just to do like a single play one time in the match, you know? Like you could just have a teammate heal you, you know? Anyway, here we go. Unbreakable Deliverance on Meg. On my boy Bucket Man. Pretty solid mix here. Off the record, Prove Thyself, Toolbox. On Nicole, God Complex got a pretty good tunneling build. He's got Dead Hard DS with Adrenaline, but also we'll make it in the mix just in case. Kinship, Deja Vu onto Nancy. Oh, and it looks like it's Ada that gets found first. So Cool gets found first over at main, but Outcast Andrew is not going to commit. He's going to be looking around. Instead, he finds Nancy. Gonna be chasing her. Instead, comes over here to Ace, who's at a pretty strong pallet. Shouldn't really get hit here. Has a window tied to it as well. Oh my god, that was actually really close. Ace is fucking scaring me. If he would have got hit there, I would have been tilted. But gets the stun. He's gonna loop away up towards the top right of map. Outcast Andrew's gonna come back and find Ada, who has a pretty strong pallet here too. So Outcast Andrew's just trying to find somebody in a position that isn't like, she's trying to find somebody that's not in a strong position. To be honest with you, this pallet completely isolated, you could like try to bloodlust it. You could. Outcast Andrew doesn't. I mean, it's a little risky because like it could take a while. You could get a hit quick or you could take a while, but you could hypothetically get a hit there eventually if you just kind of like bloodlust it a bit. But he opts to just kick it, and instead he's going to go after Ace, who runs the Shack. He should just probably throw Shack pallet. And he does. So there you go. Safe play thus far. Outcast Andrew has a ton of regression in his build, a ton of stalling and regression, which is going to be obviously needed if he wants to beat this result, so it makes sense. There was somebody here, but they preemptively got it. And again, this survivor team seems like they are really on top of this. Like, if you've noticed, every gen that Alcantara shows up to where a survivor was there, they get a really big head start. Like, someone was on this gen, but they booked it way early. Because Ace took the chase to Shaq, and he probably, like, announced that, and then they were like, okay, I'm near Shaq. I'm getting the fuck out of here. And they just left. So they're really, like, this is, like, these guys are doing a really, really good job of denying hits right now. First gen pops. The gen on, in top mid gets blocked. And he finds Meg. This is why I think that, like, maybe bloodlusting that middle pallet might have unironically been an okay play here. Because I feel like that pallet was relatively reasonable to get a hit on. Probably more reasonable than this. Oh, man. That hit looked... Hey, I mean, hey, he gets his first hit is what I'll say. He gets his first hit on the Bucket Man. I feel like that was... You know, but hey, the first hit does come in, and that one too. Bucket Man is not having fun with windows right now. Bucket Man's window, his window play is not going great for him. Definitely not going great for him. He's also the Deliverance survivor, so Deliverance will not be in play. So that's a pretty important aspect. I mean, that being said, the win condition is still just 3 generators getting done. But yeah, those hits were pretty wild. I mean, to be honest with you, the second hit really wasn't that bad. I feel like a medium vault, like medium vaults are kind of dog shit, and like you get hit on the other side of medium vaults always. Like that's literally always been a thing. As a matter of fact, medium vaults are the strongest they've ever been. Like getting hit on the other side of medium vaults has been happening for like 6 years. But the first hit was definitely questionable. Alcantara does a pretty good job of zoning Nancy into the corner before breaking that pallet. She does still have a T-wall. Ooh, good job playing the window, but Nancy went around the right and he didn't realize, so he kind of loses track of her. He's going to go back to the hook, I think, and maybe look for Bucket Man, I think. Sees the blood. Follows the blood. Finds the Meg. The Meg vaults. The Ace is there. He panic flicks, and he's going to be out of his power now. He's going to be out of his power, and the only orbs that are going to be on the map are going to be the one that Bucket Man's leaving. So he's going to be without his power for a while now. Him not being able to get it down in that power was actually pretty big. Like, that's pretty massive. That's pretty pace setting. We'll see how this window is played again. He might just get hit through it again. Bucket Man, dude. Poor Bucket. He just can't. This Shaq window is not working for him. It's just not working for him, dude. It just ain't working. That hit at least looked a little bit better on our screen than the last one. The last one looked like total bullshit. That one on our screen actually looked kind of okay. Like, it wasn't, you know, total bullshit looking to us at least. So Bucket Man, he's going to go down in basement again. But that gen getting done right there does secure the win. Again, the win condition for Schism was kind of soft. And they've already got it. 3 gens getting done secures the win. But who knows? Maybe there'll be a tie set or something. So maybe how much they win will matter. So it's still important to play this out. And see. So Bucket Man in basement on Death Hook. We'll see how they opt to handle this. I think they've already got some gens done. Yeah, there's actually a pretty good gen split right now. It looks like there's like 2 top side and 2 bottom side. So there's already a really good gen split. It doesn't really matter in terms of what gens they do from this point forward. Alcantara is going to venture the whole way across the map to kick this gen with pop. That allows them to get the unhook, and they do. So Bucket Man will likely just leave basement freely. They might even be able to get a heal on him, depending on who got it. Yeah, it was the We'll Make It survivor. So the We'll Make It survivor is actually going to get this heal real quick, too. And again, this puts Alcantara in a spot where now he doesn't have his power anymore. He's kind of like right back to where he started, although there's way less pallets on the map. But still, he's back to having no power. There's a little bit of orbs here at Shaq, but not enough for him to get his power, I don't think. So he's going to have to get another hit without his power, which could be hard if these guys play this really tight. There is a pallet over here at that tile. Bucket Man is determined to make this window work, so he's going to come back and play this window some more. He is very determined. He wants this window to work. He is going to make this window work, one way or the other. Alcantara said, no, you're not, and gets that hit right there. So good. Actually, that was actually a really good mind game from Alcantara. I liked he faked like he was going to do the thing that he kept doing, but didn't do it. So that was actually a really good fake, and he gets his power back again. This gen's almost done, and it's the final gen. He's going to kick it. He's got his power. He's got a Keto's crutch, so he's going to go real fast like. But they're also doubled up on the hill gen with Prove. They're doubled up on this gen down here, so that's going to pop soon. Like now. And yeah, this is whoa, finds Nancy, doesn't quite get the hit. Gonna have to break that. And we'll see if he can stay on her. These survivors are gonna get a really strong result here though. Feels like best case scenario for Alcantara is most likely gonna be like a 1k5, I think. Good flick on the get loose there. That was a really good flick. So down goes get loose. And they should be able to get this hook. And they, I mean, if the survivors are really feeling spicy, they could try to save. Seeing as how there's no hook grabs anymore, but it's definitely going to be a little spicy. The gate's actually right beside him, right? Wait, right? He's getting hooked right here. It's actually, yeah, the gate being right beside him means that they might actually just save him. Like, they could realistically save this, especially if he chases off this gate. Yeah, he is chasing off that gate. So Meg said, you know what? Okay, I'll sprint to Burso up there. She's going to run up and get the save. Outcast Andrew split in between two different positions here that are both not very good. Ada, I think, is heading towards Shack, but maybe the other gate. Yeah, she's heading towards the other gate, which is probably 99. I'm guessing. It looks like it appears to be pretty 99. So yeah, she's gonna go pop that gate, and that's gonna be, yep, that's gonna be a 4-out, 3 hook stages. So very, very, very dominant is Schism on this first set. Like, my lord, that was very dominant. So I think maybe what happened here, if I'm not mistaken, we saw Schism play exactly once, right? Before this, and it was versus Rats of RPD. And if I remember correctly, they had really good survivor play, but then I feel like the other team, like Rats of RPD, also did, and it feels like the killers were kind of suffering a little bit on both sides. And I think they have a new killer player now who seems to be very good, and that on top of their very good survivor play makes this team look really fucking scary, because that was a really, really good set from them. Like, their survivors played fucking phenomenally here. Their killer played it absolutely phenomenal too. Like, that was a pretty brutal game. Outcast Andrew, I don't think he even made any like severe mistakes. Like, he didn't make any like massive throwing mistakes. They just played it so tight and disciplined. And like, their chases early game were so good. Their comms were good. They made sure to get off all the gens really early. They really just gave them no room at all, right? Like, again, I feel like that middle gen, or sorry, that middle palette that I was talking about that was like bloodlustable, I feel like that was really like the only opportunity I really saw to get a hit early was maybe on that. Like, other than that, there wasn't really a whole lot of opportunities for Outcast Andrew. They kind of just played it really tight and safe and didn't really give him the chance. And by the time he even got a hook, he was already down like 2 gens, and it was just so hard to come back from there. And again, even their play from there, their play from the hook on was also still really, really tight and disciplined too. And yeah, man, I mean, that was just disgusting. That was just a really, really well played game by Schism. So good try from Outcast Andrew. Hopefully he's not feeling too hard on himself for that result, because I think there wasn't like any majorly bad plays from him. I think the survivors just played it really, really solidly, and that's going to give them a very, very dominant win for their Oni set. And we're going to be going into the Plague set now, Plague games. And for Plague, we're going to have Schism survivors versus Z Slasher as killer first, and then we're going to flip flop and have the killer for Schism against the waifu survivors. So Schism survivors are going to be sticking around. Z Slasher is going to be killer, and we'll see if he can. We'll see what he can do. This survivor team does seem pretty fucking good, though, man. They seem pretty good. So Z Slasher is going to definitely have a tough game ahead of him. Definitely going to have a tough game. Maybe I missed it. They have all gens done, but only have 8 points. Well, they should have had 10 points. It probably just didn't update in time. It takes a little bit for them to update points. Like, the points don't get updated like the second the gen pops or anything. Like, there's someone behind the scenes working on it, and it sometimes takes like a minute. So don't expect like instant, instant feedback or whatever the fuck. Yeah, here. I'll pay out the outcome. Here we go. Bam, 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 bam. Let me give you guys the Plague set too. Plague set both games. I don't know if they spelled Schism with a. I'm not sure if they spelled Schism with a Z or an S, but I used a Z. Because I'm fucking edgy, bro, so I used a Z. I think they use an S, so they're not edgy like me. I think it's just me that's edgy. I was just eating my food and wasn't paying as much attention. Oh. Hey, fair enough, man. Fair enough. But there's your Gambo. You guys can go ahead and Gambo on it. I'm still just waiting for Z Slasher to invite me, and then once he's ready, we should be ready to go. Very curious to see how the rest of these games go. Because, again, I think Schism is performing a little bit better today than they did on the first week we had them. And that might be something we got to keep in mind going forward, because goddamn, that was a strong performance. We'll see if they keep it up. Z Slasher hosting the lobby. Plague is played on Blood Lodge, so let me hold on. Let me change out. Let me change out the map, the map loadout and everything, or the map image. All right. Why don't you simply make a program that reads the screen and adjusts points based on the gens left and hooks counter? Yeah, it's a really good idea. I should just totally program that because I know how to do that. I totally know how to do that, and I could just do that tonight. I'll just quickly whip that together. You know, as a matter of fact, I'll do it in between games. I'll just go ahead and whip that together. I got you. Don't even worry about it. I got you, man. Just learn programming. True. That would be cool though. I mean, I know you're trolling, Tinny, but that would actually be really sick. Like if something like that could be made, that could just like read the screen and do it. That would be super fucking cool. I'd be all about it, dude. All right. Just waiting on the fourth survivor. All right. Build a time machine and go back and build it for Friday. True, dude. True. It's unacceptable that it's not already ready for this weekend of scrim nights. How fucking dare I? Replacing staff with AI? That's right. They took our gerbs. Well, you guys are volunteer. Wouldn't that be ideal? To replace you guys? It's like you're getting paid. Like, hello? But you're right. How dare you? How dare you, Tofu? What's wrong with you? GGFL is one of the has one that reads hook stages, so maybe they can give you insight where they got that. Wait, really? It reads hook stages? In what way? Like when people wait, like as killer, it reads hook stages or something? Like every time something pops up as killer, it like will pop up a hook stage? I take pride in not getting a dime, damn it. Oh, well, okay, I don't want to take that away from you then. I take pride in my free work, damn it. I work for free and I love it. I've seen a main killer streamer that used a hook stage trapper. Yeah, that's what Loris just said. Yeah, so I don't know. When they're playing killer, it tracks the health bars when people are hooked. So it knows to add a hook stage, like the survivor tally marks. That's interesting. How does that work over slugs, though? I guess, like, is it the symbol for them being hooked? I guess it's like the symbol for them being hooked plus the bar combo that will, like, read the hook stages, I guess. Because, I mean, I feel like being slugged would have a little bar, too, but... yeah, I guess it probably reads both, I guess. That's interesting. Huh. I mean, yeah, if that's possible, then I guess it probably would be possible to have some kind of, like, an auto scorekeeper. I don't know. That's interesting. Hi, Cheeto. What up? Good to see you. What up? It's kind of iffy on certain killers that mess with player portrait icons. Yeah. I'd imagine, like, people like Onreal or like Doctor that like cause all that like weird staticky shit and stuff might be kind of funky. Or like even Plague. Like I think Plague, even when you're like if you're on the hook and you're sick with Plague, I think you have that like sickness overlay over your character portrait and it would probably fuck with it. Yeah. So that would maybe make sense. I haven't seen it that advanced. I've seen killers just press a button to add a tick. Oh, that could be it too. There also could just be hotkeys. That's a pretty good point. But they might just have like hotkeys on like their like stream deck or something that just adds a tick. That is true. That is a good point. Hotkeys in your area. That's right, dude. There are hotkeys in your area ready to keep track of hook stages. Hot single keys. For Vel, it's definitely not a hotkey, but yeah, that could definitely work. Interesting. Yeah, maybe I'll have to ask him sometime. I don't know. I mean, I'm also cool with just having people keep track of score manually too, but that is interesting just for the sake of like, in case anything like remotely like that could help going forward. It's a good thing to keep in mind, I think. Best survivor on this team? Oh, I have no idea, dude. I've not seen him play enough. I don't know. They all seem really solid, so like it's really hard to like. No one stands out as miles better than the others. So until I see them all play a lot, I wouldn't be able to say. Like I feel like that's only a thing I can say if one of them stands out like heavily over the rest, which I don't think anyone's like super heavily over the rest. At least not yet. I mean, I don't know. I've barely seen them. But also keep in mind that like being a individual good survivor is not really as important as being a good team. And these guys played really well as a team last game. Like that was the more impressive thing from the last game was their teamwork. Unbreakable Deliverance on Meg. Pretty good anti-tunnel build on God Complex. He also has Soul Guard. That's an interesting thing to see. Cool's got the objective build for the most part with the toolbox, and Get Loose has got the nice little mix of a little bit of everything. And Z Slasher got the same add-ons that we see every single match of Devotee's Amulet plus Yellow Apple. You got Pop Goes the Weasel, Eruption, Pain Res, Corrupt Intervention. This is a pretty standard build. We've seen this exact same build, I think maybe Joe Biden ran it earlier. One of the killers ran it earlier. I think if it wasn't Joe Biden, I think it might have been Random Nerd. Somebody ran this exact same build earlier that we just saw. So pretty common build, I would say. He does find some scratch marks. It is Nancy. She's gonna be getting a pretty big head start. She's gonna stay at this pallet here and loop it. So again, this first chase, we talk about it a lot. We'll see how this team does. With how well they played last game, I have high hopes for them. But there was that pallet. I'm surprised that Z-Slasher didn't just puke the pallet. Like what Z-Slasher could have did here is just puke on the pallet and then just chase the loop. And then if he throws the pallet, he gets sick, right? Like you don't really have to do what you did there. And like same thing here, right? But okay, this also works too. Or does it work? He's still not puking on him. Now it works. Okay, now he's sickly and M1'd. So Nancy's gonna use that distance to get away. Maybe make it around to main, but maybe not. I think there's a pallet around back here. Yeah, so I think she's gonna use this pallet around back. This is not the safest pallet though. Z-Slasher knows it. He's gonna play it. So Nancy's in a little bit of trouble here. Good vault though, and that's what she needs. Also has live too, so that helps her get away as well. Good play from Get Loose. She'll be able to use that to transition now to this bottom side of the map. And again, this top side of the map. And these are the corrupt gens. So she's looping away from all the gens that are currently unblocked, which means the whole time that she's looping right here, her teammates are able to be slamming gens. So this is a really good spot to be in. It sounds like I couldn't tell. It kind of sounds like she might have ran away, but no, she was just holding that corner. Ooh, Z-Slasher, good bait on the vault there. Gets the down. Good job from Z-Slasher. Ace on a gen, Coleslaw on a gen. They're all on 3 separate gens. So I think Deadlock is going to kick in on one of them. I think it was Ace. I think Ace's gen is going to get deadlocked. No, wait. No, there is no deadlock. Sorry, I thought it was deadlock, but no, it's actually, yeah, it's Eruption, Pain. It's a bunch of regression. There actually is no deadlock. So that Pain Res will get hit onto, I believe, Meg's gen at Shack. And Pop Goes the Weasel is also up now as well. And Eruption. Eruption's also an option for any of these kicks too. So he's going to opt to just kick this gen that's close. With Pop, that'll also put Eruption down on it. And again, Shack gen is almost done. It'll be getting progressed. He gets a little bit of puke on the Cole, who's going to be running away. All sickly like. Was this the Unbreakable? Or no? Okay, Meg's the Deliverance Unbreakable Survivor. So yeah, she's going to be going for this unhook. Ooh, and Z-Slasher grabs his power. So this is an 80-second plague timer. This is actually a pretty good spot to be in. He has him hooked pretty deep into this top side of the map, where pretty much all the gens are. And he's got an 80-second power right now. I actually don't like that he's walking this far to kick this. This kind of gives them an opportunity to save for free. And they are. Meg's going to get the save. I don't like that he walked that far away from the hook. I really don't like that at all. Like, the whole point of you being powerful right now is that you have an 80-second, like, AoE fucking spray that you can do. And they are going to need to unhook a teammate very soon. I think he could have taken advantage of that better. Although Nancy does go right back down again very quickly. And he finds Meg and gets a hit onto her. And he might be able to get a follow-up hit on her as well. Was that fast enough to get... Did she get Deliverance? She didn't even get Deliverance. Oh, no. So that down came in very quickly. And he gets a hit onto God Complex as well. Everybody's injured now, too. Still has his corrupt puke. Oh, shit, Z-Slasher. Okay, Z-Slasher. He might also recognize this might be Giga Brain from Z-Slasher. He might recognize that Meg was the one that got the save, which means that she's probably the Deliverance driver, which also means she probably has Unbreakable. So he goes for her. He goes for her right away, grabs his hook. Get Loose gets picked up right near him. So they're running away. Ace is also slugged there. He's looking around trying to figure out where everyone is. I think he knows that they're both down here now. But he does have a person down under a hook. This is such a strong spot for Z-Slasher. He's in a really, really strong position now. I mean, I think there's so much going on, and there's probably so much on his brain that he's not thinking about it, but he should probably just quickly... oh, wait, no, sorry. Never mind. I'm wrong. For some reason, I thought God Complex was on hook, but it was Meg. I was going to say he should, like, quickly puke on her, but that's actually not the case. He's going to hook God Complex. There you go. Not even going to bother puking on him. Just going to try to get back to the hook and deny it if you can. Gunhook is coming in from Nancy, and Nancy has already been on the hook, so like that's gonna be her second hook stage if he picks up right away, and he's going to. That'll be another hook on to Nancy. That'll put her on the second. And that's a lot of quick hook stages. I mean, I would say the survivors did recover from that decently, but still a lot of hook stages that come in for Z Slasher, and he's in a pretty decent spot now. This gen has no progress. He's trying to kick it, but you can't kick a gen that has no progress. Yeah. He's shaking his head like, oh yeah, that's right. You can't do that. You can't kick a gen with no progress. Silly me. He's gonna kick this one, probably quickly puke on it too. I guess not. I guess he's not gonna quickly puke on it. There's two people that aren't even sick right now, so puking on these gens is definitely worth it. Like 8 is one of them, yeah. Just puke on the gen. Why not just puke on the? You can just puke on the gen, and then you can. Huh. Z-Slasher just not puking on objects at all for some reason. He's going for a puke on survivors only run, I suppose. Get Loose, I think, has kinship triggered because this bar is not moving at all. And the survivors are trying to take advantage of kinship by getting some gen progress done. Z-Slasher, I think, recognizes that and wants to try to put some pressure on himself. He's going to puke on Cole and get a hit on him, so that'll make him injured. Gunhook comes in on Get Loose. He's going to swing his way back around to find Ace on this gen, and Ace is going to run deeper into the top of the map where all the gens are. The Z-Slasher reapplying Eruption, which is what I think he wanted to do all along. And now he has Ace at this pallet. This pallet's pretty strong, though. Ace really shouldn't be dying here. Just going to get the stun. But how far can he go? And will Z-Slasher hold him here? Because holding him here could be worth it. Oh, good dead hard from Ace. He didn't get too far, though. There is a strong pallet here as well, though, so another strong pallet. Z-Slasher knows he just has to kick that one. There's really no hope in just outplaying that one. But he is back at this pallet. Again, not the strongest pallet. Oh, a little bit aggressive. He actually did do a good job faking like he was falling for the fake. The stutter step there kind of costed him, but he's going to get this down. Yeah, he's going to get that down. That's going to eruption both those gens, and this is really smart from Z-Slasher. He's keeping them on this top side of the map. Like, he recognized that Ace is looping on this top side of the map where all the gens are, and he wants to keep him here. So he, like, intentionally made sure to, like, bloodlust that pallet, not kick it, not give him a chance to get away. He's going to hook him there. He has Pop Goes the Weasel up. There's two different gens being progressed right now. There's main gen and this hill gen. He's going to hit this hill gen with Pop, but I think he wants to wait for Eruption. But he's also worried about the other gen, too. Eruption's going to be back. He's going to kick it. Interesting position. So Nancy is the death hook survivor, which is why she's playing really safe. She's kind of staying out of the mix right now. She's staying full health. She's not sick. She's kind of just staying away and making sure that she's not going to be the one getting chased. But to be honest with you, with God Complex going to death hook here soon too, she might have to kind of get back into the fray soon. The unhook comes in pretty quickly. They're actually trying to heal him. I don't know if they'll be able to. Z-Slasher is going back, so yeah, I think they're gonna have to bail on that heal. Right? Yes. They're gonna have to bail on that heal. But he does have DS and Dead Hard. Okay, doesn't Dead Hard. So still has Dead Hard up and has DS up. Z-Slasher wants to protect these gens a little more, I think. He might be content with just waiting out DS and pressuring these gens. Like, he's probably pretty aware that DS most likely exists on that guy since he Dead Harded him. So I feel like he's got a pretty good idea about the existence of Dead Hard. Okay, kicks those two gens. No Eruption, though. He might go back and kick him again for Eruption, but might not. DS is still up. He's going to pick. Okay, so he's going to get DS'd. There it is. Dead Hard's still in play for God Complex, too, so he still has some stuff to work with. And yeah, he's going to book it to the other side of the map. So the smart play from God Complex here is just to get the fuck away from all the generators that are being worked on, so that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to book it down to the bottom side of the map near Shack. And yeah, him going down, like if anybody goes down here, it's not anywhere near as bad. Z-Slasher says, you know what, I need a goddamn pool of corruption. So he grabs it. Again, I'm kind of surprised Z-Slasher hasn't been puking on more things. He's been making a lot of good decisions and he's been playing really well, so like I don't want to knock him. I think he's doing amazing. But I feel like he could have been puking on, like I feel like all these guys could have been sick almost, right? Maybe like Nancy, I think, has been doing a good job of staying away from everything. But like, it feels like he's been not puking on things when he should. It is a lot though, right? He's trying to make sure he plays the chase as well. He's trying to make sure he's doing smart macro plays. Like, he's balancing a lot, so I can't blame him too much. He's doing a great job already against this like really, really good survivor team, so I don't want to fault him too much. But he definitely could just, if I'm being nitpicky, he could be puking on things a little bit more to get people sick. Like Ace probably should have had to have cleansed too from being sick, but he doesn't. He's using his 80 seconds to try to just patrol these gens, maybe get him to regress a bit. Ace is working the gen over here on the right side of the map, over on like the top right. These slashers seem to think somebody was there. They're working main as well. Ada is. She's going to run upstairs, most likely as balanced. And she will bounce landing away to the shack side again. Weird ass puke there, but doesn't get anybody. And again, these guys playing so safe. Ace getting off this gen immediately and running away. So, ooh, I actually don't like this from Z Slasher. I think what he should have did is probably at least puked on those gens first. But I guess this is fine as well. I think he really just wants to get it down. But these guys are just going to be playing this really safe and just tackling these gens and then preemptively getting off when the killer's coming near. Like, I guarantee you the God Complex is probably intently listening to comms right now, and they're going to be saying where the killer is. He's currently really far away. And as he goes over, God Complex is going to start to run away. They're going to be like, hey, killer's heading this way. Soon, he's going to kick this gen first. And yep, he's going to leave as soon as they know that the killer's coming. So here he goes. It looks like he's actually staying a bit close. This might be on purpose to tempt the chase, I guess. I'm surprised he didn't leave entirely. But he is going to let himself get chased here. Doesn't get puked on there. That's surprising. He's going to eat it there. Run out towards Shack a little bit. Doesn't go down to that. Doesn't go down to that either. And they pop main. The dead hard from God Complex. Okay. Doesn't get hit there either. Has this pallet, has the corner of the map. He's just going to comp corner. They should give them time to finish the gens. Yeah, they're going to double up on this with Prove Thyself. Ace just circling this rock, making it as hard as possible, just buying as much time as he can. That's going to be his death hook, but that should put these other survivors in a pretty good spot. Man, actually, it's going to be close. Are they going to finish this? What happened? Did they like fail a skill check or something? Oh no, they got eruption. They got eruption. That's right. Eruption happened. I was like, what the fuck happened to their progress? But yeah, they got eruption. I think they are going to finish it, but Cole might die for this. Oh, what the fuck? Z-Slasher, no. Okay, Cole did die for it. It was just a little bit of a delayed dying for it, but Cole did die for it. And Cole's worth 3 hook stages. So like, that's not insignificant for sure. But Z-Slasher wants more. He's not satisfied with just those 3 hook stages. He wants to kill Meg too. But Meg is going to make it to Shack. He's going to grab his corrupt puke. See, I think from here, he can just hook Coleslaw and then maybe protect the hook with his corrupt puke and just accept the result, which is honestly not a terrible result. It would be like 2k 9 hook stages. That's pretty decent. But it's kind of given some room right now to maybe get less. He is making his way back now. Okay, so I think he's like, all right. He's going to grab Coleslaw. He should ideally hook him somewhere relatively close to corrupt puke if he can. Looks like he might not be able to. I think as long as he keeps him away from the gates, he should be fine as well. Because I don't think they'll go for the save. I highly doubt it, yeah. So they'll be getting out. They're waiting for the hook. There's no deliverance or anything, so it's not going to really matter too much. But yep, there they go. Coleslaw's going to be dead. That's going to be, yeah, 9 hook stages, man. 9 hook stages. 2k 9 hook stages. Not bad at all. Not a bad result at all from Z-Slasher, honestly. Very, very good play from Schism. I feel like, obviously, a little bit of a blunder in like the early mid game whenever everybody kind of went down around that unhook. Z-Slasher like came back with his power and managed to like re-down Get Loose like instantly before Deliverance even got charged, and then managed to hook Meg before she can Deliverance, and then also had Ace down too. Like that was a huge power play from Z-Slasher. So really that was like the main place that Schism went wrong, was that early mid game. They had a bit of a blunder and got into a really bad spot there. But outside of that one position they were in, they played the rest of the game pretty much to perfection. Pretty much what you'd expect outside of that one blunder. Z-Slasher did do really good with what he had. I think he did. I think he managed to take advantage of the mistake really, really well and got a very, very good result out of it. And I would say 9 hook stages is definitely solid. I mean, that's beatable. That is absolutely beatable. Like that, I think Waifus could definitely get a better result than that if they play a really tight, solid game. So I think he definitely put his team in a position where they definitely at least have a chance to get a good result here and tie up the series. But if they can't beat that, if they don't get, you know, enough survivors out, if the killer manages to get past 9 hook stages, And that's going to be the whole set, because currently Schism is up 1-0, so they need this. They really need this. The waifus need this to stay alive in the series. So we will see. We will see. Yeah, Ace did a dude. His chases were good, dude. That motherfucker was a juicer. He was a juicer, man. He got some damn good dead hard value too. Like his dead hards were fucking clean. They were clean, very clean. Who am I inviting? You. And maybe you. And maybe I don't know if Z/Slasher's playing or not. Probably. So I'm gonna invite you too. I don't know who's playing, but I'm just gonna invite them all. Whatever, it's fine. That last miss swing cost him another hook and kill though, which sucks. I mean, kinda. I don't really know if it did. I think even if that last miss swing would have landed, I think Meg still would have made it into the building and probably got window. So I actually don't know if I agree with that. I think it would have been pretty much. I think he got pretty much the same result. Like he would have downed Ada and then they would have popped the gen and then Meg would have probably made it. I mean, maybe he would have got the Meg, but I don't think he would have. I think they would have got the gen done and Meg would have still been able to make the window. But maybe. I mean, you're not wrong. It's hard to say. Like, it's definitely possible that he would have got another down, but it's not guaranteed by any means. I think they were far enough along that Meg might have been fine. Team Marie, what up? How's it going? What if you got to wait out the DS properly? That would have also been huge. Yeah, because Ace being downed in that 3-gen area is very massive, right? So yeah, like, had he hypothetically waited out DS better? Or just, like, if you would have just, like, successfully waited it out and waited a little bit longer and like rehooked him deep in that like 3-4 gen area, that would have been very, very good for sure. Actually, was that his death hook or was that his second hook? I can't remember. That might have been his death hook, right? No. Yes? No. No, I don't think. I can't remember. My brain's mush. I can't remember. Because if he was on death hook, then yeah, I mean that would have been massive because it would have been a kill. But yeah, I can't remember that game. I feel like Plague games go for so long that I start to fucking. My brain starts to malfunction. So I don't know. The gen would be regressed by eruption. Well, no, it was already erupted. It didn't have eruption on it. Like when he downed Ace, it got hit by eruption. So it didn't have eruption on it. It was non-eruptioned. I'm surprised Plague never gets Skull Merchant Knight type hate. Yeah, I kind of agree, but I feel like it's mostly because like I feel like most Plagues don't do like heavy 3-gen shit, you know? At least in like public matches, I feel like most don't. Like I feel like that's not like I feel like for instance, Skull Merchant is like reliant on it. Like you can't, it's kind of like not even viable to play her any other way most of the time, right? Like the difference between her playing in a 3-gen way versus a non-3-gen way is like night and day. Like one is really strong and annoying and hard to deal with, and the other is like a cakewalk. Whereas with Plague, I feel like you can just play non-3-gen-y. Like you can just run around and chase people and still do pretty okay, just because like her corrupt puke is pretty strong, you know? And also having everybody injured for free is pretty strong too. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just the contrast in strengths, you know? But yeah, I mean, Plague can do similar shit really well. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I feel like most people just don't. It's not like the default play for Plague, whereas that's like the default play for Skull Merchant. Tess, thanks for the resub. 29 months, gamer. Welcome back. Appreciate it, buddy. Also, Teenage Hillbilly, thanks for the 31, dude. Good to see you, man. How's it going? Hello. Hi. Hello. Good to see you, friend. Appreciate the support, dude. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, currently the way we're looking is that last game was a 2K9 hook stage. So basically what needs to happen now, and Schism's currently up 1-0 on the whole set. They pretty much dominated the Oni set. So what needs to happen now is waifus need to win this in order for the set to stay alive. It's currently 1-0 Schism, and they just got their first result. So now the survivors for waifus need to get a better result than 9 hook stages. They need to basically get survivors out with like 8 hook stages or less, basically, is how they win this. They need to do all 5 gens, get out with 8 or less hook stages, and then they got it. So for the killer, who I'm gonna keep calling him L. His name in game is like, I don't even know what the fuck this is supposed to be. R Techoi? I have no idea. But his name in Discord was L, so I'm just gonna keep calling him L. So I'm sorry if that's confusing. But L's win condition is going to be pretty straightforward. Again, just get more than 9 hook stages. That's it. More than 9 hook stages under any circumstances, and it's going to secure the win. So Yeah, man, I don't know. This one could really go either way. I feel like Plague on this map could really go either way. I'm not sure. I feel like it depends on how tight the survivors play and everything, but I think both results are pretty achievable. It's just going to be a matter of how disciplined they play it. Apparently my nephews are watching stream right now and remembered me mentioning, and they said they are some really good Dead by Daylight players on your stream, and you're really good at DBD. Aw. For a second, I thought you said that they said that they were really good at DBD. I was like, oh, your nephew's gonna come play in scrims? Let's go. Oh, but no, but actually just sounds super sweet. Tell them I said thank you. Or wait, are they listening? I could just say Tessa's nephews, thank you. I guess I could just say it myself, huh? That's kind of cute though. That's adorable. Still just waiting. These guys are getting their builds ready, taking their time, making sure they have the right builds, making sure that they're set up. It's an important game for them in terms of winning, so I guess I'm not going to rush them too much. Probably trying to figure out like their strategy and exactly what they want to do and how they want to handle things. So we'll see. We'll see. Is that the person who came in the stream asking about their Aunt Tess? That's super cute. Wait, did that happen? Did I read that message and just not put two and two together? Because maybe. I am a bit dumb sometimes, so that could have happened, yes. That definitely could have happened. I honestly thought that person was setting up a testicles joke. Dude, I know. I never know what to trust anymore. Like, you guys have broken me. You guys have literally broken me. Because I think I thought the same thing. And like earlier, whenever like Disaster was playing, and like apparently he wasn't showing up in the lobby, and I think it was TJ said like, hey, do you guys see D's in the lobby? And I was like, haha, very funny. See D's in the lobby, D's nuts, haha. And they were like, no, seriously, Disaster isn't in the lobby. We don't see him. And I was like, oh. Like, I'm just so convinced. Like anything that could remotely be a D's nuts joke, dude, I'm on high alert at all times. Like I don't know, man. My guard is like permanently up. I don't trust anybody or anything anymore. I don't know what to believe. Dude. They were asking for your Twitch. Oh, they were creeping. They were trying to figure out who you were, dude. Tofu has PTSDs. True. Fucking true, dude. That is the most accurate diagnosis that I think I've ever heard in my life right there, to be honest with you. Doesn't think you just need to let yourself get got. Oh, trust me. I've been doing that. I've been letting myself get got for fucking years now, okay? There's been every kind of D's nuts joke in the book used on me, okay? I've heard them all. I've heard and seen them all by now. Do you like mushroom? Because mushroom for D... Wait. Because mushroom for D's... What? How's that one work? Mushroom? Are you trying to say make room? For... I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even get that one, dude. I'm trying. Because there's... Is it like much? Like much room? There's mushroom? There's much room? There's much room. Okay. I see. That one's pretty bad. Okay. That one's pretty bad. Have you been to Kenya? Yeah. Did you know that Kentucky is the only state that begins with K? Yeah, Kenya. Can you fit this dick in your mouth? All funny, hilarious. You guys are all so funny. You're all comedians. You're so funny. Oh, Grain Meat, what's up, man? What's the Kentucky one? You say, did you guys know that Kentucky is the only state that starts with K? And then people go, nuh-uh, Kansas. You're so stupid. Did you forget about Kansas? God, you're so dumb. And then you go, Kansas dick fit in your mouth. And then you laugh at him and point. I think that one's my favorite because you bait them into like trying to go like you basically bait people into being one of those like pushes up glasses actually people, you know? So either, hey, did you know that there's no countries in Africa that start with K? Or, hey, did you know that the only state that starts with K is Kentucky? Either one of those is good. Because you basically bait them into being, like, super, like, you know, you're so dumb, and then you just fucking D's nuts them, dude. You swing right back with a D's nuts. My favorite, dude. My favorite. That's the best way to do it, you know? Shove it right back in their face. And by it, I mean D's nuts. Right into their face. Anyway, L puking on some gens. Actually, Ada hops on a gen immediately and gets sick. That's interesting. She immediately hopped on main. She does have a build based around getting chased, so that kind of makes sense. But L doesn't really seem too concerned. Finds a survivor here and wants to just chase it. It's Claudette. Gets the puke on her. There you go. In terms of builds, Unbreakable Deliverance on Z Slasher. I'm not gonna watch for the hit because the hit's not gonna matter too much unless he gets puked on. So it actually might matter. Sprint Burst. Proof Self. Windows is interesting. Bounce Landing, Blast Mine, and then the full chase build, just so we see all the perks. Oh, the down does come in on Alcasandra, though. He does get sick, and he actually goes down on this pretty safe pallet. So actually, the chase did matter. I'm sorry. I didn't see how this happened, but he went down on a pallet that was pretty safe, so I'm not actually sure how that happened. Almost gets a flashlight save is somebody, but they don't quite get it. That's going to be Pain Res. Pop goes the Weasel as well. Same exact build, actually, except instead of Devotee's Amulet, it's a double apple. So double apple means that there's going to be 3 different corrupt pools off spawn. It's very interesting that they're going for that and not using Devotee's Amulet, which adds 20 seconds. So that's very interesting to see. Gets the kick with pop onto that, but so far, first hit comes in without a single gen getting done. Definitely not ideal. Hook comes in from Z Slasher. That should charge Deliverance, assuming Outcast Eater doesn't go down at like the perfect moment. Z Slasher's, Ada's still doing the main building gen, and I think Yui was doing the gen on the side. Actually, it was either on the side or it was like 6 o'clock. I'm not sure. Killer, though, back on Outcast Andrew, who's been hooked. Wants to stay on him. Outcast Andrew doing a pretty good job in chase thus far. Tries to bait it. Z-Slasher's there to take a hit. He was already 6, so that hit doesn't really matter too much. But Z-Slasher's not on gens to do that. So, like, you know, he's giving up gen progress for the sake of doing that. But he did keep him alive a little bit longer. They'd pop a gen. Ooh, good puke there from L. Right over the rock. Gets Outcast Andrew perfectly on that power throw, so down he goes. I think, actually, from Outcast Andrew, like, I know that I'm probably going to get annoying, and people are going to get annoyed with me because I'm going to sound like I'm contradicting myself, but he should have not thrown that pallet. Like, I know that I'm always like, oh, that's actually huge, too. He managed to get that hook right beside the gen that has, like, 99% progress, and he kicks it with pop, and now he can sit here and watch this hook and this gen at the same time. This is huge for L. So now he's, like, on 2 major objectives, right? A gen that has a bunch of progress that's regressing, and a kill and a survivor on hook, and he gets to kind of just camp them both. Gets a puke hit onto Yui. He's going to re-grab his puke. Okay, gets a really quick down. That's... Yui probably should have just got the fuck out of there. So that's definitely not great. And now he can go right back. And this is an insanely dominant position. Outcast Andrew is most likely dead. Well, he's actually giving a lot of room here. I thought he would just play near the hook. But he's actually just going to take this chase. Tries to puke over the gen, but it doesn't work. Goes inside. Good pre-throw from Ada. Okay. The unhook comes in on Outcast Andrew, and he gets some distance away. I'm surprised at the way he played this. I feel like if he would have just played closer on the hook, he had a pretty much free kill on Outcast Andrew there. Like, with everybody being injured and him having, like, 60 seconds of corrupt puke. Like, that felt like just, like, the freest kill ever. But, hey, he gets it anyway, so I guess I'll just shut the fuck up. Because he came back and he got the hook anyway. They've spent the majority of this time just trying to, like, recover and get everybody back up to, you know, on their feet. They do have everyone back up on their feet now. They're doubled up on the main gen that was being worked on before. I don't know if they'll be able to get this done before she shows up with pop, but maybe? Maybe, like, just barely, but they got to be careful because they might go down. So, yeah, they do get it done. Just barely. They do get that done, and that's Outcast Andrew dead with 3 gens left. So that's gonna be tough for these guys now. It's now a 3v1, 3 more gens still to go. Still, Pop goes the Weasel. Still 3 stacks of Pain Res as well. So if these chases don't last a very, very long time, and hey, you know, that's just me jinxing the survivors again. If the chases don't last a very long time, it's gonna be really tough. They do pop a 3rd gen though. Gen number 3 pops. That's not Pain Res. But it seems like there's not a whole lot of progress on the map right now. A little bit on Shack Gen, I think. Actually, there's none on Shack Gen. Looks like Ella wants to grab some corrupt puke. There you go. And we'll see what they opt to do with this. Probably wants to patrol the hook a little bit to see who's coming for it, but also Yui's progressing a gen. Boat. On like the top right side of the map, I believe is where she is. Yeah, she's currently doing that gen over there. So, L not really checking on it. Checking on Shack gen, checking on the top left gen. Sees Yui here. Oh, doesn't get it. Good play from Yui. Again, these pallets, these like kind of lower walled pallets. Oh, well, that wasn't really ideal. Like you can kind of play around the stun, right? Like as Plague, you have to be a little bit afraid of the stun because the stun will knock you out of your power. So like you can kind of play. Oh, that was unfortunate too. Angry Shio gets hit, but then doesn't go anywhere with the speed boost and stays still. L takes advantage and just gets an immediate down on it. And now he's going after Z Slasher, who is the unbreakable survivor. So this is actually pretty much game over. Like the only survivor with unbreakable is the one that's being chased. So no one can unbreakable. And if he downs Z Slasher and then just insta picks him up, and there's a down on Z Slasher. If he just instantly picks him up, then that's game over, which I think is what's happening. So yep, that's gonna be GG. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. L is a very strong killer player, is what I'll say. Because both these results were very, very dominant. He just did a really, really good job applying pressure and played this very, 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 very well. The waifus... Well, actually, wait. She does have Deliverance. Wait a minute. It's not officially over. My bad. Deliverance. My bad. Hold on a minute. I was, like, wrapping up, but I forgot about Deliverance. Also, Decisive Strike. Hold on a minute. Tofu's boosted. They're actually fine. Shut up. Tofu's an idiot. They're actually fine. Decisive Strike and Deliverance both coming into play. Okay, well, they're not fine. They're still not doing great. But they're still in it. Hold on, they're still in it. But it's going to be hook stage number 6. Hold on, Tofu sucks. Hold on a minute, Tofu sucks. Tofu's an old man, he sucks. He forgot about perks should exist. That was, I think, not a pain res, or maybe it was. I can't remember how many people he's pain res. That's going to be a Pop Goes the Weasel stat coming into play. They're currently doing Shack Gen. It's about 25-30%. Z-Slasher's hovering mid, but I think he got spotted. Or maybe he heard him. But he definitely seems to know that Z-Slasher's here. Baits the vault. Balance landing, I believe, for Z-Slasher? Or Lithe, one or the other, I'm not sure. Runs the Shack, though, where the gen's being progressed, which is not great. I mean, I know he doesn't have a whole lot to work with, so, like, you gotta do what you gotta do. It runs to the gen that has progress. Ooh, very patient on that vault. That was so patient. Jesus. I can't believe he didn't vault that. Like, he went the whole way to the door. Z-Slasher was still like, nah, son, I don't think so. Good play from Z-Slasher. God damn. The juicer playing that Shack window so well. God damn, dude. But he's still gonna be getting chased. He should be pretty much out of shit to use, though, right? Yeah, he's done so now. He does run out of shit. He is gonna go down, but that was a very good chase, all things considered. He's gonna get picked up and hooked, and they're doubling up on this gen over by main building, and they're likely gonna get it done, unless this is pain res. It was pain res. Never mind. Never mind. That was pain res. They're actually not gonna get it done. It's gonna get hit by 25%. And now Pop Goes the Weasel is gonna come over. I couldn't remember who was pain res and who wasn't. So there's still one more available pain res. I just haven't kept track of who it is. And that's gonna be Pop Goes the Weasel as well. So that gen will regress a bunch. That's if L doesn't see a survivor and chase them immediately. He doesn't. He's gonna hit it with Pop. That's also gonna put Eruption down on it, which will regress it more later. Gonna head back. Does he have any pulls of corruption right now? I don't know if he does. He's Ada across the map. He does have a pool over there. He's trying to get vision. There, he sees Ada. Trying to make sure he keeps vision of where they are. Ada heading into Shack to do the gen. He says, okay, don't mind if I do. Alright, good vault mind game here. We'll see how Ada does this. Oh, gets baited into vaulting, and that's gonna be maybe dead hard though. Maybe. Nope. The wait out. Again, like the game sense from L is so good. Like he's so aware. Like again, he remembers Ada DSing earlier, and he's like, okay, DS dead hard's a common build. So like again, the game sense to just know like, yeah, this is the DS survivor. They're gonna have dead hard. Just like game sense firing on all cylinders. I almost said cylinders. Game sense on all cylinders. But yeah, just doing such a good job, not falling for any of this. Angry Shadow is gonna get hooked again. Z-Slasher sneaking around, trying not to get spotted, and does a pretty good job of it. I was going to keep going and grab a pool of corruption, though. Okay, probably head back towards the gen that had progress, which is the one that Yui's currently doing. It's regressed a lot. It sounds like it's at like 40% or something. I didn't see, but it sounded like it was really low. You saw her go back to this corner. Does have his corrupt puke, so pretty strong position to be in right here. These walls are also not super high, so you can even do some like really dumb fancy shit if you want to get crazy. Like some like reverse fucking go backwards puke. It looks like he's not though. He's just gonna go for a pretty standard puke hit. Good vaults from Happy Shio thus far, but she's gonna go down. Yeah, there you go. Down goes Happy Shio. And that'll be not Death Hook. So after this, everybody will be Death Hook from here on out. Z Slasher cleansing, Angry Shio might end up cleansing too, but this also secures the tie. This is that's 9 hook stages. That's a tie right there. That's a guaranteed tie no matter what. And this is pretty much over too. Like, in order for the survivors to win, they would need to unhook Happy Shio and then get out with their current hook stages right now without a single other person getting hooked. Which, with like still a stack of pain res and, you know, eruption being up and there still being 2 gens and also someone being on hook and also L just being a really good killer, feeling pretty unlikely. Although they do pop Shack Gen. They pop Shack Gen and Z Slasher is making his way towards the hook. He's currently full health. But he's gonna just chase him down towards the top left. Goes for a quick peek but doesn't get it. He's gonna head back to the hook. Ada's gonna go for it. She gets it. Resilience making it a little bit faster. But again, next hook is over. So next hook is game over. And he's on Ada, who has nothing. Except Dead Hard. She has Dead Hard. She has nothing but Dead Hard. But still has nothing after the Dead Hard. So down she goes. And that's going to be hook number 10. Also, somebody's nearby. It's Z Slasher. I think Z Slasher is going for the flashlight or something. Again, I mean, it's the... Oh, actually, okay. Actually, it's Yui. It's Happy Shio. It's hard to blame them. You kind of need to. They also have off the record, so they're going to go into deep wounds when they get hit. But you kind of have to, right? I mean, based on the win condition, you have to, like, try to stop that hook somehow. Again, this is kind of good how you... Like, this is how you play around these pallets, right? You don't just immediately throw them. You kind of go for, like, stuns. And I mean... Okay, so Happy Shio got hit there, but that was still kind of ideal, right? Like, that's kind of how you play. You play around the stun and the fact that the plague is likely afraid of the stun. So, I feel like I've not seen that enough, but that was pretty good from Happy Shio. Again, still did get hit on the stun, unfortunately. Like, ideally, you get the stun without getting hit, but still pretty well played. Off the record means it doesn't really matter too much. And Ada actually gets picked up. So, the win condition is still not met, technically. Technically, still not the win condition met. Z Slasher somehow avoids getting puked on there. Does not avoid that one. Man is puked all over right now. And L's going to be making his way back to this corner gen where both these survivors are. They're both injured. Finds Yui, finds Ada, trying to figure out which chase he wants to take. Ada has a pretty decently strong pallet here, but we'll see if he can mind game it. Good attempt, but Ada should still make that. So there you go. This pallet is very powerful, so I was going to say, I don't think you're going to be able to play it after the throw, but L just kind of zoning her into, like, the inside of the map, which is a little strange. She makes it to this pallet, too. Pre-throws it. Not a super safe pallet pre-throwed, so we'll see what she does. Ooh, a little bit of an early swing. Still alive, still in it. Oh, good fake. Final gen pops. Hey, I said that it was pretty much over, but if they get everybody out with these hook stages, it's going to be a tie. So, I don't know. I mean, it's still feeling unlikely, but it's not impossible. L had the win condition locked down like multiple times and didn't take it. Has a pallet here. Okay, gets it down on Z Slasher. Just take this hook, right? Okay. This was actually really close, though. This was really close. Because, yeah, they really put up a fight here. Like, that's hook number 10. That secures the win right there. So there you go. But that was a lot closer than I thought it would be. I think he actually will kill these others as well. He has red puke. They have that door at about 60%-ish. Happy Shio is going to have to run away. I think at least one of them can maybe get out of the gate if they just both, like, loop away from the gate and then the other person gets it. Like, if this Yui loops away and then Ada grabs the gate, then she should be able to get out, I believe. Oh. We'll see. Oh, maybe both? No, there's no way, right? What? Oh my god, what the fuck is happening? Wait, maybe neither? Maybe perhaps neither? Okay. No, I think Yui will get out, right? I don't think he'll be able to get the hook. I don't think he'll be able to get the hook on Yui, I don't think, to be honest. Yeah, no, there's no way. There's no way. Yui's gonna be able to get out. But still, 11 hook stages, 3K, that's gonna be just enough to get the win. And yeah, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. Schism's gonna take the whole set. Took the Oni set. Also took the Also took the Plague set. The OD set was kind of a domination. This set was close. I mean, there was almost a 4K at 2 gens, but I'm a dumbass and I forgot about DS and Deliverance. But it was still a pretty strong result. Schism played this very, very well. Takes both the first 2 sets, and waifus not quite able to keep up with Schism and how well they played. They just played this really, really well. Again, their survivor play was just fucking so dominant, so on point. L played a really mean killer. Our hook charms bugged and show yours. I don't know. L had a fog whisper charm. Was that your charms? I have no idea. I don't know. Well, no, because I'm on my other account right now, so no. So yeah, that's Monka. That's not great. Because yeah, I'm not even on the account that has fog whisper charms, so it couldn't be me. That's a bit Monka, isn't it? That's a bit not good. But anyway, that's going to be it. That's going to be the best 2 out of 3. That's going to be Schism taking the 2 out of 3 and beating waifus. They are looking very, very strong. That's an extremely strong performance from Schism. Like, my lord, they looked good. They looked really, really good today. Like, their survivor play was fucking clean. And that's really cool, man. It's going to give us some more good and interesting matchups going forward then, because I feel like we have a couple teams that are really, really solid, and we usually need... Like, it's good to be able to have opponents for each other at that high of a level, so I think we might have found another team that is playing at that high of a level, which is pretty sick. So that's sick. Good try from waifus. I mean, they did keep up really well. Z-Slash had a really good killer game. The survivors did a pretty solid job in both games. Well, the Oni game, I guess I can't say... I mean, they got kind of rocked in the Oni game, but in the play game, they kept up really well. And Z-Slasher kept up really well as the killer with Plague, too. So, I mean, honestly, waifus did really, really solid, too. But that team was just fucking good. Like, they played a really tight, disciplined game, so that's hard to play around, you know? So, overall, GG's, that's it. That's gonna be the final game of Scrim Nights. That's the full 3 sets. There won't be any more until Friday. So, no more scrims until Friday. We're gonna be doing other stuff for the rest of the week. And that's also gonna be the end of the stream, because I am fucking hungry, dude. I am hungry. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Don't go anywhere just yet, but I'm gonna find somebody to raid. If you guys enjoyed scrims, feel free to follow. I do them every Friday and Sunday, so if you guys are new and this is your first time seeing them, every weekend, Friday and Sunday, we do them. We have a set coming next weekend as well, and it's one of my favorite things to do. The community seems to love it, and it's just a fun event. Again, big shout out to all the mods that run things behind the scenes, all the staff. Dino Melon's like the main person running things, but all the staff that were helping. I know Panda was like the only person around at the start of the stream today. Shay showed up pretty quickly. Swish helped. I think did Zelric pop in and help too? There was a lot of people that came in and helped. I apologize if I missed anybody, but a lot of people came in and helped. So all the staff behind the scenes that are running that run things, I appreciate them. Make sure you guys appreciate them. Again, they're volunteering their time on the weekend. It's literally like Fridays and Sundays, which is their weekend. And they're volunteering their weekend time to come help us run stuff. And without them, we wouldn't even be able to do this. So very, very important to show them some love when you can. Who am I rating? Let me figure out who I'm rating. I'm gonna rate Uncle Stan Banner. He's a Billy main. He's cool. He's a cool Billy main. He's a real chill. I mean, I feel like most Billy mains are chill, right? I feel like you kind of have to be a chill person to main Billy, because that's just kind of how Billy is. But he's a real chill dude. He's really good at Billy. He's been around the community a long time, and he's just a fun guy to hang out with. Late night chill Billy vibes. Good dude. Good at the game. Go hang out with him. Go hit him with a get rated nerd debated, and chill with him. And that's gonna be it for me. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I love you guys. Hope you guys have an awesome rest of your night. And yeah, I'm out of here. Have a good one. Until oh wait, actually yeah, tomorrow's builds for subs. Yeah, I will be live tomorrow. So I'll be back tomorrow night with builds for subs. I'll be being a dirty sellout tomorrow most likely. But thank you guys for hanging out. I love you guys. Catch you guys tomorrow night. Have a good rest of your Sunday, and I'll catch you guys then. I'm out of here. I'll see you. I'll take care. See you. See you later. See you.